Chapter 676, Target, You Family. It was not scary falling for someone. What was scary was falling for someone that one once hated. At present, Miss Sakura was struggling with this particular quandary. She was unable to hate Xia Fei despite him having bullied her before, but she was instead worrying over just where Xia Fei had gone off to, when he would be back, and other such things. Sakura was still very young, so she could not make sense of her own feelings, but Poria, the girl's mother, easily figured it out from the anxiety that her daughter was showing. The young girl had yet to learn how to hide her own feelings. Hyacinth frowned as he said gravely, "Sakura's only 14. His voice was somewhat hoarse, and it even betrayed a bit of his frustration over the idea. Poria was unfazed. "Hyacinth, I'm only suggesting a possible solution. Whether you accept it or not is up to you and your father to think about. It's not like you can't tell that Sakura has had something on her mind lately. Besides, wasn't I about the same age myself when I married you?" In the law realm, age was a very abstruse issue. People would clearly look like they were in their middle age when, in reality, they were already old in terms of years that they had lived in the world. Poria was actually a whole 30 years younger than Hyacinth and was only 15 when she was married off. The old man Otter, who was a lot calmer, laughed. "Poria, just tell us your thoughts. We're all family here, and we can still discuss it further whether that's the final decision or not." Poria was the daughter of a big chieftain of the Rockies and was highly regarded. Had it not been for Hyacinth's renown those years back, he would surely have been unable to marry the maiden daughter of the chieftain. After Poria entered the household, she kept to the traditional roles the wife played, never once overpowering others with her stature. Otter and Hyacinth both of course witnessed this and remembered it in their hearts. It was just that even Hyacinth's closest kin and most trusted underlings had no idea that Hyacinth was actually henpecked at home, deferring most matters to his spouse. Poria had her hands on her waist as she said, "From what I've observed so far, Xia Fei is someone who discriminates between retribution and reciprocity, returning respect with respect, but if anyone offends him, his revenge is terrifying to behold, and against such a person, we first must give a show of our attitude toward him." "Attitude? Carry on." The elderly Otter mulled over her words. His daughter-in-law sure lived up to her name as someone from a major tribe, speaking with propriety and sense that the old man could feel her words warming his heart. "That's right. We need to demonstrate an attitude of gratefulness. Xia Fei has had prior altercations with us, but it hasn't been on purpose. After all, he still has need of us, so as long as we show him gratitude this time, treating him with great respect, I'm certain that we can easily tide things over." Speaking of gratitude, there's no greater demonstration than offering Sakura's hand in marriage. Ever since Sakura turned 12, how many suitors have come to ask her hand in marriage and how many of them did our daughter fancy? Forget those from afar, even Sambo, who's been smitten to the point of delirium by our daughter, failed. Why is that? Isn't it because not one of these young men can even be accepted by Sakura's discerning eyes? Xia Fei is different. He has the cultivation and the smarts, and our daughter is very fond of him. I've been in her shoes once, so I know that there's nothing more important to a girl than marrying the right person. But Hyacinth was hesitant and wanted to refute her words, but he had no idea just where to start. "No buts," Poria said firmly. "I was many years younger than you back in the day, why did I marry into your family? Wasn't it because you're such an outstanding man? You can see for yourself, did I make the wrong choice?" The moment she used Hyacinth as an example, the man no longer had any words to say. Reality had proven that it did not matter whether someone married early or late. What mattered was with whom. At the end of the day, they were a nomadic tribe, and there were plenty of cases within the Rockies of pairs tying the knot as early as when they were 12 years old. Poria had been carefully considering this important event in Sakura's life even when the girl was still very young, and she was determined to find her an excellent mate. Hyacinth was somewhat peeved, stating, "We can suggest her hand in marriage, but if Xia Fei says no, won't we have disgraced ourselves, instead?" Poria did not think much of it. "At the very least, our attitude has shown our sincerity, and even if Xia Fei refuses this arrangement, he at least won't continue making things difficult for us, and will surely be able to bury the hatchet from there onward." "And if he agrees?" Hyacinth pressed. "We'll set a date for the wedding and wait for Sakura to become older before they officially wed. With such a powerful son-in-law whom our daughter is fond of as well, what's the downside?" Poria was not a simple woman. Just as she said, as long as marriage was on the cards, the relationship between Xia Fei and Hyacinth would be greatly relieved, and no matter the outcome, the favor they owed Xia Fei would be considered repaid. Actually, the wedding itself was never an important event to the Rockies. What mattered was making connections with the strong and subsequently strengthening their own tribes. After all, this was a very complex world, and the lack of strength would only serve to make progress difficult. Had Hyacinth not married Poria and gotten the full support of their people, no matter how powerful Hyacinth was, it would have been very hard for him to have achieved the accomplishments he had today. The three were in the middle of discussion when suddenly they heard the sound of urgent footsteps and labored breathing. It turned out that Sakura had been eavesdropping on their conversation before, and her heart had been beating so wildly with her face flushed when she ran off in her fluster. Poria wrinkled her brows and got up to chase after her daughter, leaving Otter sighing in the study. It's unlike Sakura not to raise any objections despite having heard what we're talking about. Hyacinth was startled. Everyone knew that his daughter was rather obnoxious, and the fact that Sakura did not object even after knowing what her mother meant could only signify one thing: she was not against the idea. Guess this will be how we're going to do this. Let's wait for Fei to return and you can raise this to him. Whether we succeed or otherwise, we won't be at a loss here. There's really no other more suitable solution aside from that, Otter drawled reluctantly. It was around dusk when Xia Fei arrived at Hyacinth's abode. Master, where have you been? I've been waiting for you this whole time. Seth was the first to dash out and said this, and the expression he showed only substantiated this claim. Xia Fei gave a slight nod. I'm fine. Don't worry. By now, Hyacinth, Otter, Poria, and Sakura had exited from their house, beaming at Xia Fei. However, their smiles were a little strange. Sakura was pouting, taking furtive glimpses at him, even as she felt her heart thump heavily in her chest. Seth swiftly retreated to his place behind Xia Fei. He needed to fight for his pride, and after that turmoil with the Shepherd-ians, Seth had been utterly cowed by Xia Fei's extraordinary combat strength, and the respect he showed toward the young man deepened further. After some polite small talk, Xia Fei was invited into their guest hall. Poria herself prepared a table of dishes for everyone to dine on, even inviting several of the elders of the tribe to join in the meal as well. This meal was quite an awkward affair, and Xia Fei's suspicions grew, for the eyes of everyone on the table while looking at him was like that of a family evaluating a prospective relative. Otter even asked several questions about Xia Fei's background while they ate, and Xia Fei warded them off one after another, not at all offering even a bit of personal information. Sakura was eating her food with a lowered head, and from time to time, her eyes would drift over to Xia Fei. Ever since his arrival, this lady's cheeks had been a few shades of pink, which had not once subsided. She looked as if she had something on her mind, barely speaking much, which was a far cry from her bubbly self when they first met. Seeing that Xia Fei was being very unforthcoming with his personal information until the end, Poria felt somewhat nervous deep down. She raised a toast to Xia Fei. Because the Rockies were traditionally a nomadic tribe, there were not too many rules and women and children were allowed to dine on the same table. Setting his cup down, Poria casually asked, Brother Fei is a man of talent and with such a profound cultivation, so I suppose that you are already married, right? Xia Fei's forehead creased, wondering to himself just what is up with these people today? Why would they be specifically asking such questions? Nope, Xia Fei gave a simple answer, causing Lady Poria's eyes to sparkle, a twinge of glee visible in her pupils. Hyacinth and Otter were equally elated, while Sakura's head was lowered even more, as if she was trying to bury it deeper into her bowl. However, Xia Fei's following words caused the atmosphere to turn awkward. My girlfriend and I have discussed it already, we'll focus on our respective work first and talk about marriage in a year or two's time. Xia Fei took a swig of his wine as he said this. The clatter of cutlery sounded immediately after he said that line. The small porcelain bowl Sakura had been holding shattered into pieces when she involuntarily dropped it to the ground, and the expression of the people on the table all turned very peculiar, as if they were somewhat disappointed over something. Sakura, how could you be so careless? I'll go get someone to get a new bowl for you. Poria's heart ached for her daughter as she said with concern. Sakura shook her head, pouting. I'm full. I'll be heading back to my room to rest. With that said, she turned away and left in a huff. She looked at Xia Fei with a resentful gaze. Both Otter and Hyacinth looked like they had lost their mood after Sakura left, while the Lady Poria kept sighing. It was a good thing that none of the elders at the table was privy to the matter and was cajoling Xia Fei to drink more even as they offered their thanks profusely, so at least the meal did not end on an awkward tone. Deep in the night, after all the guests left, Xia Fei was not in a rush to leave because he knew that Hyacinth would surely take the initiative to discuss some matters with him. Now that Xia Fei was the one holding all the cards in the negotiation table, Hyacinth no longer had any capital on hand for him to haggle as the loser. As he expected, in less than 5 minutes, Hyacinth and Otter both invited Xia Fei to the study for a late-night chat. They drank 2 rounds of tea, chatting casually for a bit, and the atmosphere became a lot less tense than what it had been during dinner. "Brother Ah Fei, we have no words that can express our sincerest gratitude. I rejected the matter that you had asked of us before because of how stretched out our organization had with the tasks on hand, so I hope that Brother Ah Fei didn't mind," Hyacinth explained, "but the situation has since changed. I took the time to discuss this with my fellow tribesmen and most of us decided to put the needs of Brother Ah Fei as priority. No matter what it is that you need us to do, even if we are to risk our very lives for the success of the job, none of us will have any qualms doing it. We'll definitely do a good job for Brother Ah Fei." Hyacinth remembered what his wife said, so he expressed his utmost sincerity in his words, doing his best to give off the sense that he was showing deference towards Xia Fei. "The job I have is fairly urgent, so I'm afraid you may not have a lot of time to work with," Xia Fei softly cautioned. "That's no issue. We already rejected all the work that we were tasked with 2 days ago, and so we'll be working in accordance with Brother's sole instruction. Plus, the old chieftain also sent word that we must do a good job of it, even if we have to send the strongest purple guardians of our people. We only await Brother Ah Fei's orders." Actually, Hyacinth did not really have any current assignment that needed work, and as for the purple guardians, they were no more than just the men who had been sent to protect Hyacinth, a precaution to avoid them being assaulted by the Shepherd-ians again. None of this had anything to do with Xia Fei. Xia Fei had no intention of making things difficult for Hyacinth, either. All he wanted was for the organization to lend him a hand and make a trip to the Lore Realm willingly. Now that he was able to get just that, troubling this group even further would only just show his intolerance. Xia Fei pushed a plan that he had already drawn up over to Hyacinth. "The Yu family." Hyacinth read it before wondering out loud. Will this work? Chapter 677, Searching for Quinn. Will this work? Hyacinth asked. Xia Fei's plan was not just a setup but rather an infiltration to the very core of the Yu family. This was an intricate plan that would sow internal discord. Xia Fei elaborated, unperturbed, "There's a certain risk to this, and success will depend on how you can all perform on the spot based on my plan. I've already done my best to provide you with details of every individual's personality and characteristics. If you need more in-depth information, you'll have to do so on your own." Hyacinth nodded. "I have no doubts about your observation skills, since we've already witnessed it firsthand. What I'm worried about is the fact that the plan you've devised is so grand it even implicates the 9 major clans of the humans. If there are any mistakes..." Xia Fei chuckled. "Relax. As long as you follow my plan every step of the way, you won't encounter any issues whatsoever, this, I dare to guarantee." Hyacinth raised his head to meet Otter's gaze, only to see his father lightly nodding in agreement. Hyacinth did not hesitate to press a button beneath the coffee table and a black-attired individual soon appeared, entering quietly from the side door, who proceeded to stand by the side, like a lingering spirit. "This here is Saker Falcon, our best field agent. He is the vanguard officer of our organization and also the father of Sambo, the boy who's in charge of taking care of exotic beasts for my father." Hyacinth pointed to the man dressed in black and said. Xia Fei gave him a slight nod, and Saker proceeded to take off his mask. The man appeared to be very young, far from what he had expected from someone who would have a son. His 2 thick eyebrows and big eyes were very striking, looking a lot more astute than his son. Saker Falcon's job was to infiltrate the enemy's camp early, collecting the necessary data for their operations. He would rarely ever show his real face to anyone, but since Hyacinth had introduced him to Xia Fei, he did not see a need to remain hidden and so took off his mask. "You ought to recognize Brother Ah Fei. Right now, we'll be on assignment for him, and you're needed to first take a trip to the God Race's territory. You may even need to head to White Horse Constellation, so do the necessary preparations, especially regarding those rather disobedient infiltrators in your team. Not a single mistake will be condoned this time around," Hyacinth ordered icily. When Saker Falcon heard that he might have to visit White Horse Constellation, he could not help but feel somewhat worried, though he did not express this outwardly. He gave a bow towards Xia Fei and said deeply, "Brother Ah Fei saved the grandfather and grandmother of Sambos, making him a benefactor of my family. Rest assured that I will personally take charge of my best men in this assignment." Then I shall leave this matter to you. Xia Fei smiled. Orders after orders were sent out accordingly, and Xia Fei was very pleased with Hyacinth's deployment, so he did not see the need to interject. Hyacinth was the elite in this line of work, and he had considered every factor necessary. Nothing was left out, and every aspect, down to the finest detail, was taken into consideration. This guy knows his stuff. You should feel at ease having him at the helm, the old demon lord said into Xia Fei's ear. He had another layer of meaning to his words here, implying that he should immediately set off to look for Qin now that he had handed his plan over to Hyacinth. Qin was a traitor to the Lionheart royalty, and another day that he got to live was another day that the old demon lord would feel uneasy. Xia Fei, of course, understood what Oro was thinking, so he smiled, not saying anything. It was not just Saker Falcon, Xia Fei also met the logistics lead, the defense lead, dispatch lead, and others in charge. Xia Fei was more than satisfied with Hyacinth's arrangements, and he was even more satisfied with his attitude. There was a time when Hyacinth adamantly refused to accept Xia Fei's job, yet now, not only did he accept it, he even assigned this task to the most important leaders of the organization. He constantly sought Xia Fei's input on the task designation, too. Brother Ah Fei, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Hyacinth asked after everyone had departed. Xia Fei nodded. Brother Hyacinth sure lives up to his name as the head of the strongest impersonation group in the exiled grounds. I have yet to see anyone construct such a rigorous layout, and since I'm the outsider here, I'll leave these details to you. Hyacinth smiled. It's good that you're satisfied. As long as nothing goes wrong with this plan you conceived, all that remains will be for me to help you see it to fruition. Xia Fei laughed out loud, giving Hyacinth and his father a toast with his cup of tea. Xia Fei was not unfamiliar with the concept of returning the favor, and no matter what happened in the past, Xia Fei was not one to be stingy with his words, especially since Hyacinth had already decided to lend Xia Fei a hand for this. With a brush of his finger, Xia Fei took out a black bat radar and handed it to Hyacinth, as well as a rock bank credit card. In order to keep things under wraps, you and I will communicate with this radar system. This device works in the Lore realm, though I don't dare to guarantee that it will work anywhere further. Hyacinth was stunned. This microradar, which had already been severely modified, hardly looked conspicuous, completely black in color, looking a bit like an unopened box of chocolate. Was such a device actually capable of transmitting messages across the entire Lore realm? Xia Fei could tell that Hyacinth was skeptical, so he chuckled and explained, I personally researched and developed this type of radar, and I've had it tested for many years now. There are no doubts on its functionality, and I'm not one to make jokes at the expense of my own matters. Brother Hyacinth, be at ease and use it, though I expect it to be returned to me after this assignment is over. You researched this? Is Brother Ah Fei proficient in communication devices as well? Hyacinth sucked in a mouthful of cold air. I don't dare profess proficiency, though I do know a thing or two about it, Xia Fei very humbly stated. The more humble Xia Fei was, the more Hyacinth felt unease. Anyone would be more than aware just how valuable a radar that could seamlessly communicate across the entire Lore realm was. At present, the spatial compass was the only tool that could achieve this, and the price of a compass was not something the average individual could afford. Even someone fairly wealthy like the Hyacinth organization had not reached the point where they could have every single member having a compass of their own. If Xia Fei were to bring this black bat radar to the market, it would surely sell like hotcakes. After all, not only was it effective, there would not be any cost in making a call, either, not requiring billing for use like the spatial compass. Besides that, the actual communication distance that the black bat radar could achieve was even further than what Xia Fei had let on. There are 1 million grade 4 origin crystals in that card, you can consider it as the deposit I'm forking out for this. Brother Hyacinth, feel free to inform me if that's not enough, Xia Fei casually said as he handed the card over. Rock Bank. Hyacinth was flabbergasted once more. Not everyone could open an account in such a high-class private bank, and it was impossible to tell from just the small card that Xia Fei actually had such a high net worth. That's right. Rock Bank. You're impersonators, so I assume that you won't have a problem entering the bank, right? Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he asked. Hyacinth chuckled bitterly as he rejected the card. Brother Ah Fei, there's no way I can accept this money you're offering. You saved over 300 lives of my fellow tribesmen, so it is only right for me to help you with this job. If my fellow Rockies ever learn that I'm charging you on top of that, they'll most likely skin me alive. As Hyacinth simply refused to accept the card, even after going back and forth on it, Xia Fei had no choice but to store the bank card away into his spatial ring. Xia Fei figured that the cost of 300 grade 4 origin crystals each day was not much anyway, and since Hyacinth had rejected being paid, he reckoned that he should just buy them some gifts. How was he to know that the cost for Hyacinth to take on the work had already increased by tenfold, and it was now at 3,000 grade 4 origin crystals a day? Hyacinth had saved Xia Fei quite a lot of money, waiving the cost of the assignment this time. The three men chatted until dawn, properly going over every detail of the plan, only adjourning when Poria called them for breakfast. Xia Fei wanted to take a shower. He had accumulated quite a lot of dirt and grime after staying in the forest the last few days. I've really never imagined that such a day would come. Otter shook his head as he mused. This scheme that Fei cooked up isn't any weaker than what you could come up with, and what surprised me more is the fact that he's proficient with machinery along with his profound cultivation, able to design such an intricate radar system. Hyacinth wiped his face with two hands. He offered 1,000,000 grade 4 origin crystals at one go, and that's enough to buy us out for an entire year. Plus, it's an account from the one and only Rock Private Bank. From what I understand, the minimum for opening an account with them is 1,000,000. The father-son pair laughed with each other, both realizing deep down that Xia Fei might be far more complex than they first thought. At first, Hyacinth was still quite disgruntled with his wife's suggestion of marriage, but at this point, he finally understood that if Sakura were to really be wedded to Xia Fei, their social standing would not take a step down but up, instead. Breakfast was porridge with eggs and pickles. It was a light flavor that suited Xia Fei's taste perfectly. Sakura had not shown her face since she left, and no one had any idea where she ran off to. Setting down his cutlery, Xia Fei patted his stomach and bade Hyacinth farewell. The man knew that Xia Fei had other important business to attend to, so he did not persuade him to stay. Whoosh! A bright spatial channel opened, and Seth walked right in. Xia Fei turned around and smiled as he faced Hyacinth. Do me a favor and explain to niece Sakura about Uncle Fei's abrupt departure. I'll be sure to bring back some gifts when I return as an apology. However, just as soon as Xia Fei said this, everyone heard an angry shout coming from the forest. Who are you calling your niece? Sakura was wide-eyed, glaring at Xia Fei with much anger. It turned out that she was not too far away and had been hiding in the forest this whole time. Sakura lowered her head after saying her piece, dashing off with her eyes still brimming with tears. Xia Fei felt somewhat awkward, so he could only hurry up and cross the spatial channel, absolutely clueless on how he had offended Sakura. Hot! The fiery hot sun above was grilling the land. The air was dry and plenty of cracks spidered across the ground. There was hardly any vegetation to speak of in the miles of desolate plains around. It was as if one was standing right in an oven. A handful of minutes was all it would take for anyone to be boiled alive in such blistering weather, their throats parched as the strong sun rays made it impossible for people to even open up their eyes. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead. Fortunately, the war armor Edgeless had an internal temperature regulation system installed, so he did not have any problem remaining in such an environment. This planet is where the flame imps reside on, a species that is deathly afraid of cold but has no issues with a scorching temperature. It is still early in the day right now, the temperature will become even more unbearable come midday, Seth said as he wiped a head of sweat. His war armor was not as good, so its temperature regulation capability was not as strong, and all he could do was bear with the heat. Xia Fei nodded. The flame imps aren't important here. This time, I'm here to meet that person who defeated you. Do you know where he lives? Seth shook his head repeatedly. When I last came, I checked for life forms as a precautionary measure, yet I didn't detect his life signal. He appeared like a ghost, abruptly and without any warning whatsoever. Looking up in the sky, Lionheart Emperor Oro melancholically muttered, I know why Quinn chose to stay here on this planet. The wound that I left on his body will act up whenever it rains, and given the extreme aridity here, it won't ache. Plus, the Phoenix Tail Stone is an Earth-type mystical armament, more suited for such a sweltering environment. You need to be careful. Chapter 678, Flame Imps. This planet had no name. The only thing Xia Fei knew was that it was where the Flame Imps resided, but he actually had no idea just what the Flame Imps were. He could at best recreate a fairly fuzzy image of them based on Seth's words. Seth did not have Xia Fei's super speed, so the two walked at a measured pace on the scorching and parched land, one in front, the other behind. Xia Fei wondered just how he could lure Quinn out from where he was hiding as he walked. The old demon lord cleared his throat. Back in the day, those times when I came to the exiled grounds in search of Quinn, that traitor had nearly peed himself in fright. Even after I got backstabbed, the clan would always send people over regularly. Quinn must have arranged for himself a very hidden location to avoid being found. You may have to go through quite a lot of trouble if you plan on digging him out. Xia Fei nodded. He was not going to have much problem searching this planet given his speed, but if Quinn had made prior preparations and refused to show himself no matter what, then things would be rather difficult. It had been so long, and Quinn had most likely taken root on the planet at this point, sure to have acquired not just a single hiding spot. Xia Fei could not just go around digging 3 feet underground, either, as it was definitely not a good idea alerting the enemy by acting rashly. The corner of his lips curled as Xia Fei asked Oro, "Did you just say that Quinn has an old wound?" No one really knew how the flame imps managed to arrive in the lore realm, and across the colorful past of this realm, there was a period of restructure, where the leading figures in the lore realm seemed to have gone mad, desperately wanting to increase the population of the realm, so sapient life forms got accepted one after another. The flame imps were included back then, and though only the experts from their species managed to enter the circle, there was bound to be disparity between species. The fact was that the flame imp experts were weak and pathetic by comparison, completely unfit to be called law adepts. This was why there was a period of cleansing after the mass admittance, and the goal was to clear out the unqualified sapient life forms from the lore realm. Just like how a cat that had tasted fresh fish would never get rid of its taste, these unqualified sapient life forms refused to return to the low-level cosmic society after knowing just how great law power was, so they did all they could to remain in the lore realm. Plenty of species, which had been removed from the lore realm, took the risk to remain in the exiled grounds, and more joined them. There were also the experts who had made mistakes and ended up here in the exiled grounds, which was how it gradually grew into what it was today. It was a region where it was impossible to be cleaned up, becoming a third force in the lore realm. They would rather live in a piece of desolate space than leave, which showed just how great the temptation warriors had for law power. The flame imps had been sent packing from the circle during the Great Cleansing, and the many species, who were unable to adapt to such terrible environments, all got tormented pretty badly. Instead, the small flame imps very quickly acclimatized and developed, becoming a force that could not be ignored in the exiled grounds. 3 date palm trees were aligned together, and underneath these trees was 50 square meters of camel grass, half green and half yellow, looking fairly listless under the scorching sun. In the middle of the grassland was a waterhole, and underneath the yellow mud pool was where cool spring water flowed outward, creating a rare brush of greenery in this desert. As much as the flame imps had no fear of heat, allowing them to walk barefoot on the sands even during the blazing midday sun, they still needed water just like any other sapient life form. This planet was outrageously hot, and the few pieces of greenery around had all become the few and far between oases cum habitats of the flame imps. One would see tens of thousands of them all staying in the grassland, with simple tents set up everywhere for them to take refuge within, not for fear of the sun and heat but for preserving their body fluids. Several diminutive flame imps wore broad straw hats, holding weapons as they stood guard around the encampment. The flame imps had red skin and stood no taller than 1.5 meters. Their body and faces were filled with wrinkles, and no matter their age or sex, no strand of hair grew on their heads. They were all bald, with a large mouth nearly spanning from one ear to the other. Their noses were large like bulbs of garlic, looking very ugly by human standards. These flame imps have small limbs, most likely unable to do any work that requires heavy lifting. Why did you choose to capture them as slaves back then? Xia Fei asked with a raised eyebrow. Master, there's some work that the flame imps can do, such as mining mineral deposits found near magma. The temperature is great, and most slaves are found dead after working barely a handful of days, while flame imps are able to withstand the high temperatures. Plus, though they look small, they actually have a lot of strength. Most flame imps are able to move items that weighed 300 to 500 kilograms like it's child's play, making them very useful slaves. Unfortunately, they are also very crafty and ferocious, facing raids head-on. The species also inherited the law of fury, making them very hard to deal with, Seth hurriedly explained. He was afraid of Xia Fei suspecting him. Now that he had returned to the mouth of the lion's den by appearing here in Flame Imp's land, if Quinn managed to spot him, he would still have to depend on Xia Fei to save him. Taking a few steps forward, Xia Fei and Seth ended up being spotted by the sentries on duty. Several of these imps quickly blew a piercing metal flute, as a large swarm of warriors came forward, surrounded Xia Fei and Seth, grinning menacingly at them. Seth froze as he bound the black cloak around himself even tighter so that he could avoid being recognized by his foes. It was just that being so tightly wrapped caused his body temperature to rise, but Seth's cultivation was thankfully high enough and had plenty of water reserves, so he was not afraid of succumbing to heat stroke. Meanwhile, Xia Fei remained unperturbed. A flame imp wearing a helmet came walking out from the encampment. Metal would practically be melting under this scorching temperature, yet this person was not even sweating while wearing the helmet. Xia Fei could not help but be secretly amazed by this. The soldiers all parted to let this imp approach Xia Fei, calling this person Sentry Captain Seth. Another Seth? There are quite a few people in the Lore realm called Seth, hey. Xia Fei shrugged as he said this. Ever since he arrived in the Lore realm, he had met at least 800, if not 1,000, who went by the name Seth. Everyone, from law emperors to hawkers on the street, seemed to like that name. Seth did not dare answer, afraid that these imps would identify him. That was when the old demon lord chuckled. The Grand Master who discovered the law of time was called Seth, and it's been recognized as the strongest law power by the god race. From then onward, people commemorate him by giving their offspring his name, in hopes that they'll have similar successes to Seth. Forget the god race, there are quite a lot in the demon race who go by the name Seth. The flame imp warrior, who wore a helmet, had reached Xia Fei by this time, asking impatiently, "What's going on here? Who are you?" "Captain Seth, we caught some spies," one of the warriors answered as he stood at attention. Xia Fei let out a mirthless laugh. He lowered his gaze to take in this Captain Seth, even as he said in a deep voice, "To think that the flame imps would treat an apothecary like this, even calling us as spies. If I knew, I wouldn't bother making a trip out here. Let's leave." With that said, Xia Fei really turned to leave as he completely disregarded the over 100 soldiers surrounding him. These soldiers all panicked, not a single one dared to stand in his way. That was because the word apothecary was far too sacred to them. Exiled Grounds was completely unlike the Lore realm, where there was an abundance of advanced medical equipment and where anyone sick could just visit a hospital for treatment. Only those with illnesses that hospitals had no way of treating would seek apothecaries, all due to the prices that they charged. Furthermore, these people were often cantankerous and short-tempered, not at all friendly. In the Exiled Grounds, there was no such place as a hospital, and only a small number of metropolises and extremely wealthy tribes could spend an astronomical sum in building such healthcare facilities. As for apothecaries, they were even rarer. This was why Xia Fei had said he was one, causing these flame imps to deflate instantly, scratching their heads as they turned toward their captain. "You're an apothecary?" the helmeted flame imp asked, quickly squeezing a smile on his face thereafter. "Humph!" Xia Fei merely snorted, acting extremely haughty. In the Exiled Grounds, apothecaries were important figures, so of course he needed to act the part of a big shot. In the Exiled Grounds, anything that involved apothecaries would hardly be deemed minor. When Xia Fei said that he was one, he was immediately escorted to a wide tent and was made to sit before a table with a platter of fresh fruit laid out and some cold refreshments. Xia Fei was not in the least bit courteous, taking big gulps of the iced plum juice he was offered. Seth did not dare to swig his drink like Xia Fei, covering half his face with the cowl he had as he took sips. He was deathly afraid of being recognized by someone when, really, his worry was unnecessary. After Xia Fei used certain drugs to reconstruct that face of his, no one would be able to recognize him anymore. The guards looked on as Xia Fei feasted, salivating at the sight. The planet was barren. What Xia Fei was consuming were all bought from the outside world and carefully stored away, only being brought out for special guests. Xia Fei had only uttered the word apothecary and these fire imps did not even verify the truth behind his words, instantly treating him as a most distinguished guest. Thus, it could be seen just how respected an apothecary was in the Exiled Grounds. Lionheart Emperor Oro was not in a good mood like Xia Fei, feeling somewhat disgruntled as he complained, "Will this method of yours work? The wound I inflicted on Quinn was the result of my personal use of the Law of Darkness. Most apothecaries can't treat it, so this scheme of yours to tout your services to the Flame Imp may not trick Quinn, and that'll be disastrous, wasting much of what time you have." Xia Fei smiled. "Elder Oro, this method of mine is the only thing that can work. At present, the only clues we have about Quinn are his relationship with the Flame Imps and his wound. Besides these two, we don't have any means of finding out whether he's really still on this planet or not, including his exact location. As long as we win over these Flame Imps, letting them spread the word about the arrival of a miraculous apothecary everywhere. I do believe that Quinn will end up serving himself on a platter to us. Considering that the flame imps have been indebted to him after what he did, they'll surely think about him whenever they come across anything good. Who knows how many months or even years it will take if we manually search for him. There are no guarantees that we can find him that way, either. I'm sure that you were quite the force to be reckoned with when you led your men to search for Quinn in the exiled grounds all those years, but you didn't manage to locate him, did you? How else would I expect to get a different result doing so alone? Oro nodded. Fine, what you said makes quite a bit of sense. That rascal Quinn is very sharp, and when he saved those flame imps at the last second back then, it might not be due to him being informed too late but rather that he could very well have been secretly observing for a long time, only lending a hand after he realized that there wouldn't be any trouble to him. Xia Fei laughed. Just relax. Quinn has the immemorial mystical armament Phoenix Tail Stone, the Law of Life, the exquisite war armor Enigmatic Autumn Sun, the Blood Swallow Gem, which can help me promote to become a Law Emperor, and some of those treasures that you are unwilling to tell me the names of. There's no way I'm about to let such fat prey go, since everything will belong to me once I kill him. The old demon lord panicked. I never said you could take them all. Xia Fei laughed, ignoring Oro as the latter grumbled. Just as Xia Fei was yearning to get his hands on all those precious treasures, he suddenly heard a frustrated voice coming from outside the tent, Men. The person inside is a quack. Apprehend him. Xia Fei's expression turned cold as he threw an unfriendly gaze outside the tent. Chapter 679, God of Medicine's Disciple. The tent was open, as a figure in his 40s came striding into the tent. From his appearance, it was evident that he was not a flame imp, for he was tall and his skin was snowy white, closely resembling a human being. His rather wide and upturned nose had fairly large holes. His ears were circular and small, looking very much like two bicycle bells, which hung on the two sides of his head. This person, who had thrown a fit after a single glance at Xia Fei from outside the tent, pointed at him with one hand, yelling at the guards by the entrance, "This person here is a quack. Apprehend him." Xia Fei was a little surprised, eyeing this man with a cold gaze. Indeed, Xia Fei had not gotten the qualification to be an apothecary but had learned quite a bit of pharmaceutical knowledge after his years spent with Phantom, so much so that even a properly licensed apothecary might not be his match. This person had managed to see that Xia Fei was an impostor with just a single glance. For someone to have so easily jumped to this conclusion, Xia Fei could not help but suspect that this was not done out of good intentions. The guards hesitated. Xia Fei and Seth had just been invited to the tent. Their butts had not even warmed their seats, yet someone was already asking them to be apprehended. Just how inappropriate would this be? Humph! The middle-aged man harumphed and folded his arms. His eyes stared coldly at the guards standing by the entrance. What are you all standing around for? I'm not one to repeat my words again. When the king comes looking for blame later, you people had better worry about your heads. These guards all felt a shiver run down their spines as they bit the bullet and entered the tent. One took out the rope by his waist and moved to tie up Xia Fei. Seth warily got up, putting a hand under his cloak as he got ready to retrieve his weapon and fight it out. While this man was absolutely frightened of Quinn, he hardly gave these squat flame imps a second thought. Xia Fei smiled and took a swig of the sour plum juice with one hand while holding his other hand to hold Seth back. He sneered. Actually daring to apprehend a noble apothecary, I'm afraid that you'll all be in trouble once your chieftain finds out. He uttered this rather softly, placing emphasis on the word apothecary, causing everyone to prick their ears up earnestly. Apothecaries were very important figures in the exiled grounds. These guards of course did not dare to raise a hand against one, so they just stood rooted to the spot, troubled on both sides. They looked at Xia Fei stony-faced and at the middle-aged man. I said to apprehend him. Are you all deaf? Xia Fei laughed, not lifting his head to even spare a glance as he put on airs, pride visibly etched on his face. The more he acted as if he did not care about the guards, the more troubled they all felt. His composure and poise was not fake. Had he not had genuine confidence, there would be no way he could have displayed such calmness at this point. The middle-aged man kept coercing the guards to act, while Xia Fei's indifference to everything around him only made them not dare to make a move. In just a few seconds, the heads of the guards began dripping cold sweat, looking miserable like they were roasted ducks that had been stuck in an oven to be cooked alive. Right when these four guards were about to collapse from chagrin, their savior finally appeared. Xia Fei saw a fat-headed and big-eared flame imp, who had silver rings all over his body, being helped into the big tent by several very ugly maids. This person excitedly asked, "And just who is this noble apothecary?" Seth had already explained to Xia Fei that the king of the flame imps loved adorning himself with metal rings all over his body to show off his status, which meant that this individual in front of him was none other than the tribal chieftain. Most flame imps were just 1.5 meters tall, weighing no more than 70 kilograms. While this tribal chieftain was not any taller than people of his species, his fat and meaty figure made him look like a bunch of grapes. His body shook as he walked, and Xia Fei reckoned that he weighed 300 kilograms at least. Having a body that weighed 300 kilograms yet only stood at a height of 1.5 meters, what kind of being was this? This was practically just a mound of flesh. As such, all the silver rings adorning his entire body made every step he took excruciating, even requiring people to assist him as he walked. Evidently, this tribal chieftain lived his day-to-day life pampered and domineering. Xia Fei smiled as he got up, offering a cupped fist to the chieftain. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. "I'm Apothecary Xia Fei. I happen to have made my way past this place today, so I decided to swing by for a visit to the great chieftain." The chieftain was mildly taken aback, most likely never having imagined that Xia Fei would be so young. He quickly pushed the maids beside him away as he took 2 steps forward to approach Xia Fei. "Yes, Master Xia Fei. I'm sure you're weary from your travels. I welcome you to my Flame Imps tribe. I am Chieftain Jun." "Chieftain Jun, how do you do?" Xia Fei said as he offered another cupped fist. "It is the Flame Imp's honor to be graced by such a distinguished figure's visit. Please, just call me Jun and don't stand in ceremony with us, Master," Jun said with a big smile on his face. Because he was too fat, that smile from his fleshy face caused his 2 eyes to bulge while his lips formed a thin line. Standing at the side, the middle-aged man was irked when he saw how respectfully the chieftain had treated Xia Fei. With his arms still folded in front of him, he gave a cold snort. Jun turned around and saw the livid expression on the middle-aged man's face, looking like he was angry, so he had to take 2 more steps over, softly telling him, "So Master Lu is also here. Look at me, so busy receiving guests that I didn't see you. Please, take a seat, quick." The guests and the owner sat inside this big tent of the Flame Imps tribe. Chieftain Jun was, of course, seated at the head. This tribe station's military advisor was next to him, and besides those maids attending to him, he was a Flame Imp who went by the name of Joey. Joey, who appeared older, seemed fairly shrewd. Joey happened to be there when Master Lu and Xia Fei got into an altercation, and he subsequently left in a hurry. In no time, Chieftain Jun came rushing in, most likely having been called by Joey, which only showed just how astute and sufficiently cautious the imp was, for he did not call Xia Fei to be beaten the moment he heard what Master Lu said. Master Lu's face went frigid, and his attitude became prideful. Not only did he disregard Xia Fei, he did not seem to show much care for Chieftain Jun, either. Instead, it was Jun who showed a measure of respect to Master Lu, constantly trying to brown-nose the man. "Master Xia Fei, to think you'd become an accomplished apothecary despite your young age. I wonder what business you are attending to have found yourself on our land?" Jun asked with a broad smile. "It's true that he is very young, but I think that his credentials as an apothecary is false." Master Lu dropped a lukewarm comment from the side. It was clear that Jun was in a fairly awkward spot. His smile instantly froze, though Xia Fei thought nothing of the comment, simply treating Master Lu like air. Xia Fei very casually answered, "I heard that this is a place that produces fire plums, and I happen to need a batch of them for my medicinal concoctions, which is why I've traveled all the way out here." Jun chortled. "That's right. The fire plums are indeed our speciality. In fact, that iced sour plum juice before you was made with fire plums, and it's specifically used to entertain the noble guests that Flame Imps host. Unfortunately, despite the fire plums being quality products, the rate of their production is far too low." Xia Fei's eyebrows relaxed as he laughed along. "Chieftain Jun, please don't worry. Since I especially made my way here to retrieve some fire plums, I will of course not just take them for free. I'm more than happy to use my medical services to the best of my ability in exchange for the fire plums." Speaking of, the fire plums here were indeed very decent. Anyone would think that they were heat-bearing fruits from their name, when actually they bore traits of gentle chill. They even had an effect of detoxification and suppressing heat, so both Xia Fei and Seth felt a lot more refreshed after drinking that sour plum juice they had been served with. Chieftain Jun and his military advisor, Joey, exchanged looks, whispering to each other for a while, seemingly having a serious discussion between the two of them. The expression on their faces did seem like they were somewhat troubled. That was when Master Lu, who had not said a word, suddenly posed a question. Since you call yourself an apothecary, may I ask which family you studied with and what is their level? The art of apothecary had levels and inheritance, and with Master Lu asking such a question, Jun and Joey both turned towards Xia Fei as well, their eyes looking at him questioningly. Xia Fei smiled. My master's unnamed and I have no level. Jun instantly became somewhat vexed when he heard this. It turned out that this newcomer was a wandering apothecary, who did not even have any level to speak of. Being unwilling to provide his master's name could only mean one thing, too. Xia Fei's master was definitely someone who had not made a name for himself. Clap 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 clap. Master Lu began clapping wildly as he broke out into raucous laughter, turning to Jun and saying, I told you, this man is nothing but a quack. He has no skill to speak of and just goes around to remote locations to deceive people. Surely, the chieftain believes me now, right? Though Jun did not make any sound, it was apparent that his rage was building from the look in his eye. However, Xia Fei was unfazed. Master Lu, why are you calling me a quack? Where's your proof? Humph. An apothecary needs to spend decades gruelingly studying the profession, and at best, you'll be a mere novice at your age. To think that you dared to impersonate an apothecary master. Master Lu slapped the table with great force as he made his case. Xia Fei chuckled, taking exception to his statement. Only a fool will take decades of study, and there's no guarantee one can become an apothecary even if they spend several decades practicing hard, either. Master Lu, how could you make your case with just age? By your words, someone older will surely be an expert, right? Why is it that there are some who are never qualified to become apothecaries despite spending all their lives studying? Age is proof of how long someone lives, and it proves nothing else. Everyone was shocked. Xia Fei's words made sense. Whether someone qualified as an apothecary or not could of course only be proven by their craft in the field of pharmacology. Nobody should be judged by their looks alone. Xia Fei had no intention of stopping right there, though. Pausing for just a moment, he pressed on. Master Lu, since you claimed that I am a quack, may I ask who's your master and what's your level? Master Lu appeared all proud as he raised his two hands and solemnly replied, my master is the exiled grounds god of medicine, Chen Ziqiang. I am not as well versed in the craft like my master and am just a level 2 apothecary. As soon as he finished introducing himself, Xia Fei reached out one hand and mockingly asked, show me. Show you what? A license that states you're a level 2 apothecary. Xia Fei smirked. Master Lu's face instantly turned purple as he defended himself. This here is exiled grounds, and there's no apothecary association to speak of. Why would I have a license? Xia Fei sniggered darkly. If you have no license, how can you call yourself a level 2 apothecary? Are you perhaps the quack yourself? Bang! Master Lu was beside himself with anger, kicking the small table set in front of him, causing the juice to splash onto the ground. Those guards watching felt their hearts break witnessing this waste. Xia Fei ignored the fuming Master Lu, turning toward Jun and saying, Chieftain, we are in exiled grounds, so unless the apothecary in question has fled from the two peak races, no one will have any license to speak of, nor will they have any level. Master Lu proclaimed himself to be a level 2 apothecary when he's clearly just trying to fool you. Master Lu became even more unhappy upon hearing Xia Fei's words, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he yelled, my level has been given to me by my master, Chen Ziqiang, a personal evaluation from the master himself. You're clearly disrespecting my elder with your words right now. Your master can't replace the apothecary association, so the fact of the matter is that you have no level to speak of. Even the heavenly master Laozi can't help you if you invoke his name. Xia Fei crooked his head and said, tossing a peach right into his mouth to munch on, his disdainful attitude on full display. Chapter 680, Healing All Kinds of Illnesses in the World. Xia Fei and Master Lu had gotten into an awful quarrel, and the ones with the biggest headache over the mess were Chieftain Jun and Advisor Joey. Apothecaries were very valuable in the exiled grounds, and they did not dare to offend a single one. After all, the exiled grounds was experiencing a long-term lack of medicines and hoped that apothecaries would occasionally come by so that they could buy medicines. If today's matter got out and the apothecaries came to believe that the flame imps did not treat apothecaries well and stopped coming here, this would be a huge problem. It was inevitable that people would get sick in such a poor environment, and if there was not one apothecary to help out, what would happen if someone got infected with some contagious disease? The entire tribe would suffer a disaster. Alas, Master Lu was clearly not someone who was easy to deal with, and Xia Fei was even more troublesome than that. He fully believed that he was in the right and was unwilling to let the matter go, putting the squeeze on Master Lu. At this time, Master Lu had lost all the demeanor of a master, fuming and howling so much that his face had turned green and purple. Chieftain Jun had a helpless look on his face as he scratched his head in frustration. What do we do? What do we do here? Jun looked to Joey for help. Joey was an advisor and the most cultured individual in the Flame Imp tribe. He simply looked around and immediately had an idea. He bowed low and came forward, beaming as he led Master Lu back into his seat. Xia Fei did not care that much. In this day and age, there were few people who could beat him in a war of words. Be it pharmacological theory or medicinal theory or simply a battle of wits, this Master Lu was no match for him. In the middle-aged man's frustration and melancholy, he wanted nothing more than to find a crack to hide in. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and continued to sit back in his chair carefreely, spewing out clouds of smoke. He smiled at Master Lu, who was so angry that he was shuddering, but the man was unable to say a word. Seth secretly gave him a thumbs up. Master, I didn't think that you really did understand pharmacology. This Lu fellow must have been delusional if he thought that he could beat you in this field. Xia Fei smiled and said nothing. Just now, Master Lu had intentionally turned the topic to pharmacology in hopes of exposing Xia Fei, thus showing that Xia Fei was a fraud apothecary. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Xia Fei. His several years of studying pharmacology had not gone to waste, and after meeting Sentinel Goddess Sophie, he had a vast sea of knowledge available to him. While Xia Fei did not dare to claim that he was some divine doctor, at the very least, he could hold his own against other apothecaries. Master Lu, who had been trying to win points, had ultimately ended up being humiliated, instead. In truth, he was just a lousy doctor with crude skills and little real ability. It was a good thing for him that apothecaries were rare in the exiled grounds, allowing him to get by with his paltry skills. Wherever he went, he was worshipped like an ancestor, and everyone afraid that they might offend him. The reason he had taken Xia Fei for a fraud as soon as he saw him had nothing to do with his experience. It was true that his master was medicine god Chen Ziqiang. Alas, Lu Jian had been born stupid. He had studied under Chen Ziqiang for 14 years but had only managed to achieve some minor progress. Chen Ziqiang saw at a glance that there was no teaching this disciple, so he hoodwinked him with the title of a level 2 apothecary and said that he could set up his own practice. Lu Jian naturally knew that his master did not want to deal with him anymore, but since his master had spoken, he had no face to stick around. Chen Ziqiang was a renowned apothecary in the exiled grounds, and he had many disciples, all of whom were much better than Lu Jian and looked down on him. Lu Jian hated those self-righteous fellow disciples of his, particularly those who were both younger and better than him. Thus, when he saw the young Xia Fei, he immediately grew furious as he recalled all the humiliation he had received back at his master's place, so he desperately wanted to prove that Xia Fei was a fake apothecary. After their argument, even a fool could tell that Xia Fei was not a fraud. Although these flame imps did not understand all that obscure professional terminology, they could tell from their facial expressions. Xia Fei had been smiling the entire time, fielding whatever questions from Master Lu. On the other hand, Master Lu would frequently pause to think about what Xia Fei was saying. Who was the superior was obvious. Advisor Joey dryly coughed, a troubled look on his face as he said to Xia Fei, "I will be frank with you. Not too long ago, a strongman started making trouble in the Flame Imp territory, leading to massive casualties in our species. The current situation is too terrible to behold." Xia Fei smiled as he glanced at Seth, just in time to see this fellow dropping his head. It was obvious that this so-called strongman who had caused trouble was Seth. The mention of this topic made him think of Quinn and the immemorial mystical armament Phoenix Tail Stone in the latter's possession. His hands and feet went cold as a result. "My two distinguished apothecaries, it is the duty of people in your profession to assist those in distress. There are many among our people who require treatment. May the two of you be magnanimous enough to save our suffering members first? As for your argument, it has its origins in pharmacology. This one doesn't understand pharmacology, but I feel that since this is an argument over pharmacology, why don't we see who is the better one through the treatment process? Joey excitedly asked. This was truly not some good-for-nothing advisor, for Joey truly was clever enough. His meaning was, since they could argue endlessly to no result, it would be better to compete in actual skill. Whoever treated patients more quickly and better would be the formidable one. If they really did this, the flame imps would be the true beneficiaries. When Seth had caused quite a stir when he arrived to enslave the population, though he ultimately failed to take anyone, he had left many of the flame imps badly injured, and there were many patients still awaiting treatment. Once Xia Fei and Master Lu began to compete in medical skills, they would undoubtedly want to see who could treat patients faster and better. In this contest, the common folks of their species would truly benefit. Chieftain Jun hastily said, Joey is right. We, flame imps, have always been very respectful toward apothecaries. I am willing to double the consultation fee out of respect for my two honored guests. Lu Jian was startled. He had come this time to make money. His argument with Xia Fei was entirely because the latter's youth had made him recall a painful part of his past and lose his self-control. After the argument just now, Lu Jian was certain that Xia Fei was an apothecary and a rather good one at that. Xia Fei's pharmacology was inherited from the assassin sect, which emphasized on using everything to its limit. Normal apothecaries found it hard to understand its mysteries, and Master Lu had been left utterly baffled. Xia Fei smiled. Since that is the case, it will be remiss of me to decline. I don't want money. I only need the fire plums. Xia Fei found Lu Jian very annoying, but he had no plans on getting too entangled with him. His goal was to lure out Qin. As long as he could get the blood swallow gem in Qin's possession, he could advance to Law Emperor. As for everything else, he could let it go. Master Lu snorted. Humph. Since my junior agreed, why should I care? Don't think that I'm afraid of anybody. Jun and Joey were overjoyed. To obtain the aid of two apothecaries so easily was unheard of in the history of the flame imps. A sumptuous meal was served thereafter. Jun raised his cup and loudly said, Come. A toast to the two of you. It is already late, and there will be plenty of time for treatment tomorrow. In the hazy daylight, two tents were set up in the flame imps' camp, and the injured and wounded were already forming a line outside. Apothecaries were esteemed figures who could not possibly remain in such a poor and remote area for long. There was no telling when they might just up and leave. To get treatment, it was best to come as early as possible. Xia Fei and Master Lu were not flame imps, so they were less resistant to the heat. Chieftain Jun had ordered his people to take good care of them in the tents, providing them iced drinks and fruits to enjoy whenever the two pleased. Lu Jian had already entered his tent to take a look at the patients and prepare medicine. Still harboring resentment, he was naturally very unwilling to lose to Xia Fei. Moreover, each patient meant money. He had exploited the dire state of the flame imps to ask for a high price, and the flame imps had no choice but to accept, considering all the injured members they had. If he finished treating all 1,000 of these patients, he would be rich. After setting out all his tools, Lu Jian opened up his clinic to a chorus of cheers. Besides his guards, he also had a clerk to keep records for payment later. The sun was soon high in the sky. Lu Jian finished with a patient and asked the clerk, How many have I treated so far? The clerk hurriedly answered, Master, you have already treated 57. Truly divine speed. Lu Jian smugly laughed. It's nothing. What about the other side? He was naturally talking about Xia Fei. When it came to making money, Lu Jian would not fall behind, nor was he willing to lose to Xia Fei. Thus, he was very concerned about how many patients Xia Fei had treated. Master, please have some juice while I go and look. The clerk offered some iced sour plum juice and then quickly hurried away. The two tents were right next to each other, but the clerk was gone for 10-some minutes. Lu Jian became rather sullen. He could not see anything inside the tent, so he had no idea what the situation outside was. At this moment, the clerk jogged back into the tent, an unhappy look on his face. How was it? Lu Jian asked, feigning indifference. Let's not even talk about. That Master Fei didn't even come. His slave was just sitting there in the tent. When I asked when Master Fei would be back, he said that he didn't know. All he did was push everyone over to us. What's going on here? The clerk shook his head and reported. Lu Jian was delighted, smugly saying, It's quite simple. Someone boasted too much yet couldn't pay the bill, they obviously don't dare to show their face. The clerk was stunned. Are you saying that Master Fei lacks the treatment skills, so he doesn't dare come? Liu Jian raised an eyebrow, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes unfurling as he smiled. In the end, he's still too young and doesn't know his own abilities. He really believed himself to be really something. If he knew what today would be like, he wouldn't have boasted so much, Liu Jian said in a showy manner. The clerk repeatedly nodded. You're right. In the end, you are the one with abundant experience. The people outside have already spread the word of your impressive medical skills. It's even spread to other tribes, and their people are also coming here. Is that true? How could I lie? They all said that you're a legendary divine doctor, someone on par with Chen Ziqiang. That's too much, too much. Divine Dr. Chen is my master. As his disciple, I can't possibly surpass him, Liu Jian said, though he seemed rather pleased by all this praise. Liu Jian was certain that Xia Fei was so afraid of him that he did not dare to open his clinic. His mood got better and better, and in a flash, he finished treating 137 patients. It was soon afternoon. Liu Jian was still uneasy about Xia Fei, worried that he would try some trick, so he once more sent his clerk to see what was going on. A few moments later, the clerk returned with a confused frown. What's up? That Master Fei came, he even put up a sign saying that he can heal all illnesses in the world. Nonsense! Liu Jian got so angry that he jumped out of his chair and snatched a cup of ice fruit juice. Arrogant! Arrogant to the extreme! Not even my master would dare to say that he could heal all illnesses in the world. What right did a young unorthodox apothecary like him have to make such bold claims? How many patients has he treated? Not a single one. They continue to send people over to you, the clerk cautiously said. Liu Jian laughed. So that kid's really just an empty boaster. He doesn't dare to open his clinic, but he dares to make such bold claims. I'll go and have a good laugh at him after this. After some hesitation, the clerk said, Apothecary Fei didn't say that his clinic is closed. Then what did he mean? It's already afternoon, but he hasn't seen a single patient. He said. Said what? He said that he'll leave the ordinary injuries for you to treat and to only come to him if there's an injury you can't treat, the clerk said in the softest tone possible. Cough. Liu Jian spat out the juice he had been drinking, his eyes almost bursting out of their sockets. Chapter 681, Brain Region Blockage. Liu Jian found it impossible to remain composed. With his face dark, he walked out of his tent and saw that several patients were still reluctant to leave Xia Fei's tent. There were many of them, and there was also a long line in front of Liu Jian's tent. Who knew how long they would have to wait until it was their turn? Thus, they continued to seek Xia Fei's help. Everyone, you should first seek treatment from Master Liu. If he's unable to help, then you can come find me, Xia Fei genially told the queuing patients while he sat in a chair and sipped sour plum juice leisurely. Even though these people were very unhappy, they all knew that apothecaries were important individuals. They did not dare to argue against Xia Fei and could only resentfully go home. There was no hope of getting treatment from Liu Jian today, for there were still many people in line. With a grim face, Liu Jian walked over to Xia Fei's tent and pointed at that sign declaring healing all kinds of illness in the world. What do you mean by that? Xia Fei smiled. This is the language commonly used in the law realm. Does Master Liu not understand it? Liu Jian coldly grunted. No one in the universe is capable of healing all kinds of illnesses. Not even Master Chen Ziqiang would dare to claim such an absurd thing. He spoke with such volume that the people standing in line and the guards all turned to look. An argument between two esteemed apothecaries was rare to see, and everyone wanted to spectate. Xia Fei shook his head and nonchalantly said, I put up this sign, so it's my promise to everyone. What does it matter to me what your master can or can't do? Master Liu, I advise that you stop trying to frighten others with the name of your master whenever you get the chance. It may not always have the intimidating effect you think it has. Good, good, good. Liu Jian was so angry that he trembled as he thrust his finger at Xia Fei. Even if you could really heal all illnesses in the world, why is your clinic not open? Why are you sending everyone to me? Xia Fei helplessly spread apart his hands. Isn't this good, though? Chieftain Jun is paying, and the more patients you treat, the more money you make. Besides, if you can treat these patients, why do I need to do anything? It's only when Master Liu lack the ability to heal someone then it's my turn to come forward. From start to finish, Xia Fei had been conversing with Liu Jian with a smile, but the latter only got angrier and angrier. Xia Fei's intentions were blatantly clear. He was only having Liu Jian look at the patients first to support his business. This was refusing to use a bull knife to butcher a kitchen. Xia Fei had never intended to compete with Liu Jian directly because he did not deserve it. Seeing Liu Jian almost going crazy from anger, Xia Fei lightly smiled. There was a wooden bucket on the side of the road, and Liu Jian kicked it, sending the bucket rolling several meters away. Liu Jian's face was ashen as he limped back to his tent. Truly, when it rained, it poured. Just then, he accidentally twisted his ankle. Seth whispered to Xia Fei, "Master, why are you doing this? This is Master Chen Ziqiang's disciple. We can't afford to get into a dispute with him, can we?" Chen Ziqiang had quite the reputation in the exiled grounds. That was not because this top-class apothecary with the title of Divine Doctor was very strong, but because he could muster a terrifying force. Many of the mercenary groups in the exiled grounds had enjoyed the Divine Doctor's kindness. He could just give the order to summon them immediately. Even the strongest warriors had to show Divine Dr. Chen some respect. Xia Fei casually said, "This Mr. Liu was the one kicking up a fuss in the first place. Besides, we came here with another goal in mind. We must act very conspicuously so that we can draw the venomous snake out of the grass. Relax. I have a plan. Let's tire out that little fool, Liu Jian, first." Liu Jian was incensed. Frankly speaking, this apothecary really was not that smart. In a situation like this, the right response was to just leave. It was not as if Jun would be bold enough to stop him. In this way, Xia Fei's plan would fail and he would have to treat the patients of the Flame Imps tribe one by one. Alas, Master Liu decided to do the complete opposite. He did his utmost to treat the patients as quickly as possible. Did Xia Fei not want to treat the patients that he could not? Liu Jian decided not to give Xia Fei that chance. Contrast was important for everything, and Liu Jian's sudden appearance had made Xia Fei notice an opportunity. Normal methods would have made it very difficult to lure Qin out, but with Liu Jian, things had changed. Liu Jian was Chen Ziqiang's disciple, and whether or not he had any actual talent to back that up, this title alone meant that no one dared to look down on him. If Xia Fei knocked him over with one strike, people would naturally draw a connection between him and Liu Jian's master, Chen Ziqiang, believing that he was on the same level as the Divine Doctor. Once this matter reached Qin's ears, he would probably be tempted to act. Next. Liu Jian sternly called. The fire burning in his belly pressed him onward, moving so quickly that he did not even have the time to wipe off his sweat, and the flames spewing out of his eyes making it so that the patients did not dare to even breathe too loudly. Fortunately, most of the patients had external injuries, which were not difficult at all for an apothecary to treat. Even a lousy apothecary lacking in skills like Liu Jian could deal with them. Throughout the day, he truly had not encountered any difficult patients. At this time, a female flame imp cautiously entered the tent with her son, a fearful look on her face. "What is your illness?" Liu Jian sternly asked. "And no illness," the woman whispered. Liu Jian almost fell unconscious on the spot. He fumed. "If you're not sick, what are you coming here for? Guards, take her out." The two guards grabbed the woman by her arms and prepared to throw her out. The woman panicked and prostrated on the ground. "Miss, what are you doing? Please go home." This woman's husband had died in the conflict started by Seth. One of the guards recognized her and found her situation truly pitiable, so he spoke up. In the barbaric exiled grounds, a woman without a man to rely normally would not have a good end. What awaited this mother-son pair was either banishment from the tribe or serving as a concubine to another man. "Master Liu, please. I beg you. Help my steward open his 7th brain region. He's already 16, but no matter how much he cultivates, he can't open his brain region. If he can't become a warrior, we'll be driven out of the tribe." Liu Jian was startled and inspected the youth. Although he was already 16, he was extremely thin and short, around a meter tall. He was more like a child. When did he begin his cultivation of the Stardust Mantra? Liu Jian asked as he lifted the youth's arm with one hand. The woman saw that Liu Jian was attending to her son. She wiped away her tears and replied, "At 6 years old. His father was a warrior, and he started teaching steward from a very young age. 10 years without opening." Liu Jian's face turned grim. "Has he taken a gene optimization fluid?" Yes, yes. Our entire family worked night and day for that little bottle of medicine, only subsisting on just one meal a day, but it's still of no use. Lu Jian released a sliver of mental energy into the youth's brain region. The woman anxiously waited for the news, every twitch of Lu Jian's eyebrows causing her heart to thump. The common folk around also looked forward to the report. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Fruitnoelo. A few moments later, Lu Jian put down Stuart's hand and his brows furrowed. It's no good. If you hadn't taken the gene optimization fluid, there would have still been some hope. Alas, the medicine wasn't strong enough. Not only did it fail to break the barrier, it turned into sediment. That's comparable to building a dam on a river. By taking the gene optimization fluid, you're trying to blow open the dam and let the water out, but when the dam explodes, it will collapse into the river. Not even a god can salvage this situation now. Go back. Your son has no hope of becoming a warrior in this lifetime, Lu Jian said with a sigh. The youth desperately clenched his fists, his nails drawing blood as they dug into his palms, while his mother howled in grief. The crowd and the guards all sighed, all of them expressing sympathy for Stuart and his mother. In truth, Lu Jian was not the first apothecary to announce Stuart's death sentence. Though the Flame Imp's tribe was in a remote area, it would still be visited by an apothecary once every 1 or 2 years. Lu Jian was simply repeating the same prognosis. Suddenly, Lu Jian had an idea and said to the mother-son pair, Master Xia Fei next door might have a way. Really? Master Xia Fei can cure my son's brain region blockage, the woman trembled as she frantically asked. Lu Jian put on a naughty smile as he slyly replied, of course. You saw the sign outside his tent, healing all kinds of illnesses in the world. I happened to be rather tired, so I was planning to stop for today. Everyone, go back and return tomorrow. I'll take Stuart and his mother to Master Xia Fei and see if that divine doctor can bring about a miracle. Lu Jian burst into a laugh, a day's exhaustion completely wiped away as he began to anticipate the amusing scene which was about to take place. The thought of Xia Fei making a fool of himself brought joy to his heart. He even planned to burn Xia Fei's sign declaring that he could heal all sorts of illnesses just to teach the young man a lesson. What? Say that again. Lu Jian's eyes widened as he asked. Xia Fei smiled as he repeated, I said that this youth's illness is completely curable. The Flame Imp's tribe exploded into an uproar. The patients, who had lined up today, had not dispersed, instead gathering around Xia Fei's tent to see if Master Xia Fei, who could heal all sorts of illnesses in the world, was really that formidable. Many people knew about Stuart's condition, and several apothecaries had already declared that he was doomed. Now, Xia Fei was saying that Stuart's blocked 7th brain region was curable? This was far too shocking. He has a blockage, and at his age, his brain region is on the verge of completing its formation, yet you say that you can cure him. Lu Jian did not believe it one bit as he loudly spoke. Xia Fei completely ignored him. He stroked a finger across his spatial ring, swiftly taking out dozens of medicinal ingredients and placing them on the table. Lu Jian felt his face growing hot. They were both apothecaries, and it was absolutely taboo to ask another apothecary about the recipe for their prescription. Any apothecary would always mix their medicines in secret for fear that others might learn their techniques, but Xia Fei clearly did not intend to hide anything from Lu Jian. Thus, Lu Jian thickened his skin and shamelessly watched from the side. Xia Fei craftily smiled. It was true that apothecaries feared their prescriptions getting out, but Xia Fei was not afraid. The method for mixing such extremely powerful medicines could not be determined through naked eyes. Each step was extremely important, and even the time of adding herbs and the speed at which the liquid was stirred were profound secrets by themselves. If Lu Jian tried to imitate him, not only would he fail to create proper medicine, he would end up brewing poison, instead. At which point, it would be too late for regrets. It was actually quite the coincidence. Xia Fei himself suffered from damage to his brain region, so he had invested a great deal of effort into repairing it, far more than he had devoted to other domains. He had even managed to develop the heaven-defying gene optimization fluid Seraph, a clear sign of the immense effort he had put into this field. The youth Stuart's brain region had a blockage, and irresponsible use of medicine afterward had resulted in his brain region becoming completely sealed. This was not exactly an easy illness for Xia Fei to treat, but he was not completely helpless. The dizzying medicinal preparation took only a few minutes to complete. Xia Fei truly had the air of a master as he worked. Even Liu Jian had to admit that Xia Fei had a firm grasp over every step of the process, something that could not be done without years of practice. Xia Fei gave Stewart a bottle of clear liquid. Drink it. It may taste a little bitter, and when the medicine starts working, you'll feel a chill throughout your entire body. As long as you endure through this trial, the brain region blockage will be cleared, Xia Fei said lightly. The youth firmly nodded. As he glanced at his expectant mother, his eyes flashed with resolve. Liu Jian's gaze was sharp and sinister. Even though he was not that skilled in pharmacology, he could identify the many strong herbs Xia Fei had used in this medicine, and that there were some which had conflicting natures. This medicine is just poison. Liu Jian mentally roared. Gulp. Stewart raised his head and downed the bottle's entire content. The medicine was truly very bitter, and he spat out his tongue once he was done drinking it. There was a bowl of sour plum juice on the table, and Stewart immediately reached out for it. You can't drink. The fire plum fruit's acidity will neutralize the medicinal effect. All you can do is endure. Xia Fei rebuked sternly. Stewart's complexion gradually turned ruddy, and his hands began to grip his throat in immense pain. A few minutes later, his complexion turned wan and his lips turned purple, his body beginning to shiver. In truth, Xia Fei had already improved this medicine a lot. Several years ago, when Xia Fei first started studying pharmacology, all the medicine he made from the prescription Phantom had given him was far more difficult to drink, inducing far greater pain. There was a time when Xia Fei had almost been driven mad by the pain. There was nothing to be done. Medicines created from such extreme methods were just this painful. Like scraping the bones to cure an illness, the greatest pain also brought the greatest curative effect. This was where the magic of Xia Fei's method was. Thud. In the end, Stewart was still rather young and had an average constitution, so he finally collapsed to the ground and began to moan in pain, white froth emerging from his mouth. The crowd began to look at Xia Fei with unfriendly gazes, and the mother went to her son's side and began to shout his name. The waiting Liu Jian finally saw his moment and jumped out of the crowd, pointing at Xia Fei's nose and shouting, "Flame imp friends, this man is a fraud. The medicine he gave Stewart is really just poison." "What? Poison? Are you an apothecary or not? This widow and her son have already been through a lot. Why would you give the boy poison?" The common folk were the most easily deceived mob. Liu Jian's slight instigation had all the flame imps staring daggers at Xia Fei. Someone even grabbed that sign declaring that Xia Fei could cure all types of illnesses and smashed it to bits. The crowd was agitated and restless, and their spears were pointed at Xia Fei. Chapter 682, Everyone with Ulterior Motives. Crash. Xia Fei's sign, which declared that he could heal all types of illnesses, was made from sand willow wood. Several warriors, overcome with anger, immediately smashed the sign to bits. "And you claim that you can heal all illnesses? You're just a quack," a muscular flame imp warrior stomped on the sign as he bellowed. Seth stood in front of Xia Fei, glaring as he shouted, "Are you trying to start a revolt?" This move not only failed to suppress the public anger but incited even more bellows of fury from the crowd. Xia Fei smiled and pulled Seth back, apparently not worried about how these people were acting. Liu Jian, thinking that Xia Fei was afraid, attempted to rile up the crowd even more. There were many flame imps present, and if they killed Xia Fei in rage, Chieftain Jun would find it very hard to assign blame to any particular person. After all, the law could not punish the masses. "Son, what's wrong? Can you talk?" The mother's heart-wrenching voice resounded in everyone's hearts. As Liu Jian egged on the crowd further, the ignorant onlookers began to approach Xia Fei slowly. Seth clenched his fists. There were several thousand people in here, and many of them were law adepts of the Flame Imps tribe. If a fight broke out, it would certainly be a messy one. The situation was getting more and more serious, and some were even starting to throw hard objects at Xia Fei. Seth stood at Xia Fei's side and blocked these attacks again and again. Someone even threw a pair of stinky shoes. "What do we do? Why don't I just kill them all?" Seth crouched next to Xia Fei and whispered. He had endured it all this time, refusing to use the crag defense. It wasn't that long since he had attempted to enslave the Flame Imps, and there were few warriors with the protection law. If he used it, he would undoubtedly be recognized. One careless move and the whole game is lost. "Endure," Xia Fei sternly ordered. "Arg!" Seth sighed and stomped his feet. The crowd had already pushed their way into the tent and were only several meters away from Xia Fei. The guards anxiously scratched their heads, at a loss on what to do. This was essentially mob violence. Although they had the duty of protecting Xia Fei, they did not dare to oppose so many people. In this perilous moment, someone had gone to inform Chieftain Jun and advisor Joey. Alas, those were distant waters unable to quench the nearby thirst. By the time they arrived, this place would have probably descended into utter chaos. Now that he was done provoking the crowd, Liu Jian retreated into the shadows and secretly chuckled to himself. You can't run away this time. Boast as much as you want. Healing all sorts of illnesses in the world? Think about a way to get out of this predicament first. Suddenly, in the middle of the crowd's agitation, when it could erupt at any moment, the mother's shrill cry was heard. Son, you're awake. The crowd heard this and looked over at Stuart. The youth's body was covered in sweat, and he appeared like someone who was just beginning to recover from a serious illness. However, though his body was weak, his eyes were particularly energetic. He called his mother. Xia Fei stood up, his face grim as he said, All of you, stand aside. His voice was low and carried an invisible majesty that no one could resist. Whoosh! The crowd's anger rose quickly, and it dissipated even more quickly. With incredible speed, they withdrew from the tent and anxiously watched Xia Fei and Stuart. Xia Fei walked over, squatted, and placed a finger on Stuart's temple. He closed his eyes and used his mental energy to inspect Stuart's seventh brain region. A few moments later, Xia Fei put down his arm and gave a smiling nod. The blockage has been cleared, but as too much time has passed, the brain region has been severely damaged, so you've only reached 27% opening. In the future, if you diligently cultivate, you may be able to become a standard law warrior, but there's no hope of reaching the elite level. The place became eerily silent, even the sound of breathing was suppressed. No one dared to believe it. Several apothecaries had already proclaimed that there was no saving Stuart, but Xia Fei had cured him. It was also to a level where the boy could use 27% of his brain region. Thank you. Stuart was still young, so it took some time for him to come up with these two words. The gratitude was written all over his face, and his mother was moved to tears, sobbing so much that she could not even speak. Go back and rest. I'll mix a few bottles of medicine for you, which can assist you in the recovery process. This time wasn't entirely because of me. That you're able to withstand the ferocity of the medicine means that you have a decent resolve. If you work hard, you won't necessarily be worse than others. Xia Fei patted Stuart on the shoulder and said encouragingly. Hurrah! Long live! Long live the divine doctor! Incredible! Master Fei is truly a divine doctor who can heal all types of illnesses. The people excitedly cheered as if Xia Fei had cured their sons. At this time, no one doubted him, and their suspicion was completely replaced by sincere respect. This was like a sharp slap in Liu Jian's face. In a flash, all of the ill feelings he had stirred up in the crowd were wiped away. Was there anything else to be said? A patient whom Liu Jian had declared beyond saving was successfully cured by Xia Fei. Only 10-some minutes had passed, with Stuart and his mother going between hell and heaven. Even a fool could see who was the better apothecary between Xia Fei and Liu Jian. That night, Chieftain Jun once more dedicated a feast to Xia Fei and Liu Jian. Liu Jian said that he was feeling indigestion and could not come. Everyone knew that he was too ashamed to come, but they decided not to expose him and just let him be. The next morning, a new sign was set up outside Xia Fei's tent. Written on it was, Divine Doctor of the Universe. From this, one could see that the Flame Imps tribe had already put Xia Fei on the same level as Divine Doctor Chen Ziqiang. Oro felt like this sign was far too flashy, but Xia Fei simply smiled. He allowed that flashy sign to stay there, making no comment on its presence. The strangest of all was Liu Jian. After one night, Master Liu had seemingly become an entirely different person. Every morning, he would come to greet Xia Fei and even ask him some questions about pharmacology. Even when people criticized him behind his back, he endured it all. He no longer acted like the Master Liu of before. Xia Fei continued his practice of only treating the difficult patients. Every afternoon, he would come to his tent and take a look around, examining the patients that Liu Jian either was not sure about or could not cure. Liu Jian did not try to hide when the diagnoses were taking place. He listened on the side, his eyes constantly moving around as he mentally noted down all the prescriptions Xia Fei made. On the fourth day, Seth finally could not bear it and warned Xia Fei that Liu Jian was stealing his knowledge. Xia Fei simply laughed, which mystified Seth, and he decided to just drop the matter. It soon became known throughout the planet that Chieftain Jun's tribe was playing host to a divine doctor who could heal all sorts of illnesses. Every day, patients from different villages across the planet would come to pay a visit. Xia Fei continued with his ways, first having them go to Lugn, only if Lugn could do nothing would they be allowed to come to him. In 4 days, some patients with difficult-to-treat conditions were cured through Xia Fei's miraculous hands. Though the number of patients was not many, the effects were simply astonishing. After all, these people had been suffering from essentially untreatable illnesses, and another apothecary would have already given a death verdict. In a flash, Xia Fei's reputation in the Flame Imps tribe had reached the apex and was beyond comparison. On the night of the 4th day, a fierce wind stirred. Black clouds obscured the moon and howling sands began to blow around the tents. A rare sandstorm had arrived without warning. The feast ended, and Xia Fei and Lugn returned to their tents. Dozens minutes later, Chieftain Jun and Apothecary Lugn took out their phones, each calling a self-proclaimed top-class expert of the exiled grounds. In the sandstorm, 2 mysterious dark silhouettes hid in the distance and watched Xia Fei. Chapter 683, Fishing Up a Shark. After sending off Xia Fei and Lugn, Chieftain Jun and advisor Joey did not leave the tent. Several maids hurried to clean up the messy tables and chairs, carefully putting away the remaining food and wine. On this desolate planet, genuinely natural food was extremely precious. Most food was bought from other places and even the leftovers did not go to waste. Ordinary flame imps usually relied on synthetic food to fill their bellies. Real food was a privilege that only guests and the chieftain could enjoy. Jun waved his hand and shooed the maids out of the tent. The sandstorm outside was rather fierce. Jun glanced outside and then said to advisor Joey, "This is a pretty big sandstorm. Could it rain today?" Joey bitterly smiled. The last time it rained was 7 years ago. If it really does rain, then it will be a blessing for the people. Jun nodded and had Joey close up the tent. Large sandstorms in the desert were not too rare, so the tents were all built to be very sturdy. Though the winds would blow them around, they would not fall over that easily. What do you think Lugn is trying to accomplish? He clearly hates Master A Fei to the bone, but you saw how he was at the feast. He offered a toast to A Fei 3 times and has even adopted a very subservient attitude, completely different from that attitude he had when he first arrived. Jun stroked his chin as he said. This plump flame imp chieftain was no fool. While his head was full of fat, it was also packed with intelligence. It was just that his excess weight made others think that he was clumsy and stupid. Joey replied, "It truly is very strange. Nowadays, during the day, even when Lugn is doing his consultations, he always constantly runs over to Master A Fei's tent and observes how he treats his patients. I heard from the clerk that I assigned to him that whenever he returns from Master A Fei's tent, he will have the prescriptions of Master A Fei, with every word of the other rigorously recorded. Copying his skills." Jun frowned. If Master A Fei notices, won't the two start quarreling again? Lugn had already been utterly defeated by Xia Fei and Jun, and Joey no longer referred to Lugn as a master in private. Instead, they would directly call him by name. They preferred Xia Fei more. After all, even a fool could tell who was the better one between the young mysterious apothecary and the second-rate apothecary. Even though Lugn was divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang's disciple, Chen Ziqiang would never come to the remote Flame Imps tribe for no reason. To a realist like Jun, it was far better to seize what was right before him and foster a good relationship with Xia Fei. In this way, the entire Flame Imps tribe would enjoy endless benefits. In the barbaric exiled grounds, high-level apothecaries were very valuable. Joey cunningly smiled. "Chief, I think that we don't need to worry about what's going on between Master A Fei and Lugn. It's commonly said that those of the same profession are foes, so it's very normal for there to be a rivalry between them. They are both esteemed apothecaries that we can't afford to offend. As long as we don't get caught in the crossfire, who cares if they fight?" Jun helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Joey's words made sense. Though the Flame Imps tribe was not small, a tribe like theirs was nothing to apothecaries. If not for the money, no one would ever look them in the eye. To the Flame Imps, Xia Fei and Lugn's struggle was like two gods fighting. It was not their place to butt in. After some thought, Joey went close to Jun and whispered to his ear, "Matters between apothecaries aren't something we can involve ourselves with, but there's another big opportunity in front of us." "Are you speaking of the guardian god?" Jun solemnly asked as he brought his hands together and gave a slight bow to the sky. "Yes, his venerable self." You also know that he suffers from a persistent illness, which flares up at set intervals, leaving him in unbearable pain. If we can help him cure that illness, his venerable self may shower us with a little favor and we will enjoy endless benefits. Joey spoke in a very exaggerated manner, as if the guardian god he spoke was some formidable figure. Jun shook his head. No, the guardian god has an eccentric personality. It'd of course be good if Master A Fei could cure his venerable self's illness, but if Master A Fei couldn't and his venerable self got angry, we might not even have a place to cry. Joey chuckled. My king, you don't understand. The other villages have already heard of Master A Fei's formidable abilities. If we don't recommend him to his venerable self, the other flatterers will tell him. Thus, no matter what, we must inform his venerable self and not give any opening to those lowly ones. Besides, we're only giving the venerable one a suggestion. It is up to his venerable self whether or not he actually takes up the suggestion. Plus, whether it succeeds or not, the guardian god will understand that we are being sincere in our intention to help him. Punishment is simply out of the question. Jun was convinced by Joey. Startled for a moment, he muttered, then shall I inform his venerable self now? Joey firmly nodded. Chief, there can be no hesitation when showing loyalty. In addition, Master A Fei is very formidable, so there really may just be a chance. Jun changed into formal clothes and then pressed a button, opening a secret chamber beneath the tent. Joey watched as Jun strode inside. Once the door closed behind him, Jun took out a compass from his spatial ring. He input a secret code. After which, he stood up while still bowing. With his more than 300 kilos of weight, this was truly a difficult task. A few moments later, a screen turned on and a muscular Lionheart warrior appeared on it. He wore a golden mask, which only showed his fierce and cold eyes, brimming with majesty. Guardian God. Jun was so excited that he could barely speak, more excited than if he was meeting his own mother. Trembling, he prepared to kneel. Forget it, the Lionheart warrior waved his hand and said. With your body, I'm afraid that you won't be able to get back up if you kneel. Speak while standing. Yes. Jun hastily replied. He then proceeded to shower the guardian god with praise and gratitude. This fellow was quite good at flattering people. If you have something to say, then say it, the Lionheart warrior said in a hoarse voice. He had seemingly grown impatient with Jun's flattery. Guardian god, I have good news to report, Jun happily said, speaking in an energetic tone. I know that your body is burdened by a wound, which prevents you from sleeping well at night, constantly worrying. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes. Recently, a peerless master on par with divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang has arrived in my village. He is called A Fei, and though he is young, his skills are extraordinary. If you are willing, I can schedule a time for Master A Fei to look at your injury. He may be able to do something. The Lionheart warrior snorted. Your kindness is appreciated, but I already know of this matter. Jun was startled and then he hurriedly said, so you venerable self already knew. Truly, the guardian god is wise and perceptive. These trifling matters naturally can't be hidden from your gaze. Is this apothecary A Fei really as divine as you made him out to be? The Lionheart warrior sternly asked. Master A Fei is truly formidable, or else I wouldn't dare recommend him to you. In our tribe, there's a youth called Stuart. His seventh brain region suffered from a blockade. Many apothecaries declared that he was incurable, but Master A Fei easily got rid of the blockade. This is proof of his abilities. The Lionheart warrior was stunned. The flame imps only knew he had some old wound, but they did not know that their god's brain region was damaged. For many years now, he had been stuck at level 7 Law Emperor, unable to advance another inch. This was the true source of his heartache. To warriors who longed to become stronger and stronger, the pain from being unable to advance was even worse than death. Seeing that the guardian god was tempted, Jun added some more spice and praised Xia Fei's formidable abilities, describing how he had treated many terminal illnesses. Sighing, the Lionheart warrior shook his head. Allow me to think about this some more. Even Chen Ziqiang was able to do nothing for me. This A Fei is so young that there's no guarantee that he can compare to divine Dr. Chen. While he may have some skill, there's undoubtedly some exaggeration and boasting mixed in. Jun hastily said, Venerable One, you must make your decision quickly. Master A Fei might not remain with our village for too long. The Lionheart warrior massaged his temples as he thought about what to do. Let's do this. Have this apothecary A Fei stay for 3 more days while I think this through. As this was happening, in another tent, something similar was taking place. On the screen was an old man with a white and stubborn chin. His hair and beard were all white, 2 long eyebrows drooping down. He looked somewhat like the legendary god of longevity, though this was the thinner version. He was Chen Ziqiang, a level 6 advanced apothecary. He had traveled the exiled grounds for 100 years, saving countless people and killing countless others. With a smile on his face, Liu Jian passed Xia Fei's prescriptions to his master, a cunning light in his eyes and a smug and delighted look on his face. Divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang had never held Liu Jian in high regard, never even considering him part of his lineage, but when Liu Jian gave him those prescriptions, Divine Dr. Chen took a single look and could not take his eyes away. This was because this prescription was very strange, bizarre to the extreme. Chen Ziqiang called himself a divine doctor, and he naturally had the cultivation to back it up. However, never in his life had he seen such an extreme prescription. In his view, this was not a prescription to save someone. This was a sword, a sharp sword that could kill. Thus, Chen Ziqiang developed an extremely strong interest in Xia Fei. He ordered Liu Jian to keep a close watch on Xia Fei and copy down all his prescriptions to be provided to him for research. With this rare chance to get into his master's good graces, Liu Jian naturally would not pass up on the opportunity. Thus, he feigned a subservient attitude so that he could steal some of Xia Fei's prescriptions. Every night, he would report on his work and deliver the prescriptions to his master. This was now the 4th day. Absurd. Absolute nonsense. This isn't standard practice in the slightest. Chen Ziqiang fumed, resentment on his brows. The elderly were often stubborn and reticent souls. Divine Dr. Chen firmly believed that all of Xia Fei's prescriptions were poison, but Xia Fei had truly used these poisons to heal his patients. Someone as arrogant as Divine Dr. Chen found this impossible to accept. Are you really not tricking me? This apothecary Xia Fei is really using these rubbish prescriptions to treat others? Chen Ziqiang asked, utterly baffled, his long eyebrows furrowed. Yes, master. I don't get it either, which is why I sought your instruction, Liu Jian said as he sighed. He took a peek and saw that the dark aura around his master's face was getting heavier and heavier. To which, he rejoiced. Humph! Chen Ziqiang slapped his table and sternly declared, get my things packed. Tomorrow, I will pay a personal visit to this apothecary who makes these trash prescriptions and take a look at how he treats his patients. Liu Jian frantically said, your disciple awaits the arrival of your venerable self. Xia Fei's brash fishing plan was gradually beginning to work, but rather than hooking Qin, he had hooked a big shark. Chapter 684, Torment Half to Death First. Early in the morning, Xia Fei went out into the wilderness to cultivate as he always did. His clinic was only open for business from afternoon onward, not because he was lazy, but because he needed to train and cultivate. This was the most important task of a warrior, and Xia Fei had never once slacked off. It was fine to leave the ordinary patients for Liu Jian to treat. All Xia Fei needed to do was handle the cases that were difficult for Liu Jian, for which 1 or 2 hours a day sufficed. If someone discovered that an apothecary was cultivating law force, it would certainly set off a stir. A person's energy was limited, and very few people could be like Xia Fei and advance in many different aspects at the same time. Although Xia Fei wanted to create a big show while here, Qin would undoubtedly be suspicious if the latter were to discover the former's strength. Thus, he could only secretly cultivate out in the wilderness. With his speed ability, distance did not present a problem to Xia Fei, nor was finding a quiet place suitable for cultivation difficult. Besides that, he had a Precision Edition 100 series spatial compass from the Fig Corporation. He could easily make a trip off the planet and head elsewhere to cultivate if needed. Whoosh! A spatial passage opened outside the Flame Imp's camp and Divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang silently appeared in this desolate place. He was accompanied by a man and a woman. These two were both disciples that Chen Ziqiang was proud of. Though they were not yet 20, they had obtained excellent grades in pharmacology and would have a limitless future. Chen Ziqiang took them wherever he went so that they could be observed and nurtured. Liu Jian certainly could not enjoy such treatment. It was early in the morning, but it was already 50 degrees. The sun was like a giant furnace, roasting the earth so that it was difficult to breathe. Chen Ziqiang was getting on in years. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and looked around. Greetings, my master. Greetings, my juniors. The waiting Liu Jian hurriedly stepped forward and deeply bowed to his master. Chen Ziqiang nodded and looked out of the corner of his eye at his incompetent disciple before coldly asking, Lu Jian, is it always this hot here? Lu Jian bitterly smiled. Master, this is early in the morning, so the temperature isn't that high. At noon, the temperature will rise over 60 degrees Celsius, 140 Fahrenheit. Please follow me into the tent to wait a while. I have prepared iced sour plum juice to alleviate the heat for the master and my juniors. Over 60 degrees. Chen Ziqiang almost fainted on the spot. He normally kept his old bones in good health, and he had consumed many precious and valuable medicines, so his body was quite robust, but if the temperature really reached past 60 degrees, even the best body might be unable to last. What an absurd place! Master, why did you bring us here? One of the disciples scowled as they curiously asked. These disciples both had the surname K. The woman was slightly older and was called Kailin and the man was called Kailei. They were cousins. Their K clan controlled an illustrious mercenary group in the exiled grounds, Swiftwind. These two had been raised in wealth and had never before suffered such hardships. The moment they arrived, they began complaining. Chen Ziqiang did not tell them about Xia Fei. This was considered a test of sorts. He would have them observe and then point out the mistakes in Xia Fei's prescriptions. After which, they would refute and denounce everything Xia Fei did. After all, Divine Dr. Chen was a grand master. Though he wanted to see what sort of tricks Xia Fei was playing in his prescriptions, he did not plan to do so personally. He could leave minor matters like this to his disciples. Humph! Chen Ziqiang snorted. Only a little hardship and you're already complaining. When your master first arrived at the exiled grounds, he stayed at places that were 1,000 times worse than this. Young people these days truly have less and less endurance. Kailin and Kailei were both very talented, alas, their excellent upbringing meant that they were lacking in tenacity. This was one of the areas that Chen Ziqiang was dissatisfied with. Chen Ziqiang followed Lu Jian to the Flame Imp's camp, determined to show his disciples how their master could confidently stride through the torrid heat. Lu Jian cautiously led the three to his tent. Lu Jian's tent was connected to where he did his consultations. Chen Ziqiang and his disciples were naturally going to stay inside his tent. After all, there were too many spectators outside. Senior brother Lu, don't you even have an air conditioner here? Kailin still felt uncomfortable even after drinking 2 large bowls of iced sour plum juice. She tilted her head and questioned Lu Jian as if he were a servant, her attitude very impolite. Junior sister, the air conditioner is already turned on, the temperature in this place just exceeds the working limits of the air conditioner, so it's not doing very much. Although Lu Jian was unhappy with Kailin's attitude, he still did not dare to offend his junior sister, replying with a smile. An air conditioner could only operate within certain conditions, and the territory of Flame Imps was simply too hot. The temperature in the tent exceeded 50 degrees, while the temperature outside was so high that it could almost cook meat. Thus, even an air conditioner could only barely drop the temperature. Kailei angrily glared at Lu Jian. You're such an idiot. Don't you know to just get more air conditioners? If 1 isn't enough, get 2. If 2 isn't enough, get 4. I don't believe that 100 air conditioners can't bring down the temperature. Kailin held a fan in her delicate hands as she grumbled, that's right. Master has brought his venerable self here. Is this how you treat your master? Lu Jian found it difficult to describe his troubles. Air conditioners required money, and in the desolate exiled grounds, they were extremely expensive. Moreover, the lower realms air conditioners did not use electricity but rather origin crystals. 100 air conditioners? This was an enormous expense, and the stingy Lu Jian had never even thought about doing so. Deep down, he developed an even greater hatred for his 2 arrogant juniors. Bang! Chen Ziqiang finished a bowl of iced sour plum juice and threw the empty bowl onto the table. He sternly asked, don't use the name of your master to make things difficult for your senior brother. Your master doesn't think it's hot. If you can't take the heat, just go back. Actually, the divine Dr. Chen was feeling so hot that was on the verge of going mad, but he was even more dissatisfied by the attitude of Kailin and Kailei. Therefore, he was determined to use this opportunity to get rid of their pampered personality. Kailin stuck out her tongue, but she did not dare to say anything more. After a pause, Chen Ziqiang said to Lu Jian, let's get down to business. Where is that apothecary, Ah Fei? I brought the 2 of them here to take a look at him. Lu Jian was startled. He nervously said, Master, you've come too early. Ah Fei only opens his clinic next door in the afternoon. Even I don't know where he is right now. Chen Ziqiang secretly groaned. Ever since he saw Xia Fei's bizarre prescription, he had not gotten a good rest in the last 4 days. He simply could not understand how Xia Fei had managed to turn poison into a divine medicine that could cure illnesses. This was why divine Dr. Chen had come first thing in the morning with his disciples, but it turned out that the person he wanted to see would only start working in the afternoon. It was only 7:30 in the morning. The thought of enduring several hours in this unbearable heat had Chen Ziqiang's mind buzzing. Kailin and Kailei had even nastier expressions. Their master had just rebuked them, so they did not dare to be unreasonable. They could only say to Liu Jian in a begging tone, "Senior brother, the two of us are fine, but the master's time is precious. Why don't you go out and find him?" Liu Jian felt that it also was not right to keep his master waiting, so he agreed. "Master, please wait a while. I will go and find Ah Fei." In this little while, divine Dr. Chen's back was already soaked in sweat. Waiting several hours would truly be an excruciating trial. He helplessly nodded. "Go and look for him then." It was 8:30 in the morning and Xia Fei was nowhere to be found. Liu Jian went to the front to check his patients for the day, while Chen Ziqiang stayed in the tent and listened. At times, he would call over Liu Jian and personally instruct him on areas where he was lacking. Liu Jian felt delighted that his master was finally willing to instruct him. At the same time, he discovered that the elder had already taken off his outer clothes and was only wearing a thin shirt. 9:30. Xia Fei still did not appear. Inside the tent, Chen Ziqiang narrowed his eyes. His sweat was constantly dripping to the ground. Alas, in this heat, water could not last for long. In a little while, a thin layer of white salt had formed. 10:30. Xia Fei was still a no-show. Divine Dr. Chen's eyes were red as he stared in a daze at the ground. His long eyebrows listlessly drooped to the side. 11:30. Liu Jian no longer dared to look his master in the eye, for he had never seen divine Dr. Chen in such a sorry state. He was constantly drinking a bowl of iced sour plum juice while he panted for breath with his tongue out. Sweat was coming out from every pore in his body. It must be understood that the temperature inside was more than 60 degrees. Divine Dr. Chen was more than 200 years old. How could he possibly still endure such a heat? Each passing second was a trial. As for Kailin and Kailei, they were looking at Liu Jian as if they wanted to eat him alive. How many times had they endured this kind of suffering given their privileged background? Divine Dr. Chen was actually quite unfortunate. In his youth, he was a solid man who had left his mark on the exiled grounds. Extreme weather and challenging obstacles had never been able to stop him. However, that was all in the past. To exhibit the endurance of his youth at this age? Was this clearly not just seeking personal suffering? His disciples did not feel the same. They had already secretly cursed their master and their senior brother 1,000 times. 1:30 in the afternoon. Normally, Xia Fei would have been back at this time, but for some reason, there was still no sign of him today. The air conditioner completely lost effect, and the temperature soared to 70. The situation in the tent was truly miserable to behold. Chen Ziqiang had such a nasty expression that it looked like he had lost someone in his family. He clenched his teeth and pinched his leg as he pushed his body to endure. Kailin no longer cared that she was from a wealthy family or that she was a woman. She had taken off her clothes until she was only wearing a light layer of gauze. With the translucent gauze completely soaked in sweat, it outlined her well-endowed figure, a sight that was certain to trigger numerous fantasies. That hair that had been so beautifully done up in the morning was now completely undone and her starry eyes were now dim. She looked a lot like a crazy old lady. 3:30 in the afternoon. Chen Ziqiang and his disciples had utterly crumbled. Xia Fei was nowhere to be seen, but they had already been tormented half to death by the heat. Liu Jian cautiously came up and whispered, "Master, Ah Fei seems to have gone off somewhere. He's not a person who follows the rules. Why not go back and come another day? Come again." Chen Ziqiang was so furious that his nose almost twisted from the pure rage being unleashed. However, he did not have the strength to speak. With a listless grunt, he started to put on his clothes so he could leave. Just as he went out, someone shouted, "Master Ah Fei has returned." Chen Ziqiang's belly was full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. In this age, there were only people who begged in front of his doorstep for his services. He had never heard of someone who dared to stand him up. When he got a look at the flashy sign outside Xia Fei's tent, his eyes erupted with fire. Good, good, good. No wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out he's the divine doctor of the universe. Chen Ziqiang coldly said, his anger and resentment soaring to the heavens. Chapter 685, Chen Ziqiang. Xia Fei walked down the street of the Flame Imp's camp with his hands behind his back, seemingly very relaxed. Those thin and small Flame Imps looked at him with admiring gazes, opening a path for him and bowing. Humph! He's still rather young, but he's already quite arrogant. Kaylin raised her beautiful face and angrily said. In truth, Xia Fei had been rather close with the Flame Imps, never looking down on them despite his status as an apothecary. Kaylin was angry primarily because Xia Fei had kept them waiting for so long, disrespecting the divine doctor and his disciples. However, she did not realize that this was only because they had been willing to wait. Xia Fei certainly had not forced them to wait with a knife pressed against them. The master and his two disciples all thought the same thing, and divine doctor Chen Ziqiang went from curiosity to rage. That sign that had divine doctor of the universe written on it particularly incensed him. Smiling and nodding at Liu Jian, Xia Fei entered his tent. The waiting crowd quickly surrounded it, but Seth sent them over to Liu Jian's tent. The rules could not be broken. If Xia Fei took on ordinary patients, he would have to spend a long time every day treating everyone, thereby reducing the amount of time he could devote to cultivation. Master, there are still no patients today that Master Liu has been unable to treat. Why don't you rest for now? Seth whispered. Xia Fei nodded. He leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette, blowing out clouds of smoke and paying no attention to divine Dr. Chen standing by Liu Jian's side. Kaylin was furious. From what he understood, Xia Fei was a junior, so it was only proper that he came and paid respects to his master. How could he ignore such an important person? Kaylin and Kaylin were about to angrily rebuke Xia Fei when Chen Ziqiang pulled them back, at the same time shooting a glance at Liu Jian. Liu Jian nodded. He called out a Flame Imp warrior from his tent and took him and a medical prescription to Xia Fei's tent. Master A Fei, Liu Jian smiled and called. Xia Fei smiled and bowed. Seeing the three strangers behind Liu Jian, he asked, Good day, Master Liu. Who might these three be? He. They're colleagues who happen to be coming through the area. They heard of Master A Fei's impressive skills and are curious to see these for themselves. Liu Jian replied with the answer that he had agreed on with his master beforehand. Xia Fei nodded at Chen Ziqiang, and divine Dr. Chen intentionally turned his head away to ignore Xia Fei. Meanwhile, Kaylin and Kaylin acted with incredible arrogance, leaving Xia Fei in a rather awkward position. Passing by? That's too much of a coincidence, Oro said to Xia Fei. The net has already been cast. Whether or not you can draw out that beast Quinn depends entirely on this play. At this critical juncture, it's best not to stir up any side issues. Xia Fei nodded. I understand, but this might be an opportunity. That old man, with his black hair, healthy complexion and proud bearing, must be some fellow who lived like a prince. He might be Chen Ziqiang himself. Oro was taken aback. He took a closer look at Chen Ziqiang and realized that this old man had an extraordinary bearing, nothing like an ordinary person. Liu Jian smiled as he led a Flame Imp warrior inside, handing over a medical prescription to Xia Fei. There aren't any too complicated cases today, but I'm somewhat unsure about this person's injury, and though I made a prescription, I don't actually dare to apply it. I'd like to seek Brother A Fei's assistance on this matter, Liu Jian said as he sat the warrior down in the chair across from Xia Fei. Oh, I see, Xia Fei muttered as he looked over the prescription. Today, Liu Jian was able to cut through all the obstacles in his path because of Chen Ziqiang's instruction. As for this warrior, he was a pawn that Chen Ziqiang had personally selected. The prescription was actually made by divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang himself. Xia Fei sighed and slightly shook his head, apparently not happy with this prescription. Chen Ziqiang's eyes immediately turned sharp and cold. Divine Dr. Chen was certain of the level of his prescription, and Xia Fei's reaction had generated no small amount of disgust. Unmoved, Xia Fei placed two fingers against the warrior's heart and sent in a sliver of mental energy. A few moments later, Xia Fei drew back his arm and asked, How long have your muscles been shriveling? Around 3 years. In the past, I was one of the tribe's strongest warriors and was 1.7 meters tall, weighing nearly 200 kilos. My entire body was covered in muscles without a single cell of fat, but after these 3 years, I don't even weigh 90 kilos, the warrior said with a sigh. He truly was very tall. A height of 1.7 meters was actually him being humble. With his eyes, Xia Fei determined that the warrior was actually 1.75 meters, but this once muscular law warrior was now like an emaciated skeleton, his cheeks sunken and his expression listless. It looked as if a strong gust of wind might blow him over. Don't be too worried. Your illness is because your heart can't provide sufficient blood. It's not just your muscles severely shrinking, you probably have to sleep at least 16 hours a day, yes. That's right, but how did you know? Every day, I only think about sleeping. My energy levels are absolutely awful, the Flame Imp warrior said in surprise. Xia Fei waved his hand, indicating that he already understood the situation and did not need any more details. Turning around, Xia Fei said to Liu Jian, Master Liu, while this prescription is good, the price for curing the illness is too high. 6-leaf Sephora and silver ephedra, these are all expensive ingredients. I fear that this prescription will cost 100 grade 4 crystals. No normal person can afford it. 100 grade 4 crystals. The emaciated warrior was dumbfounded. With a bitter look on his face, he said, My God, not even if I sold everything I own could afford this. It seems like there's no curing this illness. The warrior struggled to his feet and prepared to leave, his face twisted in a scowl. Ordinary flame imps made little money, so there was simply no way he could afford this pricey medicine. Chen Ziqiang immediately scowled. The divine doctor had long ago ceased to treat ordinary patients. Only the wealthy came to him for services, so he had never worried about the price when making his prescriptions. Xia Fei pulled the warrior back and smiled. You don't have 100 grade 4 crystals, but you should have a single grade 3, right? Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe their ears. Was Xia Fei really able to use medicinal ingredients that cost only a single grade 3 crystal to treat this warrior's rare anemic muscular degeneration? It had to be understood that a single grade 4 origin crystal could be exchanged for 100 grade 3 crystals. Xia Fei was curing the illness at 1/10,000th of the price. This was such a dramatic reduction. How could a medicine that was 1/10,000th of the original price still have the same effect? Chen Ziqiang was shocked at first, but then he smiled. He did not believe that Xia Fei could achieve the same result with cheaper ingredients. He believed that this was a chance to embarrass Xia Fei. Xia Fei moved quickly. Once he made up his mind, Xia Fei would not hesitate for a moment. He immediately used some cheap herbs to mix up a bottle of green medicine. After glancing at the concoction in the sunlight, Xia Fei passed the concoction to the warrior. Once you drink this, your heart will become much stronger, your energy will instantly recover, and obviously, your muscles will begin to grow. In 10 days, your illness will be completely gone, but as the medicinal effect is too powerful, your heart will madly thump and it will be very painful, Xia Fei sternly said. The warrior nodded his head. After 4 days, the tribe had become very familiar with Xia Fei's medicines. All of the cured patients had to first endure a painful torment, so nearly everyone had acknowledged this by now. Hold on. The watching Chen Ziqiang finally could not help but speak, anger on his face. It was actually rather strange. The Flame Imp's territory was unbearably hot and made Chen Ziqiang miserable, but when he was focused on watching Xia Fei treat the patient, the environment seemingly stopped affecting him, and he no longer felt the heat to be so unbearable. Does this elderly gentleman have some advice to give? Xia Fei narrowed his eyes as he lit a cigarette and asked. You can't drink this medicine. Chen Ziqiang firmly declared. Oh? Why not? Kaylin also could not help but speak. She had been with her master for around 8 years, and this was the first time she had seen someone who disrespected the divine doctor this much. She felt disgust and revulsion at Xia Fei's every movement and smile. You still need an explanation. Since my master said not to drink it, don't drink it. Because my master is Chen Ziqiang. Divine Doctor Chen. The most formidable apothecary in the exiled grounds. Kaylin bellowed at Xia Fei. Chen Ziqiang. The Divine Doctor. Level 6 apothecary Chen Ziqiang. My God! Even the Divine Doctor has come. The outside of Xia Fei's tent had never been short of spectators, and Kaylin had spoken so openly that everyone had heard her loud and clear. Besides Xia Fei, everyone was stunned. Chen Ziqiang, a level 6 apothecary. Nobody knew why he had been driven into the exiled grounds, but over the last 100 years, his name had rooted itself in everyone's hearts, from elders all the way down to the children who were only just beginning to speak. The renowned divine Dr. Chen had come all the way to the remote Flame Imp's tribe? This news grew wings and swiftly spread across the tribe. A vast crowd gathered outside of the tent to find out what was going on, and even the guards found it hard to remain composed, abandoning their posts to join the spectators. Chen Ziqiang was rather unhappy. He had not planned to reveal himself this time, and Kailin announcing his name was certain to cause many problems. However, as there was no stopping it, Divine Dr. Chen could only gather up his dignity and contend against Xia Fei. Xia Fei placed a fist in his hand and bowed, saying, "So this gentleman is the illustrious Divine Doctor?" "Correct," Chen Ziqiang softly replied, "I am Chen Ziqiang." The crowd exploded with momentous cheers. In admitting his identity, Chen Ziqiang had excited the crowd. His two young disciples smiled smugly as if they were the ones who were being cheered. "Divine Doctor, why do you say that my medicine can't be drunk?" Xia Fei asked with a smile once the cheers had died away. Chen Ziqiang's eyes flashed with cold sparks as he stared at Xia Fei and coldly said, "Because your medicine contains herbs of contradictory natures. It is poison." "Poison?" Master A Fei mixed up a bottle of poison. The unknowing crowd was extremely irritating at times. Chen Ziqiang's one sentence had wiped away Xia Fei's efforts over the last 4 days, and many people began to eye him strangely. Chapter 686, Qin appears. Chen Ziqiang's words had pushed Xia Fei right into the path of the storm. Fortunately, this was not the first time that Xia Fei had been questioned publicly. He remained unperturbed, confident and relaxed as he smoked his cigarette. "The Divine Doctor has made his move. How do you plan to respond?" Oro asked Xia Fei. "I'm thinking that this is a chance." "A chance?" Oro shook his head. "You're thinking about defeating Chen Ziqiang?" Xia Fei subtly smiled. "Hard to say. Let's keep waiting. The chieftain hasn't shown up yet." Neither Divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang nor the surrounding crowd was the focus of Xia Fei's attention. In this flame imp village, Xia Fei sought the attention of only 2 people, Chieftain Jun and advisor Joey. To draw out Qin from the shadows, Xia Fei had to subdue Jun and Joey. Seth's report had long ago confirmed that the Flame Imp tribe had a connection with Qin, and Jun and Joey were the 2 most likely candidates to have this connection. Wait patiently, Xia Fei reminded himself. He could not allow a challenge from some so-called divine doctor to upset his plans. No matter what, he had to keep on course. Advancing to Law Emperor was very difficult. Xia Fei urgently needed Qin's blood swallow crystal. Besides that, he was very interested in the immemorial mystical armament Phoenix Tail Stone. The news traveled very quickly, and it was not long before Jun and Joey arrived at the scene. Given how hard Jun was panting, it seemed like he had actually run here. It was no doubt a difficult feat considering his over 300 kilograms of weight. The 2 of them humbly prostrated themselves before Chen Ziqiang, but Chen Ziqiang treated Jun with indifference, his eyes fixed on Xia Fei. With the chieftain present, Xia Fei no longer hesitated. With his eyes meeting Chen Ziqiang's, he casually said, "Divine Dr. Chen, you're wrong." "Hurrah!" His words instantly left everyone stunned. Xia Fei had revealed his edge and directly challenged the Divine Doctor. Be it age, experience, or cultivation, Xia Fei was far inferior to Chen Ziqiang. At his young age, he dared to say that the Divine Doctor was wrong. Where did he get such confidence? "What did you say?" Chen Ziqiang glared, his cold eyes like blades that wanted to eviscerate Xia Fei and see how gutsy he really was. "I said that you were wrong. My medicine is not poison. On the contrary, if he drinks my medicine, his muscles will be completely restored," Xia Fei very seriously replied to Chen Ziqiang's question. Kailei could not help but roar, "You're seeking death. My master is the Divine Doctor." "The Divine Doctor? If he says that your medicine is poison, he can't be wrong." The crowd voiced their agreement. They naturally had reason to trust in Chen Ziqiang. After all, this name had resounded through the exiled grounds for 100 years, and who was A Fei? No one had ever heard of this nobody before. Xia Fei nonchalantly continued. "So what if he's the Divine Doctor? Let alone the Divine Doctor, even if he were a god, he wouldn't be able to change the result. If you're smart, you would stop bringing up the Divine Doctor here because, after today, the exiled grounds won't have a Divine Doctor any longer." Hoaaa. Xia Fei's boasting had the crowd in an uproar, and Jun was sweating so much that it had turned into a puddle. He had never imagined Xia Fei to be this bold, not even respecting Chen Ziqiang. Even Seth, who had always been subservient to Xia Fei, did not dare to believe that Xia Fei could make such an arrogant claim. The furious and agitated crowd began to insult Xia Fei harshly to maintain the image of the revered divine doctor in their minds. It was actually quite laughable. They had forgotten about the dozen or so patients with terminal illnesses that Xia Fei had saved, and were instead feeling reverence for this Chen Ziqiang who had never had much to do with them. Truly, reputation was an unreasonable thing that led to this kind of blind adoration. Chen Ziqiang's ashen complexion gradually relaxed, pride appearing on his face as he said, "You see. Everyone in the crowd has good eyes. They trust in me over you." Web. Xia Fei stood up and raised arms, ushering the crowd to be quiet. Raising a brush, Xia Fei wrote out about a dozen prescriptions and handed them to Chen Ziqiang. "Divine Doctor, what do you think of these prescriptions?" Chen Ziqiang was startled as he took them and looked them over. He then burst into laughter. "It's all poison. Lethal poison." Xia Fei smiled. "Divine Doctor, I used these so-called poisons to treat Stuart, Cantona, Roger, Bombardier." Xia Fei listed out familiar names, all of them terminally ill patients of the flame imps whom Xia Fei had cured over the last 4 days. The people all knew about this, so they could not help but ask themselves, if it's really as divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang said, that all of Xia Fei's prescriptions are poison, how did all our neighbors get cured? Chen Ziqiang was in a rather awkward situation. Xia Fei's prescriptions and their final results had far surpassed the bounds of his knowledge. Why could poison treat illnesses? This problem had frustrated Chen Ziqiang for some time. This was why he had endured the torrid heat and paid a visit to this remote tribe. "There's no need to panic. As long as I can beat this Fei, he'll tell me everything," Chen Ziqiang comforted himself. Xia Fei smiled. With his sharp senses, he could naturally hear the whisperings of the crowd, and even his most ardent opponents had begun to rethink their opinion. Between Xia Fei and Chen Ziqiang, who was right? Once more passing over the medicine, Xia Fei sternly said, "I'm sure you have also seen how I treated all the other terminally ill flame imp patients. Trusting me or trusting the so-called divine doctor, it's your choice." That flame imp warrior hesitated. Everyone had seen Xia Fei's actions for themselves, and Chen Ziqiang also had a thunderous reputation. Who should he trust? This question left him in an enormous dilemma. A warrior must trust in his intuition and in his eyes. "The ears are the most easily deceived," Xia Fei softly said. "I trust Master Fei," a rather young but resolute voice rang out in the crowd. Everyone looked up and saw the first patient Xia Fei had treated, the young Stuart. His mother was also in the crowd, looking gratefully at Xia Fei. "I also trust Master Fei. It's Master Fei who cured my illness. Of course, I trust in him. If poison can cure illnesses, then I will drink this kind of poison every day." Whoosh! Whoosh! Familiar faces appeared in the crowd to voice their support for Xia Fei. These were all terminally ill patients that Xia Fei had cured, living case studies. Their words carried the most power. Xia Fei smiled. "Everyone, I understand your kind intentions, but please go back. The divine doctor isn't to be offended." Stuart firmly shook his head. "I don't recognize the divine doctor, and no matter how formidable he is, he didn't help clear the blockade in my brain. You saved me, so if I don't support you now, my father's ghost will never forgive me." Everyone could not help but be moved by Stuart's stubbornness and sincerity. The crowd fell silent as everyone looked at that thin and shriveled warrior. Once he drank the medicine, all the questions would be answered. The warrior bitterly chuckled. "Stuart, your father was my closest comrade. If he were here to see this day, he would probably be very happy." Stuart said nothing. After all the suffering he had endured, he clearly possessed a tenacity far above that of his peers. Was drinking that medicine very painful? Stuart nodded. "Master Fei's medicines are very painful, but their effects are also very good." I understand." In the end, he was a warrior. Once his mind was made up, he showed no hesitation. He raised his neck and drank down the medicine. Silence. Absolute silence. This was the moment where victory and defeat would be decided, where everyone would see who was better, Xia Fei or Chen Ziqiang. Who? Who? The flame imp warrior panted for breath, his hand clenching over his heart and his expression twisting in savagery. As a former warrior, he did not have as exaggerated a response as Stuart, but just by looking at his face and the constant stream of sweat trickling down his face, everyone could tell that he was clearly suffering from significant pain. Several minutes later, something incredible began to happen. His grayish-white face began to turn a healthy red, and his withered skin began to rejuvenate. Success! Xia Fei had succeeded. He had completely cured this warrior who was suffering from severe muscular degeneration. Thump! The warrior immediately dropped to his knees in front of Xia Fei, tears streaking down his face as he uncontrollably sobbed. Hurrah! Long live, Master Fei! Master Fei is the real divine doctor! The cheers resounded to the heavens. No one knew how divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang had departed, only that he had a pale complexion as he constantly mumbled, "Poison curing illness! Poison curing illness! Poison curing illness!" As divine Dr. Chen disappeared with his disciples, Chieftain Jun and advisor Joey ran back to their tent. Xia Fei's victory over Chen Ziqiang had made the two even more excited than the person himself. "My king, this is wonderful news. Master Fei did what divine Dr. Chen could not. This means that he has an even higher cultivation than divine Dr. Chen. Once we report this matter to the guardian god, his venerable self will definitely be excited." Joey rubbed his hands, joy on his face. Jun firmly nodded. "I know, right? Divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang couldn't cure our guardian god, but Fei might. Those strange prescriptions of his aren't just talk. We have to report this as soon as we can. We'll be in trouble if those slobs from the other tribes get ahead of us." Jun excitedly opened up the underground chamber and went inside to call Quinn. Quinn was dazed by this news for several minutes. The mask he wore concealed his expression, but from his increasingly hurried breathing, it was easy to tell that Quinn was truly tempted. As the saying went, when critically ill, one would turn to any doctor. Quinn had been troubled by the pain on his body and his seventh brain region, which verged on collapse for many years. Now that there was a chance that this illness could be completely cured, how could he not be excited? The events had proven that Xia Fei was an unfathomable apothecary. Quinn felt that he would never be able to forgive himself if he gave up on this opportunity. The phoenix tail stone moved according to his will, leaving behind a faint trail of sparks as it circled around Quinn. Add latest chapters at free.novelo only. Bring Fei to come and see me. At once. Quinn excitedly ordered, his eyes exploding with light. Chapter 687, Dark Shine Plum. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. In the tent, Xia Fei leaned back in his chair and blew out smoke. Seth voluntarily chose to stand guard outside. He took out several grade 4 origin crystals from his ring and threw them to Furball. Xia Fei was a millionaire now, so Furball could eat as much as he wanted, but it seemed like Furball was starting to lose interest in grade 4 origin crystals, his appetite no longer as large as before. "Ha! What am I going to do with Furball? Look at him nibbling on grade 4 crystals so listlessly, he's being a little too picky, right?" Xia Fei frowned and said. The old demon lord Oro nonchalantly said, "The last time, when you and Furball quarreled, he ate a lot of grade 4 stones at one go, so he probably got bored of them at this time. I can almost guarantee that if you give the even purer grade 5 origin crystals, Furball will be elated." Xia Fei pursed his lips. "Furball will be happy, but I won't be. Not even mentioning that the exchange rate for a grade 5 crystal is 100 grade 4 crystals, finding a place to have them exchanged isn't very easy. After all, a grade 5 origin crystal requires a high-level energy master to create, which one can only find in those major clans. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to buy them." Xia Fei was speaking the truth. Energy masters held a revered status in the lower realm, and high-leveled ones were even rarer. For ordinary people, grade 4 crystals were already considered the best possible stores of energy. Between grade 4 and grade 5 was a chasm, and even if Xia Fei was willing to exchange 300 grade 4 for one grade 5, nobody would agree. That was just how valuable high-grade energy was. Oro smiled. "High-grade energy truly is valuable, but this isn't a problem for the Lionheart royalty. You can find Heathfield, that great-grandson of mine. He'll have a way." Xia Fei shook his head. "I don't like owing someone else too many favors. Right now, grade 4 origin energy is enough for me. Let's talk about it again when I truly need to. Besides, I can't pamper Furball too much." Lionheart King Oro said nothing and changed the topic. "You beat Chen Ziqiang this time, so you have enough reputation. I wonder if that evil beast Quinn will be tempted." Oro muttered. After some thought, Xia Fei sternly said, "A critically ill patient will seek any doctor. The damage to his brain region has prevented him from advancing all this time, which must certainly be a source of immense pain to him. I trust that he won't easily let go of any opportunity. Once this news reaches his ears, he can't help but be tempted. I hope it's as you say, Oro said, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Oro hated that enemy of his who had crippled him and sealed him using the law of ternary spectrum, but Oro equally hated Quinn who had betrayed him. After all, for someone with a steadfast personality like Oro, betrayal was extremely difficult to accept. By the way, who is it that you learned pharmacology from? Not even the level 6 apothecary Chen Ziqiang was able to beat you, Oro curiously asked. Oro was looking at Xia Fei in a completely new light. This young man was hiding far too many astonishing secrets. Oro had suspected more than once now that Xia Fei was not actually some insignificant human from Earth but rather some traitor from a powerful clan. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all of the astounding feats Xia Fei had pulled off again and again. Xia Fei craftily smiled and breezily explained, "Of course I've learned pharmacology before, but I was only able to beat Chen Ziqiang because we operate on two completely different systems. He's versed in orthodox pharmacology, which emphasizes on the rules in everything, but I am versed in the unorthodox path, which emphasizes on the unconventional, using everything to the maximum. It's hard to say which is better, but Chen Ziqiang is a traditional apothecary, so he will never be able to understand my limit theory." Oro did not understand pharmacology that much, and it took quite a while for him to finally blurt out, "I get it. Chen Ziqiang represents ordinary pharmacology, while you represent the demonic path. In using the ordinary teachings to battle the bizarre demonic path, he'll naturally suffer." "That's one way to explain it," Xia Fei casually said. Oro wanted more and more to bring Xia Fei into the Lionheart royalty, but Oro knew very well that Xia Fei had a rebellious nature. Recruiting him would require the proper method and could not be rushed. "I'll use this time we have now to explain to you Quinn's cultivation and the powers of the Phoenix Tail Stone once more," Oro sternly said. Xia Fei gave a firm nod. By knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself, one could emerge victorious in every battle. Though Oro had already told Xia Fei about Quinn several times, Xia Fei still decided to attentively listen. Things developed more quickly than expected. While Xia Fei and Oro were discussing ways to deal with Quinn's emissary arrived at Xia Fei's tent. Chieftain Jun and advisor Joey first praised Xia Fei and then brought up that they wanted Xia Fei to diagnose a certain important individual. Xia Fei was startled and he was 70% sure that this important character was that traitor warrior Quinn from the Lionheart royalty, the inheritor of the Phoenix Tail Stone. With his face unperturbed, Xia Fei spoke as if he were in a rather difficult spot. Lu Jian has already left with his master Chen Ziqiang, so the tribe only has me as its remaining apothecary. There are still several hundred people awaiting my treatment, and it'll be 2 days at minimum until I can see them all." Joey smiled. "Master Ah Fei has no need to worry about that. As long as you treat that important person first, the others can be put to the side for now. The common folk won't complain." Xia Fei shook his head. "A doctor has the heart of a parent. In my eyes, all patients are the same, with no high or low. Why don't you have that important person come here? I'll use my rest time to take a look at him." If Xia Fei agreed to Jun and Joey's request, he would undoubtedly have to leave this place and head to Quinn's hiding spot. Xia Fei had already surveyed the area around the tribe, and heading off to an unknown location would increase the danger. Xia Fei did not dare to be careless against a law emperor foe, so he hoped to fight the battle in a place he was familiar with. Chieftain Jun wore a troubled expression, as he meekly said, "The people will certainly feel gratified by the master's benevolence. It's just that that important person can't go out much, so it'll be better if Master Ah Fei pays him a personal visit." Jun shot Joey a glance, and Joey understood and took out an exquisite golden box, which he offered to Xia Fei. "What is this?" Xia Fei asked as he opened up the box. Inside were 12 pitch-black plums, each one the size of an ox eye. They were translucent and exuded an indescribable aroma. "Dark shine plums!" Xia Fei shouted in surprise. Jun smiled. "Master is truly a knowledgeable person. These are none other than the extremely precious dark shine plums, the ultimate grade of fire plums. On average, only one can be picked every 100 years. We went through enormous effort to gather these 12 dark shine plums. As long as Master Ah Fei agrees to see that important person of our tribe, this will be your consultation fee. How would that do? Dark shine plums grow extremely slowly and are extremely difficult to gather. Ah Fei could never dare to enjoy this top-class medicinal ingredient all to himself. Though Xia Fei seemed to be refusing the offer, he still put the golden box away. June and Joey smiled at each other, believing that Xia Fei had accepted the offer. Master, I know that you came this time primarily to search for fire plums, so we got in touch with all the other villages and worked with them to gather fire plums. Once this matter is done, not only will we give you the dark shine plums, we will be handing 30,000 high-grade fire plums to you as well, Joey said with a smile, while June's plump face twisted in pain. The flame imps were truly paying a hefty price to gain Xia Fei's favor. Dark shine plums were valuable treasures with a cold yin nature, with each one worth more than 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals. Why would the impoverished flame imps offer up such a valuable item to get Xia Fei's assistance? This did not seem that reasonable. Xia Fei was now 100% sure that this important person was none other than Qin. Qin has always been cautious. He planned out how to steal the law of life for many years, and then he chose to strike while I was gone. Fortunately, there was a matter that made me make an abrupt return, or else he would have succeeded in his scheme. These flame imps are willing to pay so much to get your help, which is very in line with Qin's style, Oro excitedly said. Should we take the request? Xia Fei smiled. You can't get the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Since he's so cautious, we'll have to pay him a personal visit. June activated a spatial compass, opening a spatial passage leading to some unknown location. Advisor Joey did the same. Their spatial compasses were of average level. If they all took the same passage, the passage would collapse from the excess load. Master Fei, this way, June waved his hand and invited Xia Fei inside. Xia Fei nodded and cheerfully strode forward. Whoosh! Blinding sunlight. Qin's residence was even hotter than the flame imp tribes, the sunlight even brighter. The conditions of this residence were such that it prevented Qin's condition from flaring up as much as possible. His eyes quickly adjusted to the sunlight, and when Xia Fei took another look, he realized that he was in the clouds, a piece of land floating in the air. It was not a large piece of land, about 1 square kilometer in area. A translucent domed castle stood in the center, its form strange and exquisite, like the legendary castle in the sky. Add latest chapters at freeobnovlo only. It's no wonder I was never able to find Qin. It turns out that his residence is constantly moving around, Xia Fei mentally noted as he looked at the warp engine fitted on the side of the floating piece of land. Seth's fear had reached maximum saturation, and he nervously followed behind Xia Fei. Chieftain June and Advisor Joey were crazy with happiness. To them, a chance to have an audience with their guardian god was extremely precious. As they went up the transparent stairs, Xia Fei spotted a large silhouette within the castle, but the reflection and distortion of light prevented him from confirming if that person was Qin. The doors made of crystal were tightly locked. June tidied up his clothes and prepared to knock. Suddenly, the crystal doors that stood over 10 meters tall opened. Whoosh! A pitch-black stone, which was spewing out flames, flew out. It paused in the air and watched Xia Fei's group like a hawk. The Phoenix Tail Stone. One of the immemorial mystical armaments. Oro loudly said to Xia Fei. Chapter 688, Castle in the Clouds. Xia Fei looked up and saw a black and strangely shaped stone, covered in bright yellow flames. Xia Fei did not see any sort of phoenix tail on this stone. Rather it seemed like a shark tail. The fanned-out triangular fin was bursting with strength, and with those dim embers that flashed in and out of existence, it exuded a sense of indescribable power and awe. The phoenix tail stone moved with incredible speed. The moment the crystal doors opened, it shot out like a bolt of lightning and without the slightest pause. Advisor Joey saw Xia Fei staring at that strange stone and laughed. This is our Lord Qi's precious treasure. It's very powerful. Even Law Emperor warriors can't hold out against this stone's pursuit. Xia Fei was startled. This illustrious individual is called Qi. Joey nodded. Correct. We didn't tell you before because we still hadn't decided if we wanted you to treat Lord Qi's illness. When you see him, you should call him Lord Qi. Xia Fei smiled and nodded. Qi had to be Qin's pseudonym. Xia Fei's fingers could not help but clench as he prepared to strike at any moment. When Seth saw the phoenix tail stone, he was so scared that he started shivering. He dropped his head and stared at the ground with a pale complexion. It was clear from this that the phoenix tail stone had once inflicted immense pain on him. Xia Fei slightly pulled on Seth, indicating that he should not worry and just follow him. If they truly got into a fight, Seth would be no match for Qin, but Xia Fei felt that he was a good helper. With the phoenix tail stone, Qin was far more powerful than the average Great Law Emperor. Even though Xia Fei was concealing so many weapons, victory would still not be an easy task. They entered the hall. The sun rays were magnified by the crystal dome, and the air here was extremely hot and dry. Qin had gone to great expense and lengths to design this residence for the sake of his condition. Whenever those serious injuries of his flared up, he would be inflicted with so much pain that he did not want to live. Only in places with essentially no humidity could he be safe. The round hall was spacious, and in the center of the hall was a spacious and comfortable throne. The masked Qin was seated there. The Lionheart royalty had much larger bodies than ordinary Lionhearts. Qin was only a little smaller than Lionheart King Oro. It was said that one could see the potential of a royal through their body, and from this, one could say that Qin was undoubtedly an outstanding existence. If not for his greed, he might have already reached an unimaginable level. As Oro's disciple, if everything had gone as expected, the law of life would have been passed down onto him. Oro had even given him the precious phoenix tail stone. There was no reason for him not to pass down the law of life to him eventually. Alas, Qin had been too impatient and sought to steal it. Trying to steal was one thing, but when his father discovered him, he actually killed his father. This had utterly enraged Oro, making it so that he would not rest until Qin was dead. Jun and Joey immediately prostrated before Qin, all sorts of praise issuing from their lips. Xia Fei did nothing. He was currently a top-class apothecary, and he was revered just as much as Qin. If Xia Fei had been too respectful, he would actually be exposing a weakness. As for Seth, he was in such a panic that he almost prostrated alongside Jun, but Xia Fei used a sharp look to stop him. Seth was Xia Fei's slave, so he naturally had to heed Xia Fei's orders. No matter how afraid he was, he could not possibly prostrate in front of Qin, as this would harm Xia Fei's dignity. Cowardly thing, truly good for nothing. Xia Fei mentally cursed Seth. As a law emperor, he ought to have the bearing of a law emperor, preferring to die standing rather than kneel to survive. Seth was clearly lacking when it came to guts. Let alone the incredibly daring Xia Fei, he was even inferior to an ordinary warrior. Guardian God, this is the divine Dr. Fei, the chubby Jun struggled to his feet and introduced. Please, be seated. This old man has grown accustomed to living a simple life alone, so I have put Master Fei through much trouble by making you come to this place. It was truly impolite of me. Normally, it is I who should have paid you a personal visit. Qin spoke very courteously. The guests were seated. Qin did not have any servants, so Joey ended up becoming an impromptu servant, hurrying around to serve tea and fruits. Xia Fei appeared very confident and relaxed, so he did not stir Qin's vigilance. It was just that Seth still seemed very afraid despite Xia Fei's orders, and Xia Fei could not help but worry about what might happen if Qin found out who he was. His plan to use the opportunity of examining Qin's condition so he could destroy the latter's seventh brain region with mental energy might go up in smoke. If possible, Xia Fei did not want to fight against Qin directly. After all, this was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. When it came to cultivation and experience, he was far above Xia Fei. Using the moment of diagnosis to kill him instantly was undoubtedly the best choice. The Phoenix Tail Stone was a loyal hunting dog. After making several circles in the air, it flew back to Qin and hid behind him. This was one of its unique properties. After spending a long time with Qin, the Phoenix Tail Stone had developed a mind of its own and its intelligence was comparable to an average sapient life form. Master Fei, I have heard that you played around with divine Dr. Chen Ziqiang in the Flame Imp village, a sign that your cultivation is truly unfathomable. I originally thought that you would be an elder. For you to be so young truly leaves me surprised, Qin loudly spoke. As he was wearing a mask, it was impossible to see the changes on his facial expression, but by observing his eyes, Xia Fei could tell that Qin was still somewhat wary about him. Lord Qi praises me too much. Chen Ziqiang is a divine doctor, a level 6 apothecary. How could I compare to him? It was only a fluke that I was able to win against him. Qin waved his hand. Master Fei, you humble yourself too much. Modesty is a very admirable trait, but there is no need for excess modesty. By now, your illustrious name has spread throughout the exiled grounds, but who did you learn your arts from? Why would you come to the exiled grounds? Probing me. Xia Fei inwardly muttered. Qin was truly very cautious. Rather than mentioning his illness, he first tried to gather information about Xia Fei. It turned out that he was still rather wary. In truth, this was quite normal. During the treatment, Xia Fei would have to approach Qin and send mental energy into Qin's body. Thus, Qin would have to let down all his defenses. This was no different from placing himself on the execution platform for Xia Fei to take his head. Any smart warrior would have to first question an apothecary on their background before seeking their help. It would be a serious problem if someone with ill intentions used that moment to make a lethal strike. Xia Fei bitterly chuckled. Lord Qi, let's not bring up the past. While Ah Fei doesn't look down on the exiled grounds, who would abandon the Law realm and come here to live unless they truly had nowhere to go? As for my master, I can't speak of him. I hope that Lord Qi will forgive me. Qin pondered what he had heard. Everything Xia Fei had said was right. There were only two kinds of people in the exiled grounds. The first were people who had been born here, the descendants of those who had been exiled, and the second were traitors or fugitives who had fled the Law realm because it was no longer safe for them to stay there. Xia Fei was claiming that he was a traitor, so it made sense that he was unwilling to talk about his past. Qin casually asked Xia Fei a few more questions, but Xia Fei already had answers prepared and easily replied to them. Qin could not help but nod as his doubts slowly dissipated. It had to be said that Xia Fei was truly a good actor. When lying, neither his expression nor pulse changed, and he also had a perfect grasp over the sort of attitude a high-ranking apothecary should have, that of someone who was often revered by others. Geniuses were often arrogant, so if Xia Fei had been too humble or cautious, he would actually be doing himself a disservice. This sort of confident demeanor, breezily answering questions, was how a proper apothecary should act. Xia Fei had completely immersed himself in the role, working hard for that chance at a bloodless victory against Qin. Why are you wasting words with this evil beast? Kill him! Kill him! He has the phoenix tail stone and you have peacock blue. You don't need to be afraid of him. You can do it. From the moment he saw Qin, Oro had been constantly howling, only willing to rest once Qin was torn to shreds, but Xia Fei had a plan in mind and ignored him. Oro's anger was directly conveyed to Xia Fei through the radar system, and someone of weaker will might have easily been influenced by Oro's emotions. Fortunately, Xia Fei was not so easily shaken. Not even the beautiful consort of the butterfly species, Qinjian, had been able to shake Xia Fei's resolve, let alone the raving anger of some lion. There's no point in being so frantic. I will kill him in your place but through my own methods, Xia Fei said to Oro through the radar system. He was steadfast in his resolve. Putting aside the fact that Oro was only a toothless, declawed lion, even if he had his former strength, he would have still failed to change Xia Fei's original intentions. Once Xia Fei made up his mind, he rarely allowed the opinions of others to change it. Qin gave a slight nod. He picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. He held his cup like a woman, his middle finger and thumb holding the cup while the rest of his fingers were extended. Suddenly, his eyes exploded with cold sparks as he stared at Seth. His immemorial mystical armament instantly flew out, floating near the ceiling like a sentinel hawk. This sudden shift in attitude caught Xia Fei and Seth off guard. They had been pleasantly talking a few moments ago, so why this abrupt change in attitude? Had he already seen through Seth's disguise? That could not be, could it? Seth's disguise was exquisite. Not only had his face changed, his voice and demeanor had well. There was no way it could be so easily seen through, right? Far too many questions appeared in Xia Fei's mind at this moment, but his eyes remained like placid pools of water. He stared straight at Seth, hoping that he would not break at this critical moment. Seth felt these two extraordinary auras simultaneously. One was from Qin, and it was a familiar pressure, suffused with frigid killing intent. The other was from Xia Fei. It was like a gentle hand that enclosed him, preventing all danger from creeping through his mind and giving him confidence. Why are you afraid of him? I'm right here. This was the signal that Seth could read from Xia Fei's eyes. Seth was a very cowardly person, but for some reason, he suddenly had the strength to hold out against Qin's aura. June and Joey bowed on the side with foolish smiles on their faces. They had no idea that an unseen battle of aura was taking place before them. There were no weapons to be seen, but killing intent engulfed the area. This assistant of yours seems rather familiar. Qin spoke in a very grim tone. Have we met before? Zing! Xia Fei's hands began to sweat, and he wondered to himself, why don't I strike first? Chapter 689, Exposed. Why don't I strike first? This thought momentarily flashed in Xia Fei's mind. With his sharp observation skills, Xia Fei was sure that this was only Qin probing them. Seth was wrapped in a jacket and did not dare to reveal himself. Anyone would have suspected his motives. Have you met Lord Qi? Xia Fei asked, smiling at Seth. Seth hastily shook his head, saying nothing. You are seeing Lord Qi, yet you still wrap yourself up so tightly. This is very impolite. Xia Fei smiled at Seth. Lord Qi isn't some ordinary individual, and he won't care about your ugly appearance. Take off your disguise and let the Lord see if he recognizes you. Seth was taken aback, and though he had many apprehensions, he still did as Xia Fei said, taking off his jacket and undoing the mask around his face. Qin was startled at first, but then he shook his head and bitterly smiled. What sort of face was it? The features were all scrunched up together, and to call Seth ugly was actually to beautify him. It was such a face that Qin would have never forgotten it had he had met this fellow before. June and Joey were given a scare. They had never imagined that Xia Fei's slave assistant would have this sort of appearance. It's no wonder you covered yourself too much. This sort of face would probably have the children weeping, June said in a good-natured and teasing tone. Xia Fei pointed at Seth and loudly declared, "This is my slave. He normally does a few miscellaneous tasks and physical work for me. He's a very obedient person, but his appearance is far too unbearable, so I normally have him cover up himself. Even if he can't frighten women, it's not good to frighten the flowers and grass, either." Everyone burst into laughter. The phoenix tail stone stowed away its aggression and flew back behind Qin while Seth frantically covered himself back up. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruit Noel. Qin laughed. Master Ah Fei is rather amusing. The appearance of this slave of yours truly makes one worry a little. Since Master Ah Fei has such miraculous skills, why don't you modify the appearance of your slave? Xia Fei shook his head. It's just a slave. It's fine as long as he can work. He normally covers his head with a scarf, and you can't be annoyed by what you can't see. Why waste the energy to modify his face? Besides, plastic surgery isn't difficult for me, but I can just use the money to buy a few more slaves. There's no need. Qin repeatedly nodded. In the exiled grounds, the life of a person was worth less than a dog, and slaves came incredibly cheaply. No one would treat the life of a slave seriously. 70% of Qin's doubt had been dispelled. His greatest worry had been Seth, for Seth had a large body and was somehow covering himself. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was young, so Qin did not take him as a threat. After chatting a little more, Qin finally got to the main topic and prepared to have Xia Fei treat his illness. I invited Master Ah Fei over this time primarily to see what sort of top-class apothecary you are and also in the hopes that you can look at an old injury of mine. For many years now, the slightest humidity in the air will cause the injury to flare up, leaving me in excruciating pain, which makes living full of suffering. Plus, as I have grown older, the injury only worsens, Qin said with a sigh. Xia Fei chuckled. Lord Qi, there's no need to be so polite. It is Ah Fei's honor to have the fortune of meeting you. Where is this injury of yours? After some thought, Qin pressed a button on his armor. Pop! The hard alloy shell opened, revealing his furry chest. The Lionheart royalty possessed golden fur, but Qin's body was split down the middle, his left side completely bald. It had a dark and gloomy color. Meanwhile, his right side possessed fur that was the same color as an ordinary member of the Lionheart race. Law of Darkness. This is a scar left behind by the Law of Darkness penetrating through the body. Xia Fei blurted out in shock. Qin furrowed his brows and casually closed his armor back up. This enigmatic Autumn Sun armor was a product of Demon Race Master Artificer, Campos. It had powerful functions, and Qin would not so easily take off one of his most valuable resources. Aren't you a human? As a resident of the God race, how do you know of the Law of Darkness? Xia Fei softly chortled, putting on an aloof and profound appearance. Recently, the conflict between the two supreme races has been stirring up again, and there are often private brawls between them. To tell the truth, this isn't the first time I've seen wounds inflicted by the laws of light or darkness. There have been many warriors in our race who have sustained deep-seated injuries after private fights with the demon race. Qin considered Xia Fei's words and felt that there was no problem with them. The battle between the two races had never stopped, and where there was battle, there were casualties. Xia Fei belonged to one of the God race's subordinate clans, so it was very normal for him to have seen the law powers of the demon race. Since Master Ah Fei has seen the wounds left behind by penetration of the Law of Darkness before, do you know of a way to heal such a stubborn wound? Qin somewhat anxiously asked. This pain had tormented him for many years, and he spent every moment thinking about having it healed. It's very difficult, Xia Fei helplessly shook his head. From what I can see, someone who could inflict such a large-scale wound must be a peak expert, and after so many years, it has penetrated into your body. Let alone me, no apothecary in the lower realm will be able to clean out the dark energy in your body completely. Qin sighed in disappointment, but he did not doubt Xia Fei's judgment. Qin knew very well how powerful the law of darkness was. If Xia Fei had declared with absolute confidence that he could cure this old wound, Qin would not have believed him at all. Xia Fei stroked his chin and said, "Still, I have ways of alleviating the wound. If you're lucky, the frequency of flare-ups can be reduced by more than 50%. Qin was stunned. Greatly reducing the pain and more than having the frequency of the flare-ups was terrific news to him. Qin had never planned to have Xia Fei completely cure him, for he knew just how powerful the law of darkness was. Xia Fei's proposed solution was already far beyond Qin's expectations. "Master Fei, are you telling the truth?" Qin hastily asked. Xia Fei's eyes turned cold as he sternly said, "I'm of course confident, but it will require a long treatment process, painstakingly scraping off the power of darkness in your body. In this period, you must live exactly as I order you to. You must refrain from any sort of spicy food, not even the smallest bit." "That's no problem at all." Qin was so excited that he almost jumped to his feet. The thought of his pain finally being alleviated had him overjoyed. Xia Fei truly could reduce the pain brought by the law of darkness, but he would never use those methods on Qin. After all, his goal was not to cure Qin but rather to exploit his illness and to take his life. "Before carrying out the treatment, I must examine your body to see how far the illness has progressed and confirm the amount of medicine that should be used," Xia Fei said. "As you please, Master Fei." Qin nodded. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his pitch-black left arm. Xia Fei stood up and said, "Your left arm is no good. The injuries are already too severe, and the meridians are damaged. I need to go through your right arm." Qin hastily rolled up his right arm sleeve, saying with a smile, "Master is right. The left arm is truly in such a bad state that I don't feel anything from it at all." Xia Fei casually walked over to Qin's side, a subtle flash of killing intent in his eyes. As long as his fingers could touch Qin's arm and release mental energy, his powerful mental energy would immediately tear Qin's seventh brain region to shreds. Not even a god would be able to save him. Oro was so nervous that he could not speak. Although he did not want Qin to die so easily, for Xia Fei, killing Qin on the pretext of treating his illness was an excellent choice. After all, if they actually got into a fight, Xia Fei's chances of winning would be greatly reduced. Bringing two fingers together, Xia Fei gathered mental energy on his fingers and slowly reached out. The hall became stiflingly oppressive. Every person had their own plan. Xia Fei wanted to use this chance to take Qin's life, while Jun and Joey were waiting to be richly rewarded once Xia Fei healed Qin. Suddenly, just as Xia Fei was about to complete his mission, his fingers less than half a meter from Qin, a contented shout came from Xia Fei's body. It was not very loud, but it contained a frightening strength, like a giant dragon stirring from its dreams. Zing! Qin nimbly jumped out of his chair, covering over a dozen meters with one leap. At the same time, Furball lazily crawled out from Xia Fei's bosom, completely unaware that his mouth had ruined Xia Fei's plan. Xia Fei inwardly cursed. If Furball had only woken up a few seconds later, Qin would have been dead, but at this point, the moment had passed. It seemed that he would have to rely on force. Holy Beast Shatterstar! With his sharp eyes, Qin instantly recognized Furball for what the creature was. His face turned icy cold as he grimly asked, "Who are you?" "An apothecary can't possibly have tamed a holy beast, not unless he's both an apothecary and a high-ranking warrior." Furball was smart, so he quickly realized that he had once more caused trouble. He helplessly spat out his little pink tongue and began to focus, preparing to help Xia Fei take care of Qin so that he could correct his mistake and so that his master would not rebuke him very severely. "It's true that I'm an apothecary, but I didn't come here to treat your illness but rather to take your life," Xia Fei loudly declared, casting aside all pretenses. Plush! Seth struck first, taking the heads of Jun and Joey before they could react. Seth was truly quite the coward, but there was no going back. Xia Fei was determined to fight, and no matter how afraid Seth was, he had to make do. In desperate times, one would often unleash one's potential. Perhaps because he was confident that Xia Fei would not lose, Seth suddenly erupted with strength and killed Jun and Joey. With a grim face, he covered Xia Fei's rear. I have no quarrel with you. Why do you want my life? Qin asked in a hoarse tone, his eyes erupting with killing intent. The phoenix tail stone stirred up its energy and began to fly circles around Qin. It was a lethal weapon and Qin's strongest defense. In order to take Qin's life, Xia Fei would first have to get through the phoenix tail stone. Don't waste any more time talking with him. Hurry and kill him. Take the blood swallow gem. I guarantee that you'll immediately become a top law emperor of your generation. Oro excitedly bellowed. Chapter 690, Phoenix Tail Stone's complete form. A battle between experts was like walking on thin ice. Xia Fei did not listen to Oro's words and charged over. Instead, he opted to observe Qin and sought the best opportunity to strike. Phoenix Tail Stone revolved faster and faster, leaving behind a long trail of flames. Ha 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 ha. Qin burst into laughter. He pointed behind Xia Fei at Seth and smiled. I recognized you now. You're that fellow whom I almost killed a month ago. If I wasn't feeling unwell that day, you wouldn't have survived. I didn't think that you had truly listened to me and sold yourself into slavery. In truth, I can't recklessly move around with this body, so I was just threatening you. Seth's face was ashen. He had no idea that Qin was just trying to scare him. In his eyes, this had been some peerless expert, and if he did not follow his orders, he might suddenly die one day. Experts always had their ways of pursuing their enemies, and hiding from them was very difficult. Is that something you can be concerned about right now? I sincerely follow my master. He's the strongest warrior I've ever met. I admire him. I'm willing to die for him. Seth decided to go for broke. His only option right now was to tie himself to Xia Fei and show Xia Fei how loyal he was. That was the only way he would have a possibility of a good future. However, Seth's flattery was too lacking, and Xia Fei's face slightly reddened. Furball was smart, fawning on Xia Fei whenever he had time. While Xia Fei treated Furball very strictly, this clever little ball still liked him a lot. Surprisingly, Qin laughed even harder. He pointed at Xia Fei and asked, him? A reckless and ignorant apothecary with just a little law force? Are you blind? His cultivation clearly isn't that high, yet you recognized him as your master. Seth was startled. It was true that he could not tell what Xia Fei's actual cultivation was. As a native warrior of the exiled grounds, Seth was sorely lacking in experience and vision compared to Qin. After all, Qin had been a genius that the Lionheart royalty had gone to great lengths just to train. He could tell at a glance that Xia Fei, while very ruthless, had yet to reach Law Emperor. Ignore this evil beast. Level has never decided everything. Your battle experience and methods are on par with Qin's. Oro hated Qin to his bones, so he pumped up Xia Fei. Let's make a wager. I only need one strike to take his life. Qin's body erupted with killing intent. He lived up to his status as an elite member of the Lionheart royalty, for he was much stronger than Colin of the Shepherd Ians. Seth shivered and backed away 2 steps, but Xia Fei was unperturbed as he continued to look for a chance to strike. I won't let all of you die so easily, though. I'm quite interested in this Master Fei, so I'm prepared to keep him alive and investigate him slowly, Qin sinisterly added. As he spoke, Qin struck. Whoosh! Phoenix Tail Stone shot towards Xia Fei, leaving a long trail of embers. It moved with such incredible speed that it left behind afterimages. Each immemorial mystical armament had its own strong points and attributes. Phoenix Tail Stone's attributes were speed and sharpness. Compared to the other 3 earth element mystical armaments, Phoenix Tail Stone was the closest to metal. It was a blade. An incredibly tough divine weapon with a mind of its own, capable of seeking on its own any opportunities in battle. Crafty approach. When it came to speed, neither Xia Fei nor Furball was slow. Xia Fei instantly vanished while Furball moved toward Phoenix Tail Stone. If Phoenix Tail Stone remained at Qin's side, it was a powerful defense, but once it left him, it was the sharpest weapon. Xia Fei's sharp intuition had found an opportunity. He ordered Furball to delay Phoenix Tail Stone so that Xia Fei could fight Qin. Without Phoenix Tail Stone, Qin's fighting power would suffer an obvious drop, but Xia Fei still had many other treasures. He had a chance of taking down Qin in one fell swoop. Rumble! An incredible sight ensued. Furball collided straight into Phoenix Tail Stone. Although Furball was a body of flesh and blood, he was also a being of energy with a vast amount of energy stored inside him. As he flew forward, his body became surrounded by a bizarre bubble of light. It was not that dazzling, but only people who had taken Furbal's attacks knew that this unremarkable bubble was made entirely of energy. The purest energy. The sound was deafening. Using his physical body, Furbal did not lose out in his battle with Phoenix Tail Stone. Awoo! Furbal was fearless and began to chase Phoenix Tail Stone around. When he had a chance to take aim, he would give it a bite. Of course, Phoenix Tail Stone was a divine weapon that Furbal could not eat, but after many years at Xia Fei's side, Furbal had gained a tinge of madness, which was equal to Xia Fei's. If one bite would not break it, then 2, 3. Until Phoenix Tail Stone was nothing but debris, he would not give up. Thump thump thump. Up near the crystal dome, Furbal and Phoenix Tail Stone fought evenly. Both moved around like bolts of lightning, which constantly crashed against each other. Phoenix Tail Stone was both intelligent and self-conscious. Moving nimbly and striking fiercely, it could decide entirely on its own whether to attack or counterattack. Quinn did not need to devote any additional focus to it. Whoosh! The blood crystal appeared in Xia Fei's left as he traveled along that oblique arc he was best at and accelerated toward Quinn. Bang! As the blade sliced forward and was about to strike Quinn's body, suddenly, a black light appeared. It struck the blood crystal like a bullet and diverted its course, causing the blade to brush past Quinn and fly away. Another Phoenix Tail Stone. Xia Fei stopped, lowered his body, and observed. Another Phoenix Tail Stone had appeared at Quinn's side. It was also pitch black and emitting faint embers, appearing like the tail of a shark and bursting with speed and power. Just like how Peacock Blue had 13 blades of grass, Phoenix Tail Stone was more than just one piece. Whew! Quinn exhaled. Glancing at Phoenix Tail Stone which was battling with Furbal, he sternly said, "You actually forced me to use the second level of my immemorial mystical armament. Your speed is rather good, but unfortunately, it's not enough to have a holy beast. Shatterstar has yet to mature fully, so while it may be easy for him to deal with one Phoenix Tail Stone, 2 won't be as easy." Quinn waved his sleeve, and another Phoenix Tail Stone flew off to Furbal. The battle beneath the dome became 2 versus 1, Furbal fighting off 2 Phoenix Tail Stones by himself. "What's going on? Didn't you say that Quinn had only reached the first level of Phoenix Tail Stone?" Xia Fei swiftly asked. Oro had clearly been caught off guard by this, muttering, "Phoenix Tail Stone has 7 levels in total, and at its highest level, there will be 7 Phoenix Tail Stones circling the body, forming an impenetrable defense and mountain-toppling offense, but I clearly recall Quinn being very slow in mastering Phoenix Tail Stone. In fact, he only mastered the first level." Xia Fei clenched his teeth and viciously said, "Since Quinn was planning to betray you, he might have completely mastered Phoenix Tail Stone but didn't tell you." Oro was startled. This truly was a possibility. Quinn, who had been scheming to steal the complete version of the Law of Life from the clan, had long ago become disloyal to his master. Now that he thought about it, there had been 7 years from the time Quinn obtained Phoenix Tail Stone to when he was driven out of the Lionheart clan. In all that time, Quinn had made no progress at all with mastering Phoenix Tail Stone, and Oro had grumbled about his slowness more than once. Now, it appeared that Quinn had not been too slow. He had just been hiding his progress from Oro. This evil beast! I'll kill you! Once he understood what was going on, Oro went insane, his eyes becoming streaks of blood. He wanted nothing more than to devour Quinn alive. Rumble! Furbal was like a bolt of lightning, and he crashed into the 2 other bolts of lightning. There was a thunderous explosion that shook the crystal dome. Whoosh! Furbal slightly paused in the air, panting for breath. It had been very easy to deal with one Phoenix Tail Stone, but the doubling of his opponents had multiplied the fighting power of Phoenix Tail Stone by several times. Furbal was already feeling tired. That he could fight, outnumbered, was already surprising enough. Overcoming his opponent would be very difficult. Clenching teeth, Xia Fei charged forward. Holding back his cards had always been Xia Fei's habit. He had not expected Quinn to have his own trump cards. This battle was going to be much harder than he predicted. Ode of 100 Spirits. Xia Fei used his second weapon, the Darkness Metal weapon. The Ode of 100 Spirits arranged itself in a cross and deluged Quinn in a barrage. Quinn's combat armor, the enigmatic Autumn Sun, was the Ode of 100 Spirits target. With this defensive layer broken, Quinn's ability to protect himself would plunge. Rumble! However, Xia Fei bore witness to another shocking sight. 2 more phoenix tail stones flew out, one using its incredible speed to bring down the Ode of 100 Spirits while the other one flew out to once more block Xia Fei's attempt to get close. Bang! The blood crystal was deflected away on impact, the force of which was so great that Xia Fei felt his wrist go numb. 4 phoenix tail stones. Immemorial mystical armaments were incredibly powerful. This was not just a problem of fighting power being multiplied by several times, but by 10 times. Xia Fei groaned. It seems that your disciple was hiding a lot from you. I suspect that he's already completely mastered Phoenix Tail Stone and reached level 7. Oro's face turned purple. Everyone knew how unruly the immemorial mystical armaments were. Xia Fei's Peacock Blue had 13 levels, and though Xia Fei had only reached level 3, this weapon was already abnormally powerful. If Qin really had the complete form of Phoenix Tail Stone, having reached the 7th level, his fighting power was beyond imagination. This presented an enormous challenge to Xia Fei. Rumble. Thump thump thump. The battle reached an unprecedented height of intensity. Xia Fei vs Qin and 2 Phoenix Tail Stones. Furball vs 2 Phoenix Tail Stones. They were all completely focused on this battle. The crystal hall was thrown into turmoil, after images all over the place. In this situation, Xia Fei and Furball had to use 120% of their energy. A great law emperor with an immemorial mystical armament truly possessed extraordinary power. Qin was still standing at his original position, but he was already giving Xia Fei and Holy Beast Shatterstar a hard time. Seth did not dare to believe his eyes. He suddenly discovered that a mighty law emperor like him had no purpose on this battlefield. As he observed the intense battle Xia Fei and Furball were fighting against Qin, he realized that there was no space for him to intervene. Not even marginally. How absurd was this? Qin and Furball were one thing. After all, they were apex existences, but Xia Fei had even less cultivation than he did, yet his fighting power far surpassed his own. How was this possible? 7. It was really 7 Phoenix Tail Stones. After 10 minutes, Xia Fei finally confirmed that Qin had completely mastered Phoenix Tail Stone. Oro was utterly dumbfounded. He truly did not know whether having Xia Fei come to kill Qin was helping him or hurting him. Qin coldly laughed, then he looked at Xia Fei, and sighed. You should feel proud for forcing me to use the complete form of Phoenix Tail Stone. Now, prepare to die. Xia Fei moved around his stiff right wrist. Xia Fei had gone to great lengths to force Qin to use Phoenix Tail Stone at its fullest potential. Hearing these words, he craftily smiled. You forgot. There's more than just one immemorial mystical armament. Chapter 691, Phoenix Tail Stone vs Peacock Blue. You forgot. There's more than just one immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei craftily smiled and his eyes exploded with light. He did not seem one bit dejected or despairing. Qin was startled and could not help but be annoyed. Xia Fei was clearer on the back foot, and even Holy Beast Shatterstar was locked in an arduous battle. He really did not know where Xia Fei's self-confidence was coming from. Humph. Good. You recognized this as an immemorial mystical armament. If you're smart, you'll hand over the prescription. I might be happy enough to let you live. Qin placed his hands behind his back and coldly said. It appeared that Qin had truly been put through some suffering by Oro's law of darkness. Even up to this point, when they were already fighting against each other, he was still thinking about the prescription. It turned out that Qin had intentionally been holding back and sparing Xia Fei because he still wanted to cure his illness. Alas, Xia Fei would never treat his illness, only take his life. Keep dreaming. Xia Fei laughed. There's no saving this life of yours. Whoosh. His body blinked away as Xia Fei attacked once more. The blood crystal in his left hand was slightly raised, making an unremarkable strike at Qin's waist. Humph. Enraged, Qin had the 5 Phoenix Tail Stones at his side form a 5-pointed star, which acted as a shield that barred Xia Fei's path. Peacock Blue, it's your turn. Rumble. 3 thorny blades of bluegrass flew through the air like giant snakes, extending from Xia Fei's right arm and instantly reaching lengths of more than 100 meters. The blades of grass were thick and long, yet they were also nimble. They agilely moved through the air like the limbs of a giant octopus, sweeping up all 5 Phoenix Tail Stones. If Qin's immemorial mystical armament, the Phoenix Tail Stone, was like 7 cursed blades with minds of their own that danced through the air, then Xia Fei's Peacock Blue was like the giant hand of a god. Although this hand had only 3 fingers, it was agile and able to take many forms. With a vicious grab, it held fast all of the phoenix tail stones. What is this? Quinn could not help but blurt out in alarm as he backed away 3 steps. The battle had been going on for 10-some minutes, but this was the first time Quinn had moved his feet. The sudden appearance of Peacock Blue left him stunned beyond words. That savage bluegrass gave a very familiar feeling to Quinn. It was the feeling of an immemorial mystical armament. He suddenly recalled Xia Fei's casual comment from earlier, there's more than just one immemorial mystical armament. Quinn was dealt a heavy mental blow. Xia Fei did not seem old, so it was one thing for him to be a top-class apothecary, yet he also had the holy beast Shatterstar. Added to that was decent fighting experience and cultivation, and now, there was even an immemorial mystical armament. What a troublesome opponent! Quinn mentally groaned when he saw Peacock Blue. In truth, there was no need to be so surprised, for he had yet to see everything that Xia Fei had in his arsenal. Rumble. The phoenix tail stone was the existence among the 4 stones of the southern star closest to metal. Not only did it have a mind of its own, it was as sharp as the fin of a shark. After enclosing the phoenix tail stones, Peacock Blue used its tough and thorn-covered body to crush them, but after a moment of panic, the phoenix tail stones counterattacked. A sharp stone covered in bright yellow flames charged out with a whoosh. Quinn was encouraged by this sight and loudly laughed. Though I don't know the name of your immemorial mystical armament, it clearly can't control the phoenix tail stone. Whoosh! As he spoke, Peacock Blue sent out a blade of grass, which nimbly swept back up the phoenix tail stone that had just escaped. Quinn became embarrassed. He had not expected Xia Fei's immemorial mystical armament to be so tenacious, so stubborn, and unrelenting. Even if it had to use its life, it would suppress the phoenix tail stone. The intense counterattack of the phoenix tail stone had left Peacock Blue battered and punctured, and blue plant bits would frequently drift down from the sky like a blue blizzard was taking place. However, Peacock Blue had the attributes of a plant, and it was constantly growing back what was destroyed, so the marks made by the phoenix tail stone swiftly healed. Moreover, the blades of grass grew longer and longer, already reaching 500 meters. The little phoenix tail stone fighting against Peacock Blue was like 7 blades of grass fighting against a skyscraping tree. The two simply were not opponents of the same weight class. This was a contest of control and anti-control. Xia Fei's goal was very simple. Be it Peacock Blue or Furball, neither was capable of completely crushing the phoenix tail stone. All they needed to do was hold it down. With the phoenix tail stone held down, Quinn would lose his greatest source of power, and a tiger without claws or teeth was a much weaker opponent. Whoosh! Xia Fei clenched his teeth and shot forward, instantly making more than 100 attacks with the blood crystal in his left hand. Each one of them aimed at Quinn's vital points. Peacock Blue and Furball together had given Xia Fei a chance at an even fight. What mattered now was whether or not he could kill this great Law Emperor. Law of Darkness. Devouring Cloud Hand. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruitnoelo. Quinn finally lost his composure and used the law force he specialized in, the Law of Darkness. Bang! Quinn's arms suddenly became massive, like 2 dense black clouds, and with a swing of his arms, these clouds pursued and attacked Xia Fei. Up until now, Quinn had relied entirely on the phoenix tail stone to fight, not using any of his own power. Now that all of the phoenix tail stone was being held down by Peacock Blue and Furball, Quinn had to contend against Xia Fei's forceful offensive all by himself. Whoosh! A fist of black metal swept towards Xia Fei with the force of a 1,000-kilogram hammer. Xia Fei used crafty approach and his super speed to dodge the attack and circle around Quinn, seeking an opening. Quinn's arms swiftly spun around like machines, creating an impenetrable offense. At the same time, Quinn was looking for an opening that he could use to kill Xia Fei. The battle entered a stalemate. Xia Fei could not let the Law of Darkness get close to him, for it carried an infectiously corrosive force. The reason Quinn had been so severely maimed was that darkness energy had thoroughly penetrated into his body. While the law powers of the god race were impressive and grandiose, the demon race's law powers were not as flashy, yet they concealed vicious after-effects. The Law of Darkness had an extremely yin nature, while the Law of Light had an extremely yang nature. According to ancient texts, sapient life forms emphasized a balance of yin and yang. If extreme yin or extreme yang power penetrated into the body, it would inevitably result in an imbalance of yin and yang, which would deal unbearable damage to the life form. The laws of space and matter, used by the god race, attacked out the side, tearing apart the enemy, but the laws of darkness and light, used by the demon race, had the goal of destroying vitality. By attacking vitality, they destroyed the foundation of the enemy's ability to live. It was hard to say which of the law powers used by the two supreme races was stronger, but the laws of the demon race were more sinister, a fact widely acknowledged by all. The forces of darkness and light were so powerful that even the top-class war armor from the Fig Corporation that Xia Fei was wearing could only alleviate the effects somewhat. It could not stop the darkness from infiltrating into his body. Thus, Xia Fei could not directly take on the law of darkness, only avoid it. Xia Fei did not dare to directly clash with the law of darkness, but Qin also had no means of catching Xia Fei. This was because Xia Fei's movements were far too bizarre, and his speed was too fast. Unless he unleashed an all-encompassing darkness attack, engulfing this entire area in law of darkness force, he would find it hard to catch the slippery Xia Fei. However, using this sort of darkness attack was a heavy load on his body, and Qin was already nearly half crippled. There was no telling how much pain he would risk suffering from unleashing such a move with his law of darkness. Qin furrowed his brows and looked up. The battle in the air had not stopped. Though neither Furball nor Peacock Blue had completely matured yet, and both were still in their juvenile stage, their combined might was no weaker than Phoenix Tail Stone. Qin was too afraid to use too much law force with his law of darkness, which gave Xia Fei a chance. When two powers fought, it was always the courageous one who would win. Xia Fei's reckless and suicidal temperament once more erupted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He moved faster and faster, becoming like a shooting star. He tried again and again to get closer to Qin and send the blood crystal into his body. Qin did not know the power of the blood crystal, but from its garish red hue and cold aura, he could tell that this dagger was not something as simple as a weapon for killing. Otherwise, given the numerous weapons Xia Fei had, he would have never used this bloody dagger. Furball went all out to get results. He threw his body in a collision against a phoenix tail stone, once, twice, thrice, 100 times, and even 1,000 times. The energy barrier around his body was his weapon, and stiff resistance with his body was how he used it. Rumble. Furball's body suddenly disappeared, and a second later, he had collided with one of the phoenix tail stones, creating an explosive sound that was similar to the sound made when meteors collided. Finally, after these constant attacks, a thin crack appeared on the surface of that phoenix tail stone. While it was just an unremarkable wound, it was proof enough that the more frenzied Furball had seized the upper hand in this clash. Given enough time, Phoenix Tail Stone was not unbreakable. Xia Fei faintly smiled. Furball and Peacock Blue were performing so well. As their master, he had no reason to give up. Rumble. Xia Fei released Law of Space's force again and again, and he used his speed and movement techniques to the limit, holding down Qin in an area of 10 square meters. That lion face beneath Qin's mask turned grim. He had to admit that he had underestimated Xia Fei. Without the help of the Phoenix Tail Stone, he was now firmly suppressed by Xia Fei, unable to move. Remaining in this state would not turn out well. However, it was in desperate times when warriors were at their most frightening, for this was when they would use suicidal measures. Qin was now in dire straits, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. He roared with all his strength, "Endless night!" Law of darkness force erupted from Qin's body. He was a furious lion, not caring for the consequences as he unleashed his strongest attack. Not good. This is a top-tier martial technique of our Lionheart royalty. When used, this entire region of space will be invaded by darkness. Oro nervously said. Furball, Peacock Blue, and Phoenix Tail Stone all stopped fighting and nervously turned to Qin. As beings with intelligence, they all felt a hint of danger from Qin's bearing. The law of primal chaos could counter the law powers of space and matter, as far as Xia Fei knew, but could it counter the laws of the demon race? Xia Fei did not have much time. His body suddenly vanished, and then he thrust his palms forward. Law of Primal Chaos. Double Falling Leaves of Autumn's Demise. Chapter 692, Law of Darkness vs. Law of Primal Chaos. Law of Darkness vs. Law of Primal Chaos. Endless Night vs. Double Falling Leaves of Autumn's Demise. At this stage, the battle had become a pure clash of law powers. Was it Qin's Law of Darkness that was stronger, or was it Xia Fei's Law of Primal Chaos that was sharper? Nobody knew, for this was the first time in history that these two laws were clashing. There was a first time for everything. The Law of Primal Chaos had already proven that it had the ability to disrupt the two great laws of the God race. Were the laws of the demon race able to be subverted by the Law of Primal Chaos? This question would soon be answered. The crystal hall became eerily quiet, Furball and Peacock Blue both stopping their battles. This battle was no longer something that they could control. Xia Fei had wanted them to hold down the Phoenix Tail Stone, and they had done so. As for Qin, this powerful Great Law Emperor was someone Xia Fei needed to handle alone. Darkness radiated from Qin's body, forming a round black cloud that, in the blink of an eye, engulfed him. The pitch-black color of the cloud gave it an eerie nature. No ray of light was able to escape the pursuit of its darkness. Double falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei roared, both of his hands mustering up the law force from the law of primal chaos. Using a simple and unremarkable thrust of his palms, he unleashed the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei had once more advanced in the law of primal chaos. He was now at level 3, and his law force was powerful enough for him to be capable of unleashing the law of primal chaos with both hands. By using the move with both hands, he doubled the amount of law force released. Thus, Xia Fei had given this move the name of Double Falling Leaves of Autumn's Demise. Two hands, two streams of primal chaos energy, surged out. Endless night. Qin bellowed with the savagery of a primordial beast. The law of darkness gathered with incredible speed, and that dark hue began to engulf this region of space swiftly. Kaboom! As Xia Fei's two palms met that clump of darkness, there was an earth-shattering boom. It was like two legendary divine dragons howling in unison, one heavy and sinister while the other was wild and insane. A miracle occurred. That mass of darkness was like a nuclear bomb about to explode, ready to obliterate the stars, and also like a giant and rapidly expanding balloon. When it burst, the consequences would be unthinkable. Xia Fei's law of primal chaos was a needle that had punctured this mass of darkness force which was about to explode. This energy leaked out, causing the mass of darkness to stop expanding. In fact, it even shrank a little. Xia Fei clenched his teeth, his eyes turning red. He mustered up all the energy he could muster to fight back against Qin's law of darkness. Seth's ghastly pale face gradually began to turn red, and his breathing became hurried. When Qin unleashed his strongest technique, Seth thought that he was done for, but then, Xia Fei had used some inexplicable power capable of taking on the law of darkness directly. This was an incredibly inspiring scene. The power Xia Fei used clearly did not come from the god race or demon race. It was a new kind of power that nobody understood, an absurd and insane energy. When the law of darkness collided with Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, it was like a weak scholar colliding with a local ruffian, and this completely unreasonable gangster immediately gave this scholar of great erudition a thorough beating. Want to be reasonable? Forget about it. If the law of primal chaos was reasonable, why would it still have this power of subversion? What did it matter what one wanted? Beat them up first, then talk later. Qin's eyes widened. He found it hard to believe that the supreme technique he had risked the backlash of darkness to unleash was being suppressed by this absurd and domineering power that Xia Fei had unleashed. That mass of darkness uncontrollably leaked energy, growing smaller and smaller, less and less threatening. A cold helplessness began to creep into Qin's heart. The law of darkness had encountered the unreasonable law of primal chaos. This was all of Qin's strength. It was the power he had been nurturing and storing for so many years so that he could fight for a chance at survival in case some enemy came looking for him. Today, alas, when that mortal battle had finally come, he could not use a bit of this energy. It was all leaking away because of the law of primal chaos. Absurd! Absurd! Qin could not even cry. He could not understand what was going on. All of his power, all of his rage, was being forced back. Pressing against his chest, it almost suffocated him to death. Beautiful! Oro cried in delight. He knew about Xia Fei's bizarre law, but he had not expected this law power to be so heaven-defying. If this continued, it would even be possible to suffocate Qin to death. Xia Fei's eyes remained cold, and he did not let down his guard in the slightest. The force of the law of primal chaos surged out of his arms and slowly infiltrated the law of darkness, neutralizing it. Like two experts sparring with Taiki, gradually, Xia Fei got closer and closer. He was now less than 2 meters away from Qin. Qin could not give up. The moment he gave up using the law of darkness to counterbalance the law of primal chaos, the law of darkness would immediately turn around and devour him. If I continue to struggle, Qin thought, I can live for a little longer. Alas, he had no idea that the bloody dagger had already set its eyes on him, and Xia Fei was already eyeing his great law emperor energy. Anyone whom Xia Fei had his eye on normally died a very miserable death, and it was something every ghost who had fallen to Xia Fei's knife could attest. Alas, Qin was completely unaware. Step by step, Xia Fei slowly forced Qin back. The edge of the knife was already at Qin's neck. This was a soft point in enigmatic autumn Sunday. The side lacked protection, golden fur sprouting from the chink. Die! Xia Fei roared, releasing even more primal chaos law force. Squelch! It was a very narrow breach, and the blood crystal broke it open without the slightest difficulty. The blade was stabbed inside. Qin instantly understood that the blood crystal killed by draining blood the moment contact was made, and it was far more painful than the backlash from the Law of Darkness. The Law of Darkness would have killed Qin instantly with its backlash, but the blood crystal was a bloodthirsty ghost, crouched on Qin's neck and guzzling away at his life. Helpless. The moment that blade plunged in, Qin no longer had the power to fight back. A great law emperor and a peerless genius of the Lionheart royalty had died under the combined devouring of the law of primal chaos and the blood crystal. The law of primal chaos consumed the law force unleashed from his law of darkness, while the blood crystal drained Qin's life. Wheeze! His body went stiff and the light drained out of his eyes. Qin was like a deflating ball, and he slowly collapsed to the ground in a pile of bones. Xia Fei had extracted his vitality while he was still alive. This pain made Qin understand that not even the torments of hell could compare to Xia Fei's cruel methods. This had been a battle of suppression and counter-suppression from start to finish. Peacock Blue and Furball had worked together to suppress the Phoenix Tail Stone, the Law of Primal Chaos had suppressed the Law of Darkness, and Xia Fei had suppressed Qin. Whoosh! Large amounts of pure energy rushed into Xia Fei's seventh brain region. This was incredibly dangerous. Last time, when absorbing the energy of the Shepherdian Great Law Emperor, Colin, Xia Fei had almost blown up from the excess energy. There was still some of that energy left in his brain region, undigested, and Xia Fei was already absorbing the power of a second Great Law Emperor. Could his seventh brain region sustain that much energy? Xia Fei, you're crazy. You can't hold all this energy. Hurry and release it. Vent it out. Oro frantically shouted. Xia Fei pulled out the blood crystal and swayed like a drunk man. His eyes were bloody red. From this, one could tell that he was barely holding on. Leave me be. I have other uses for this energy. Xia Fei placed a hand on his near-bursting head and shouted. Mad. Utterly mad. Oro did not know Xia Fei's plan and thought that there was no saving Xia Fei from being destroyed by his own greed. It was just that he had forgotten that Xia Fei was no fool. Since he dared to risk death by excess energy to devour Qin's energy, he had to have a plan. Of course, in the eyes of an ordinary person, even if Xia Fei had a plan, this sort of insane behavior was unbelievable. It was not how a human should act. Qin was dead, and the Phoenix Tail Stone was now an immemorial mystical armament without a master, so it fell silent. Bang! With a boom, the 7 Phoenix Tail Stones fused together. 7 became 1. After this, if all the rules were followed, the Phoenix Tail Stone would transform into a bolt of lightning and return to the night sky, hiding in the darkness of space for many, many years until another destined master encountered it and tamed it. This was why the immemorial mystical armament existed, to repeat this endless cycle. It had always been like this since millions and millions of years ago. However, Oro discovered that killing Qin was far from Xia Fei's ultimate goal. He saw that Xia Fei was staring with bloodshot eyes at the Phoenix Tail Stone as if he wanted to consume it. You! What are you doing? Oro stared in disbelief at Xia Fei as an absurd idea occurred to him. His mouth dropping in shock, he asked, It can't be? You can't really be thinking of doing that, can you? That is exactly what I plan to do. Xia Fei shouted. The moment the Phoenix Tail Stone fused together and prepared to return to void, a blue bolt of lightning shot out. Peacock Blue. Xia Fei was using Peacock Blue to capture the Phoenix Tail Stone. Oro completely understood now. Xia Fei wanted to keep the Phoenix Tail Stone. He would not allow it to return to the River of Stars. With a savage look on his face, Xia Fei was like a berserk demonic beast as he used the mutated version of Peacock Blue to seize the Phoenix Tail Stone. Crazy. You're definitely crazy. Oro's eyes bulged. If it had been possible, he would have tried to leave the seal of the law of ternary spectrum. This was because Xia Fei's actions were far too unbelievable in his eyes. Immemorial mystical armaments are born from the universe, and the universe is their home. When their master passes, the immemorial mystical armaments will return to the Sea of Stars. This is the unchanging law of the universe. You're challenging the universe's greatest rule here. Oro shouted. Xia Fei unleashed the vast amount of energy he had just absorbed, passing it to Peacock Blue so that it could subdue the Phoenix Tail Stone. Xia Fei had never planned to follow any so-called rules. He would take this immemorial mystical armament by force. The battle experienced another dramatic shift. To Xia Fei, this was no battle but rather a challenge against the intrinsic laws of the universe. Screw the laws of the universe. Since I've seen it, it's mine. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and declared unreasonably. Chapter 693, Peacock Blue's Fourth Blade of Grass. Xia Fei absorbed the energies of Great Law Emperor Qin and then gave it to Peacock Blue so that it could capture immemorial mystical armament Phoenix Tail Stone. Pure energy constantly rushed into Peacock Blue, enclosing its body within a mysterious white luster. This was the result of excess energy. The blue blades of grass swelled, becoming thick and extremely tough. They were 3 divine arms, tightly grasping Phoenix Tail Stone in their hands and preventing it from returning to the universe. No one can oppose the laws of the universe. This is unchangeable and an eternal law. If you don't allow Phoenix Tail Stone to return to primal chaos, you're defying the very heavens themselves. Oro roared in extreme shock. In the eyes of traditional law adepts like him, law power and the laws of the universe were all ironclad rules. They had never thought about breaking the laws, let alone actually doing the deed. When it came to these various laws, they chose to grin and bear everything. Alas, Xia Fei was no traditional law adept. He came from Earth, a rising civilization, and he had broken the rules and gone against the heavens to reach his current state time and again. If Xia Fei was someone who had inflexibly followed the rules, he would have gone his entire life without reaching the inscrutable law realm, never able to glimpse the vastness of the universe or its many secrets. All laws in this universe exist to be broken. Xia Fei loudly said, a wry smile on his face. I firmly believe that nothing in this universe is impossible. What's key is if you've got the guts to try. Mad. Insane. Rebellious. Looking down on all the laws of the universe. Xia Fei was just this sort of person who refused to follow the rules. These simple words left Lionheart King Oro utterly stunned. Oro was strong, incredibly strong. However, even the incredibly strong Oro had never tried to challenge the laws of the universe. Perhaps Xia Fei would fail, but this sort of mad and heedless courage to try left Oro deeply shaken. Everyone wanted an immemorial mystical armament, but no one had ever thought about challenging the rules and forcing it to stay behind. It was one thing not being bold enough to try something that oneself had never attempted before, but advising someone else not to try and defy the heavens, how lamentable was that? Had all of a warrior's pride, daring, and wild nature been eaten by dogs? Thud. Seth dropped to his knees. In this desperate and violent battle, Law Emperor Seth had only been able to be a spectator, without even the smallest chance of intervening. This had deeply shaken his dignity. Xia Fei had killed the peerless Qin and was now starting a battle against the very laws of the universe. This was an indescribable mental blow to Seth. As he saw Xia Fei insanely attempting to take control over Phoenix Tail Stone, Seth felt a sincere admiration. In the space of 20 minutes, Seth had witnessed the most unbelievable events of his life. His knees gave out and he collapsed to the floor. Furball became extremely excited. This creature, just like Xia Fei, was only worried that the world was too peaceful. Like a bolt of lightning, he jumped down from the ceiling, apparently even happier than Xia Fei. Awoo! Furball let out a powerful roar in support of Xia Fei's insane actions. Xia Fei's attempts to hold down Phoenix Tail Stone no matter what allowed Furball to once more witness the Xia Fei that he knew so well. This was the master Furball admired. As a holy beast, he had a temper and arrogance that was bone deep. Just like Xia Fei, he had never taken the rules seriously. Xia Fei's seventh brain region shuddered as if it was experiencing an earthquake. This was an after effect of absorbing too much energy. Xia Fei was not just randomly throwing the energy he had absorbed at Peacock Blue. Rather, he was slowly and steadily transferring the energy through his arm, and as he released this energy, the pain he felt began to dissipate gradually. To an ordinary person, even with Peacock Blue serving as an conduit of transference, this much origin energy was still much. Fortunately, Xia Fei had a natural ability to control energy. Besides shunting some of the energy to Peacock Blue, Xia Fei was also able to circulate the energy through his body, turning himself into a medium for storing and controlling energy. Phoenix Tail Stone naturally was unwilling to remain. It was its destiny to return to the universe, written into its very genes. Now that Xia Fei was trying to keep it, Phoenix Tail Stone unleashed a desperate counterattack. It was like a wild horse bucking wildly at its reins, pulling hard against them as it sought to gallop toward the sea of stars. No, Phoenix Tailstone was not just one wild horse but 10,000 or even 1,000,000, instead. Rumble. Xia Fei stomped down, planting his feet to the granite floor like two stone pillars. If Phoenix Tailstone was a wild horse, Xia Fei was a stubborn horse tamer. No matter how much it struggled or neighed, even if it died, he would not give up. It was not just Xia Fei, Peacock Blue also displayed the nature of the universe's most tenacious plant. 3 blue blades of grass became like river-spanning chains, tightly wrapping around and seizing Phoenix Tailstone. Creak. The grasses of Peacock Blue strained like springs pulled out to the max, and a soft tearing sound could be heard. After all, this was an immemorial mystical armament, the intrinsic laws of the universe. It was very difficult for Xia Fei and Peacock Blue to hold it down with just the two of them. The grass blades of Peacock Blue were under too much pressure and could break apart at any moment, but they still continued to hold on stubbornly, not showing one sign of backing down. The seconds ticked by, and Phoenix Tailstone was still unable to break free of Xia Fei's constrictions. It became extremely restless and its struggle grew stronger and stronger. Thin beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. While Edgeless could adjust the temperature, Xia Fei's body was entirely drenched in sweat at this time. To challenge the laws of the universe, Xia Fei was putting out 120% of his power. His expression was savage, his eyes were spitting flames, and his appearance was that of a madman. I won't give up that easily. Xia Fei mentally roared. I said that it's an intrinsic law of the universe, but you still wanted to challenge it. You're truly stubborn, Oro shook his head and sternly said. Just give it up. Peacock Blue is already at its limit. Look, its blades of grass are stretched taut. If Phoenix Tailstone's struggles become just a little stronger, it will completely break apart. I'm guessing things aren't easy for you, either, right? Xia Fei did not answer Oro, for he and Peacock Blue had already reached their limits. All that was supporting them was Peacock Blue's loyalty to Xia Fei and Xia Fei's resolve to never give up. Awoo! The spectating Furball could no longer restrain himself. Exotic beasts were loyal to their master, and Furball sensed danger. He felt like he needed to do something for his master at a time like this. Though Furball was cunning, lazy, and audacious, no one would ever doubt his loyalty to Xia Fei. Peacock Blue was putting in so much effort to help Xia Fei, causing Furball to feel endangered. As this immemorial mystical armament rapidly matured, it was seemingly threatening Furball's position as Xia Fei's #1 helper. Someone as proud as him could not accept this. Furball would bow to no one in this universe except Xia Fei. This was the pride of a holy beast and arrogance that looked down upon the world. Awoo! Furball angrily roared and jumped in the air. Peacock Blue was holding down Phoenix Tailstone from the back, so Furball rammed into it from the front. This tiny ball exploded with berserk power. Furball bared his teeth, his eyes grim as he used all his strength to prevent Phoenix Tailstone from escaping. One human, one ball, and one grass united in their assault. Xia Fei suddenly realized that Peacock Blue seemed to have been invigorated by Furball's entry and was now working even harder. It seemed like it was competing with Furball for the right to be Xia Fei's #1 weapon. The greatest beneficiary of this contest was naturally Xia Fei. With these two powerful helpers assisting him, Phoenix Tailstone gradually began to falter. After all, Furball was a holy beast while Peacock Blue was a mutated immemorial mystical armament after absorbing the 9-night plum. With the insane and unruly Xia Fei, they formed a force that would give even the strongest warrior a headache. Phoenix Tailstone was slowly pushed back several meters. Excited, Xia Fei passed even more energy to Peacock Blue, the flood of origin energy making it even tougher. Given that it was already the universe's most tenacious weed, it was born with the resolve to never give up. A mad man, a mad beast, and a mad grass worked together to exhaust Phoenix Tailstone utterly. Suddenly, after being pushed back several steps, Phoenix Tailstone madly charged forward with even greater strength than before. Bang! Furball collided into Phoenix Tailstone and staggered, almost falling over. Peacock Blue's blades of grass hit maximum strain again. What power! Xia Fei was stunned. He mentally wondered, where is this power coming from? It's like Phoenix Tailstone is suddenly bursting with energy again. Yellow flames scorched Peacock Blue and Furball. Furball had the protection of origin energy and was not afraid, but Peacock Blue was a plant and large part of the blades of bluegrass was scorched. As Phoenix Tailstone vigorously pushed outward, the situation took a turn for the worse. This already surpassed the power of an immemorial mystical armament. Given that he, Furball, and Peacock Blue were working together, there was no reason that they could not hold down a single immemorial mystical armament. This might be the power of the law. You aren't challenging Phoenix Tail Stone itself, but the balance and law of the universe, instead. Oro loudly warned Xia Fei. In any case, Xia Fei was not listening to his advice, so Oro decided to just let Xia Fei continue messing around with Furball and Peacock Blue. Of course, this was only messing around to Oro. But Xia Fei and his helpers were very seriously challenging the laws of the universe. Peacock Blue's blades of bluegrass were already strained to the maximum extent. If Phoenix Tail Stone continued to struggle, it would eventually snap them. Just when this thought occurred to Xia Fei, the worst-case scenario happened. Bang! One of Peacock Blue's 3 blades of grass really did snap. It's over. Xia Fei was shaken. Even a fool could understand that Peacock Blue without a blade of grass would no longer have the power to restrain Phoenix Tail Stone from returning to the Sea of Stars. In a flash, Furball went berserk and erupted with an unknown power. The little ball bellowed, his body expanding. He doubled in size, his origin energy barrier shining even more brightly. Like a dazzling morning star, a god descending to earth, he stopped Phoenix Tail Stone cold. Following which, something even more incredible happened. Peacock Blue's body trembled, and the broken blade of grass began to regenerate rapidly, its hardy vitality restoring what had been lost. At the same time, a 4th blade of grass emerged from Xia Fei's right arm. 4 blades of grass. Peacock Blue has actually advanced. Oro's eyes brightened as he shouted. Chapter 694, Subduing Phoenix Tail Stone. Peacock Blue has actually advanced. Oro's eyes brightened as he shouted. Furball's outbreak had bought Peacock Blue precious time. The broken blade of grass had regrown, and that new blade of grass flew through the air. Whoosh! Phoenix Tail Stone was once more restrained by Peacock Blue, and with 4 blades of grass this time. Much more restraining power than before. Could it be? Will Xia Fei actually succeed? Oro mentally howled. Xia Fei's heaven-defying resolve to seize Phoenix Tail Stone and Peacock Blue suddenly evolving at the critical juncture proved a concept. The heavens helped those who helped themselves. An immemorial mystical armament, together with Holy Beast Shatterstar and Xia Fei, was unstoppable. Phoenix Tail Stone continued to struggle like a caged beast, lunging right and left, but it could not break out of the encirclement. The Crystal Hall was already Xia Fei's court. Even though Phoenix Tail Stone was a mighty dragon, it still had to bow down. The seconds continued to pass, and 3 hours went by in the blink of an eye. Xia Fei, particularly Furball and Peacock Blue, grew stronger as the battle went on. As they competed with each other, they each put in more and more effort. As for Phoenix Tail Stone, though it was an immemorial mystical armament that was supported by the laws of the universe, it was gradually tiring out through the ceaseless struggle with Xia Fei. Its struggles weakened, and even its flames began to dim. Another 2 hours passed, and it seemed like Phoenix Tail Stone was giving up. It listlessly groaned, pleading for Xia Fei to release it. Alas, Xia Fei had his mind set on taking Phoenix Tail Stone for himself. Stay down. Xia Fei saw that the moment was right and unleashed a fierce offensive. Peacock Blue suddenly erupted with strength and brought Phoenix Tail Stone to the ground. Rumble. It was a forceful blow that dug out a deep hole in the hard granite floor. Whoosh! Xia Fei rushed over and grabbed Phoenix Tail Stone. The fin-shaped black stone still had faint embers on its body, but Xia Fei was wearing edgeless, so the most he felt was a little heat. Phoenix Tail Stone was already weak, and with Xia Fei grabbing onto it, it could not escape no matter how much it struggled. It was like an exhausted caged beast. It's still not giving up. Xia Fei was surprised. He activated the law of primal chaos and sent a sliver of its subversive force into Phoenix Tail Stone's body. Thump! Phoenix Tail Stone trembled as if it was actually alive. The force of the law of primal chaos had clearly stimulated it. In truth, Xia Fei did not need to use much strength at all, for the power of the law of primal chaos to subvert everything was far too heaven-defying. He had been worried that using it would hurt Phoenix Tail Stone, and he certainly did not want its form to change because of his actions. You're quite the unruly fellow. You made me waste so much energy. I told you to stay, so just stay. Why struggle so hard? Xia Fei eerily smiled as he sternly spoke to Phoenix Tail Stone. As he did, another sliver of law of primal chaos force infiltrated Phoenix Tail Stone and caused it to convulse. Oro appeared helpless, saying to himself, "You're saying that Phoenix Tail Stone is unruly, but aren't you the unruliest of them all? You're trying to get your hands on an immemorial mystical armament and even defying the laws of the universe. There's probably no one in this universe as unruly as you." After all this torment, Phoenix Tail Stone was utterly exhausted. A voice was summoning it from the depths of the universe, and Phoenix Tail Stone truly wanted to follow the plan outlined in its genes and join that voice. However, this devil was staring at him, a wicked power putting it through indescribable pain. This intimidating power actually wanted to overcome its desire to return to the universe. Every immemorial mystical armament had a will of its own. Even if it was a stone, Phoenix Tail Stone still felt fear and shivered. It was like a helpless rat being played around in the paws of the wicked cat known as Xia Fei. Whoosh! Another stream of subversive force from the law of primal chaos entered, and if Phoenix Tail Stone had eyes, it probably would start to cry. There was more than just one immemorial mystical armament, but none of them was as unfortunate as Phoenix Tail Stone. It had run into the unreasonable Xia Fei, who had used the equally unreasonable law of primal chaos to crush Phoenix Tail Stone's young and weak spirit. All life forms instinctively avoided pain and sought comfort. Phoenix Tail Stone was a stone with a life of its own. Returning to the River of Stars was a natural law, and submitting to the unreasonable Xia Fei was also a natural law. It all depended on which presented the greatest threat to Phoenix Tail Stone. There was no question that the allure of that voice in the Sea of Stars could not compare to Xia Fei's tyrannical abuse. Phoenix Tail Stone withdrew its flames and returned to its fundamental form, a pitch-black stone the size of a palm. Submitted. Phoenix Tail Stone submitted to Xia Fei. Oro did not dare to believe his eyes. On the surface, Xia Fei had subdued an immemorial mystical armament, but in actuality, this was a challenge against the laws of the universe. One that he had won. Though there had been many twists and turns, Xia Fei had still managed to reverse the laws of the universe. This was an undeniable fact. Oro suddenly recalled Xia Fei's words from before, "Nothing in this universe is impossible." Thump! Xia Fei put away Phoenix Tail Stone in his ring and then collapsed to the ground, falling asleep with a satisfied smile on his lips. When Xia Fei woke up, he saw Seth staring at him with that grotesque face of his. Xia Fei had made this face, and Seth had no means of undoing the disguise himself, so even though everything had already settled down, Seth still had to wear this face. "Master, you're finally awake," Seth anxiously said, an ugly smile on his face. Seth had been thoroughly convinced by this battle. Xia Fei had taught Seth that rank could not serve as proof of one's real combat strength, that it was not all-powerful. A warrior could also derive strength from his weapons. Even though Xia Fei had a lower rank than Seth, the former could still crush the latter to death if he wanted. Xia Fei stroked his spatial ring, taking out a blue concoction that he passed to Seth. "Drink this and you'll return to your original appearance. Go out and wait for me." Seth nodded, treating Xia Fei's words as holy commandments. Strength was the foundation of everything. Xia Fei had displayed his incredible fighting prowess, totally dispelling the last of Seth's doubts. This former top-class slave hunter was now utterly focused on getting in Xia Fei's good graces and being a good slave. Seth turned and left the hall. Xia Fei took out a dozen or so origin crystals and gave them to Furball so that the latter could recover as quickly as possible. Furball had contributed a lot in this battle, so Xia Fei naturally would not be stingy with his reward. Peacock Blue was rooted in Xia Fei's right arm and used Xia Fei's life force as its foundation, so it did not need origin energy. A few days of quiet rest would be enough. The blood crystal was a dazzling red. Xia Fei weighed it in his hands and smiled. "It's rather strange. The blood crystal takes 70% of the energy while I only get 30% each time. I'm almost about to reach the Law Emperor, but the blood crystal still hasn't evolved. What is it absorbing all this energy and blood for?" Oro rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. "You want it to evolve more? This dagger is already heaven-defying enough. What do you want it to become?" Xia Fei smiled as he put away the blood crystal. He casually said, "You can't have enough good weapons, and all the better if they can grow more powerful." Oro pursed his lips and muttered, "Avaricious fellow, already with so many nice things. Keep laughing. Back in my day." "Back in your day what?" Xia Fei cunningly asked. "None of your business." Oro glared at Xia Fei. "What sort of law power did you use? It's one thing if it can counter the god race's laws, but how come not even the demon race's law of darkness couldn't stop it? Could it have been created by some master of the law realm?" The law of primal chaos had left Oro incredibly confused. He knew that Xia Fei would not tell him, but he still decided to ask anyway. Martial artists had a passion for martial techniques and laws that ordinary people could not understand. Oro was going crazy from trying to understand Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, but no matter how much he pondered the matter, he could not understand what it was. Xia Fei helplessly shrugged. In truth, he was just as clueless as Oro. The black and white gods had not said anything to Xia Fei when they gave him this law, and Xia Fei had relied purely on his own understanding to reach this point. Even Xia Fei was confused. How was it that nobody knew about this heaven-defying law? Was it like the god race's law of time and the demon race's law of life, a lost law, power lost in antiquity? If it was such a precious law, why would the black and white gods so easily pass it to him? Xia Fei had no answers to these questions. Perhaps if he ran into the black and white gods one day, he could learn the answer. However, Xia Fei had no idea that the black and white gods were already on the run because of the law of primal chaos. It would truly be difficult for Xia Fei to meet them. Moreover, while the law of primal chaos was very strong, it was an enormous source of trouble. It was just that this trouble had yet to erupt. Shaking his head, Xia Fei said enigmatically to Oro, "I can never understand what you're saying. I'm using the law of space. It's just that I've mixed in some of my own understanding of law power." Cough. Oro almost vomited blood upon hearing that. It had managed to kill Great Law Emperor Qin, yet Xia Fei was saying that it was just the law of space. He was clearly teasing Oro's ignorance. Oro's complexion turned ashen as anger and frustration built up inside him. Bang! Xia Fei jumped up from the floor like a carp and walked up smilingly to Qin's corpse. After all that effort, it's finally time to collect the loot. It's a principle of the universe for a warrior to take spoils from battle. It seemed like he was talking to Oro. After all, who made him constantly prattle on about taking back that possession of the Lionheart royalty from Qin's body? Oro tilted his head and continued to glare at Xia Fei. He gently stroked a finger across Qin's armor. It was an armor of decent quality, and though it could not compare to Edgeless, it was still very valuable. Enigmatic Autumn Sun is a product of the demon race's top-class artificer, Campos. It's a Law Emperor grade armor, and back then, I personally gave it to this evil beast. Such a good suit of armor, it would be better off serving as feed to the dogs rather than Qin benefiting from it. When Oro glanced at Enigmatic Autumn Sun, he could not help but think of the past, which left him fuming so much that he felt itchy all over. Xia Fei silently smiled as he took a spatial ring from Qin's withered hand and began to look through its contents. Chapter 695, The Blood Swallow Gem, The Law of Life, and the Enigmatic Autumn Sun. As Xia Fei stroked his finger across the spatial ring, shock and a smile appeared on his face. Hat! This scoundrel Qin left behind quite a few treasures. Oro said in displeasure, Humph! He stole the vast majority of it from me. This evil beast, even dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Xia Fei ignored him and dumped out all the contents of the ring. Many strange objects were from the demon race, and Xia Fei had never seen them before. He held a strange pair of earphones between two fingers. Its pitch-black body was covered in many strange patterns. Xia Fei weighed it in his hand and curiously asked, "What is this thing?" Monitor earphones. They're capable of eavesdropping on all wired communications within 1 light year, but everyone mostly uses space-time communications these days, and even warships are rapidly minimizing their use of wired communications. It's not very useful, but it's something to play around with. Xia Fei nodded and then he picked up a metal plate, upon which was recorded a complete set of Law of Darkness combat techniques. It was Tier 4. There were many more metal plates recording combat techniques. It appeared that Qin had stolen many techniques when he fled the Lionheart clan. However, Xia Fei had not begun to cultivate the Law of Darkness, so he had little interest in these things. Through Oro's guidance, Xia Fei swiftly sorted out the items and then stored them in his own spatial ring. Strange. Qin was of such a high-ranking cultivator and was considered to be a genius of the Lionhearts, so why is his spatial ring so small? Taking everything into account, it is only 1,000 cubic meters and is even smaller than mine. Xia Fei shook his head and said with some regret. As he got more and more interesting things, Xia Fei's spatial ring of 10,000 cubic meters was almost full. That small demon warship alone took up 1,000 cubic meters. Xia Fei was now anxious to find a larger spatial ring, with the best being one that could hold an entire mech army. When it came to spatial rings, no matter how it was, it would always have a use. Oro gave a strange laugh, then he sternly asked, "Do you know how spatial rings are made?" "By using the law of space," Xia Fei answered. Xia Fei had never interacted with the spatial ring production process before, so he could only vaguely guess that a spatial ring required law force to create. "You've only got half the answer," Oro said. "In order to create a spatial ring, you first have to search the universe for a stable dark space. After which, a law warrior skilled in the law of space linkage will come forward and link a small ring with this space. While you can retrieve those items in your ring by just reaching out your hand, those items are actually being stored in a dark space that is very, very far away. For example, right now, I'm actually tens of thousands of light years away while I'm having this conversation with you." Xia Fei was stunned. So a spatial ring is like a bridge linked to an extremely far away place. It's no wonder it's impossible to detect the items in the ring. It's because they're not even close. That's exactly it. Unless the person who made this spatial ring comes out and uses his law force to track down the location of the dark space, no one will be able to know where the spatial ring is linked to. Oro paused a moment before continuing. Finding a stable dark space is very difficult, and the requirements are very strict. There are companies in the lore realm that specialize in releasing probes throughout the universe to seek out stable dark spaces. After which, they'll mark down the coordinates and sell them off to masters who create spatial rings. Once these masters have the coordinates, they'll go over with their subordinates. At the location of the dark space, they use their skills to put up a bridge and ultimately create a spatial ring. This is a risky process. The larger a dark space is, the more unstable it is, and it's common for people to be caught inside a dark space as it collapses. Thus, it's very rare for a spatial ring with extremely large volumes to be found on the market. Your ring that can hold 10,000 cubic meters isn't a top-class product, but it's definitely a high-class one. Keep dreaming. You've basically found the biggest ring available to you. Those with even bigger spaces can only be seen by the elite of the elite, only when you join the ranks of the two supreme races and have become the king of kings. Xia Fei repeatedly nodded. Through Oro's words, he understood these miraculous storage devices a little more. The truth was not at all what Xia Fei had imagined, which was a master of the law of space simply waving his hand to produce a spatial ring. It turned out that these things cost so much because stable dark spaces were extremely hard to find. How to find a dark space both large and stable was the first problem one had to confront when creating a spatial ring. Placing that ring that could hold 1,000 cubic meters on his left pinky, Xia Fei stared at the three items he had ultimately chosen. There wasn't even a need to discuss the enigmatic autumn sundae. This was a product of the top-class demon race artificer Campos. It possessed Law Emperor defenses and was second only to Xia Fei's edgeless. It was an essentially priceless suit of armor. He pressed a button on the war armor, and the armor immediately began to contract. After a few seconds, it was the size of a small box that he could easily carry with a single hand. All high-class combat armors had this function. When not in use, they could contract for easy storage, and with the press of a button, they could become complete sets of armor again, which would automatically equip themselves onto the user. Moreover, without any input from the user, they would automatically adjust themselves. Whether one was tall or short, fat or thin, man or woman, young or old, they could use it. Smiling, Xia Fei put away enigmatic autumn sun in the ring. Top-class combat armors were hard to find. Xia Fei planned to give this suit of armor to Chen Dong. He had joined the demon race, so he was naturally the best candidate for this suit of demon race armor. If Xia Fei put on enigmatic autumn sun and took a stroll around the god race, he would be courting death. Besides, Xia Fei had the even stronger edgeless in his possession. The remaining two objects in front of Xia Fei were stored in metal boxes engraved with the seal of the Lionheart royalty. One big and one small, anyone could tell from how exquisitely crafted the boxes were that the items inside could not be lacking. Opening the larger box, Xia Fei took out several metal plates with law patterns carved into them. Besides that, there were several plates covered in mysterious characters and images. One simply needed to send their mind into the plates to read them. Xia Fei smiled as he raised the metal plates and waved them around. This is the law of life, I presume? The strongest law force that the demon race lost long ago. Through which, even a warrior lacking in rank can obtain eternal life after cultivating. Oro had a rather strange look in his eyes, apparently somewhat unable to stand the fact that Xia Fei had obtained the law of life. Still, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Placing the law of life in his ring, Xia Fei seriously said, "Relax. I'll keep this law in a safe place, but I won't immediately start cultivating it. Oro was stunned. Confused, he asked, do you not want an eternal life? Xia Fei very earnestly replied, of course, I do, but I have no plans to obtain immortality through the law of life. One can also obtain immortality through constant advancement. I want to first try relying on my own strength, and if that path doesn't work out, I can still turn around and cultivate the law of life. Oro pursed his lips. Xia Fei's words were loud and clear. Since he had the law of life, he naturally was not going to return it. When he was in the mood, he would cultivate, and if he was not in the mood, he would not cultivate it. In any case, this law was his. Smiling, he took up the last box. Xia Fei said, if my guess is correct, the blood swallow gem should be inside. It seems my luck isn't so bad. Qin appears to have kept it for me after all these years. Kept it for you. That belongs to the Lionheart royalty. Oro mentally rebuked. His eyes flashed with a cunning light. Xia Fei knew about the blood swallow gem, the law of life, and enigmatic autumn sun. Oro could not hide them from Xia Fei if he tried. However, that item that Oro had no desire to give Xia Fei was mixed in with the other several thousand items, and Xia Fei had not noticed them. Oro had to preserve them no matter what. Snap! The press of a button caused the box's lid to automatically pop open, revealing a gem in the shape of a swallow's tail, blood red and translucent. Xia Fei sniffed and discovered that this natural treasure did not have a scent. His eyes filled with excitement as boldness welled up in his heart. When he first entered the Law realm, everyone regarded him as trash, his brain region damaged and incapable of cultivating law powers. Now, he was infinitesimally close to the Law Emperor threshold. Once he took the blood swallow gem, he would definitely be able to break through. Correct, this is the blood swallow gem. The white swallow gem and blood swallow gem are both miraculous medicines that can increase a law warrior's cultivation. White swallow gems, while valuable, are not impossible to find, but this blood swallow gem is a rare item that most ordinary people won't see in a lifetime. You're at the Law Emperor threshold, the most important threshold to a law warrior. If you use the white swallow gem as a supplement, you can consume several hundred to little effect, but with this one blood swallow gem, you'll be able to advance to the next rank. Oro somewhat excitedly said. One is enough. Xia Fei's eyes brightened as he stroked a hand across the blood swallow gem and repeated Oro's words. You can definitely do it. The blood swallow gem's effect is 100 times that of the white swallow gem. Its nature is gentle and mild, allowing you to advance in a step-by-step fashion. It's like a little brook, using its slow and gentle flow to help you break through the threshold, and it won't leave behind any side effects. Oro emphasized the gentle nature of the blood swallow gem so that Xia Fei would daydream about the different world that he would see once he advanced to Law Emperor. To his surprise, after hearing this, Xia Fei put down the blood swallow gem. It seemed that he did not plan to immediately advance. What's wrong? You don't plan to use the blood swallow gem? Oro asked. Xia Fei smiled. I'm naturally going to use it. Only a fool won't want to become a Law Emperor, but before that, we need to talk about this. With a stroke of his finger, Xia Fei took from his ring a very ordinary-looking spatial compass. It was made of silver metal and was devoid of any sort of decoration, characters, or even coordinates. It was completely bald, like a silver pancake. Oro's face turned helpless. In the end, Xia Fei had found what he had so desperately been trying to conceal. How, though? Chapter 696, A Silver Compass. The unremarkable silver compass in Xia Fei's hand left Oro frustrated. He originally thought that Xia Fei had not managed to discover the most valuable of the several thousand items, but it was now apparent that Xia Fei had not missed out at all, and he was so sinister as to only ask about it last. Gritting his teeth, Oro feigned nonchalance. Who knows what it is? It looks like a compass and the cheapest sort at that. Pure junk. When Oro said the word junk, his heart convulsed and his expression became unnatural. Xia Fei was very sensitive, and he was also observing Oro's every action. Even the subtlest movement could not escape Xia Fei's sharp eyes. Junk? It doesn't seem that simple to me. This compass is probably very old, and its size-weight ratio is completely off. It's only the size of my palm, but it weighs several dozen kilograms. I suspect that this compass is made from the legendary star mithril, Xia Fei smiled and said. Oro snorted. Absolute nonsense. Star mithril is known as the Law realm's #1 heavy metal, and it has a miraculous ability to store law power. Unless their brain was fried, who would use this precious metal to create a compass? Xia Fei casually stroked the compass. I've never seen star mithril, but some people must have seen it before. If I have a chance in the future, I'll have someone appraise this. Oro's heart thumped, but he continued to keep control of his face. He began to think about how he could draw Xia Fei's attention away from the silver compass so that he would not need to divulge even more secrets. Alas, Xia Fei was more stubborn than he expected. Once something had his attention, he would have to examine it carefully. Despite Oro's glib comments, Xia Fei was still entirely focused on the compass. It has a simple structure, but it's actually not simple at all. It appears absolutely seamless and hasn't been worked on, so I actually took it for raw metal when I first saw it. Designers of the highest class always seek the simple and plain. Only cheap items use an excessive number of unnecessary decorations, making things too gaudy. Only true experts understand that designs don't get better the prettier they are. Saying this, Xia Fei turned the silver compass over and looked at its back. Yes, it's perfect. Xia Fei's eyes flashed with sharp light as he praised. I would wager that a top-class master created the natural design for this compass. Oro began to panic a little, and he hastily said, your argument doesn't have any legs. Quinn stored the truly valuable things in exquisite packaging, but this thing doesn't even have a box. From this, we can conclude that it's not some high-class item. The more frantically Oro denied it, the more interested Xia Fei became. Blinking his eyes, Xia Fei seriously stated, it's not that Quinn didn't want to put it in a fancy box, but to him, no box was worthy of storing it. That's because its design is just too perfect, as if it's a product of nature. Any sort of excessive decoration will be profaning it. Plus, it's extremely tough and doesn't need to worry about any sort of damage, so putting it in a box will be excessive. Saying this, Xia Fei took out the blood crystal and stabbed the silver compass. Whoosh! Xia Fei put all of his strength into this stab. As a speed ability user, Xia Fei still possessed considerable strength and this attack carried incredible force. Clank! The crisp clang of colliding metals resounded through the hall, causing the sleeping Furball to raise his head and look around. He noticed that his master had hacked at the compass in his hand, so he relaxed and fell back to sleep. Oro's heart instantly leapt to his throat, and he almost yelled. However, that silver compass was utterly unharmed, not even suffering the shallowest scratch. On the contrary, Xia Fei's arm ended up numbing a little. Tough. Incomparably tough. Oro rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. Even if it's very tough, that doesn't mean anything. Xia Fei ignored Oro and flipped the silver compass back to its front side. There's no button to input coordinates, meaning that this compass must lead to some special place. That's why it doesn't require coordinates. Its purpose is to take someone to a certain place and then take them back, Xia Fei commented. Who said that? The compass's front side clearly has a place to input coordinates, Oro retorted. That's not for coordinates but rather for a password, a 128-bit encrypted password, which just so happens to match with the standard numbers for coordinates. Even I can see through a little trick like this, Xia Fei answered with a laugh. Xia Fei had a decent basis in mechanics, so he only needed to look at the compass for a little while and he could see how it worked. In short, this silver compass was similar to a pass card. It could send a person to some mysterious set of coordinates and then send them back. Activating it was rather troublesome, requiring a gene lock and a 128-bit complex password. This compass had been fashioned into an ordinary item clearly as a sort of smokescreen, but Xia Fei had been able to see the skill of a master in the details. To make such an ordinary item seem like it had sprung from nature was the highest level of artistry in Xia Fei's eyes, so he had picked out this item from the several thousand other items at a single glance. Moreover, a compass with a fixed set of coordinates did not make sense, and it also had several more conditions to activate. This silver compass was clearly something special. As Oro listened to Xia Fei's analysis, he grew more and more shocked. He knew that even if he managed to hide the truth from Xia Fei one day, Xia Fei would find out the secret of the compass. Your eyes truly are very sharp, Oro muttered, bitterly chuckling. Xia Fei waved around the silver compass and lightly said, then I presume that all my guesses were correct. This is the item that you so desperately want to send back to the Lionheart royalty. Oro nodded. He decided to stop hiding the truth. After all, Xia Fei's intuition had already discovered a lot, and continuing to try and hide the truth would just make Oro seem narrow-minded. Through their time spent together, Oro more and more wanted to pull Xia Fei to his side. Although he was no longer the king of the Lionheart race, he was always thinking about his clan. This was a firmly rooted principle that he had never changed. Chen Dong being sent to the Lionheart clan served as an excellent example. Yes, among the items Qin stole, other than the law of life, this compass is the most valuable. While enigmatic Autumn Sun is formidable, it's not irreplaceable in our royal clan. Only the complete version of the law of life and this compass can't be lost. Oro's eyes became grim as he recalled the past. Then what place does this compass send someone to? Xia Fei curiously asked. An ancient battlefield, a place where the god and demon races once fought a war, Oro sternly said, his expression solemn. The god race and demon races have always gotten along like fire and water. Long ago, there was a time when the two races, so as to avoid the war continuing to expand in scope, set up a hidden dimension. The two sides agreed that they would send 10,000 warriors every 10 years to fight to the death. The loser would have to follow the orders of the winner for the next 10 years, until the 10 years were up and another battle was held to decide the next winner. What, is this considered a tournament? The god and demon races have plenty of space, so why would they set up this battlefield? Xia Fei asked with a frown. Oro mysteriously said, it's not that simple. At that time, the god and demon races had just gone their separate ways, and they hated each other immensely. Every day, they would fight without end, and there's so much chaos that the two races couldn't focus their energy and develop. Although this sort of tournament wasn't exactly fair, it would prevent everyone from fighting against one another, and those with grudges against others could resolve them on the battleground. The person with the tougher fist would have the power. It was a rather sensible solution. Xia Fei became very curious about this tournament held in ancient times by the two supreme races. He asked, then who won more times on this ancient battlefield? Each side had their wins and losses. The god and demon races were the two elite warrior organizations in the Lower Realm, and there was little difference in their strength. I recall that more than 7,000 of such a tournament were held, meaning that this went on for more than 70,000 years with neither side getting much of an advantage. Later, the scope of the conflict expanded, and a tournament held once every decade was no longer enough to resolve the problem. Thus, the first war between gods and demons in the history of the Lower Realm took place, lasting for 10,000 years. Both sides lost countless allies, but there was still no definitive outcome. Thus, this first war was left undecided, the supreme races leaving the conflict badly wounded. After recuperating for about 100,000 years, the gods and demons began their second war, but they ended up fighting again for 10,000 years without a result. Thus, they rested once more and reconsolidated for a third war. Oro frankly recounted the history of the Lower Realm. Xia Fei was transfixed by the story. It turned out that the Lower Realm would experience protracted war with intervals of tens of thousands of years, a pattern that had existed since it had been established. Looking back on the past, this was a history of suffering between the two races. Several dozen wars, all of them ending inconclusively. What could be said about this? Once the war was over, the two races would rest, and when they were recovered, they would fight again. They never tired of this endless cycle, a classic example of forgetting past pains once the wound had healed. Xia Fei pursed his lips and said, the two supreme races seem to have way too much free time. Since fighting doesn't decide anything, why even fight? Every time they fight, countless warriors lose their lives and the foundation of the Lower Realm only gets shaken. Truly, the gains don't make up for the losses. Even the tournament then was a better alternative. Oro shook his head. I don't get it, either. Since they won't rest until they kill each other, they should just fight to the last man and force an outcome, but once the two races lose too many warriors that their foundations are shaken, those old monsters will immediately stop the war. It's like they share a mutual understanding. Xia Fei questioned, you still haven't said what sort of secret is in this compass that can send someone to the ancient battlefield? Why is it so important? Oro's eyes erupted with light. This is a pass that will allow you entry into the ancient battlefield. Think about it. Numerous top-class warriors fought on that battlefield. They're dead now, but their possessions are still there. Xia Fei was stunned, then he delightedly said, entering that battlefield means a chance to get the relics left behind by the two peak races from that ancient era. Chapter 697, Phantom's Mechanical Body. Of course, the ancient battlefield was an exciting thing. Even without the temptation of divine weapons, simply walking around that mysterious place would be a rare experience. Xia Fei had always been a very curious person, so he was brimming with anticipation toward this ancient battlefield used by the two peak races and hoped to go look around. Oro said, while the ancient battlefield has been abandoned, it hasn't been closed off. It will still open once every 10 years. Most of these silver compasses have been melted down and reforged into weapons. Few of them remain. Only the top-class clans of the circle have preserved these compasses leading to the ancient battlefield. Every 10 years, these clans will send people to the ancient battlefield in the hopes of finding the treasures of ancient times. The warriors of ancient times all used superb equipment, and many of their lineages no longer exist. If a clan is able to discover 1 or 2 relics on the ancient battlefield, they will be extraordinarily blessed. Our Lionheart royalty originally had 7 of these compasses, but on one expedition, we were ambushed by the enemy. The group of 7 was nearly wiped out, with only 1 person coming back. Thus, this compass is the last pass card that our clan has left. Xia Fei nodded. It's no wonder you want to take this compass back to your clan, for it's your last pass. If even this one is lost, the Lionheart race will be completely pushed out from the ancient battlefield, but I really don't get it. You're one of the top clans of the demon race. Do you really need to care about some little ancient battlefield? Oro mysteriously smiled and strangely said, there are some things you have to see for yourself to truly understand. Xia Fei pondered Oro's words. He seemed to have been implying something, but in any case, the ancient battlefield was very mysterious and was very important to the Lionheart royal clan. It was not yet the end of the 10-year period, and Xia Fei did not have the activation password, so no matter how mysterious this silver compass was, he could not use it. Xia Fei put away the compass and turned to the blood swallow gem. Law Emperor, here I come. Xia Fei excitedly said. Qian's castle in the sky was not a proper place for promotion. Xia Fei activated his compass and sent himself and Seth to the hidden realm in which the mech race was hiding. His operation in the exiled grounds had ended rather well. He had found Hyacinth, who was willing to work to the end for him, killed Qian, taken a Law Emperor as a slave, and even obtained 4 law treasures. The rewards could not be considered lacking this time. This. What place is this? Seth was utterly blown away. The mechs had built a flourishing machine civilization in the hidden realm. The innumerable robots and giant buildings had newcomers to this place sighing in wonder, and Seth was naturally no exception. You will remain here for now until I assign you a new mission, Xia Fei lightly said. Xia Fei still had not decided what to do with Seth. With his strength, he would not be of much help to him. In the exiled grounds, Seth had been a local tyrant who could guide Xia Fei, but outside of the exiled grounds, Seth was clearly not as important. Upon hearing that Xia Fei had returned, Sophie, Avril, Pod, Dimsky, and Warstar all came out to welcome him. The only one Xia Fei did not see was Phantom. Where had that wandering soul run off to? This is Seth, my new slave. Find a place for him to stay. I have my plans for him in the future, Xia Fei said to Warstar. Warstar nodded and led Seth out of the living room to get him a comfortable room. Seth did not need to know everything. He just needed to carry out orders and be a good slave. It was not long before Warstar returned, surprised on his face. This slave of yours is very formidable. He's a Law Emperor. Warstar went up to Xia Fei and questioned. Xia Fei nodded. Correct. Seth is truly a Law Emperor who uses the law of defense. Avril was startled, and she gave Xia Fei an admiring gaze. Every woman hoped that her man would be strong. Since Xia Fei had so casually returned with a Law Emperor slave, it meant that he wielded immense power. He even had an army of hundreds of millions of robots. Not even Alliance President Tai could compare to his power. Dimsky worriedly said, Xia Fei, a Law Emperor slave naturally has his uses, and everything's fine if you are in the Metal City, but once you leave, you have to bring Seth with you, or else none of us will be a match for him. Dimsky was a scientist, so his line of thinking was very meticulous. His worries were not without reason. Law power represented the ultimate fighting power of the universe. Even General Warstar was no match for Seth. If he chose to rebel, he would cause a huge mess. While robots did not fear death, Avril was still living in the hidden realm. Xia Fei smiled. You don't need to worry about that. Since I dared to bring him here, I naturally have some assurances. Seth won't dare to harbor any disloyal thoughts. Dimsky paused, and then he asked, I naturally trust you, but what do you plan to do with such a strong slave? Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he spoke. When the time is right, I plan to send Seth over to Charlie. In the law realm, a law emperor won't be of much use, but a law emperor keeping watch over quantum holdings is a different story. Warstar repeatedly nodded, a hint of excitement in his voice as he spoke. The Hidden Realm has powerful fleets and soldiers, so safety isn't a problem, but Charlie's side truly does lack an expert to stand guard. If Seth is sent over to fulfill this role, I'm sure that not even the entire Pan-Human Alliance will dare to mess with your company. Dimsky did not really approve of Xia Fei's plan. Like an old human, he stroked his chin and said, even without an expert keeping watch, quantum holdings will still dominate the Pan-Human Alliance. After all, its strength is there for everyone to see. Moreover, we have a communication link with the company, and the spies we have hidden in the Alliance can go to Charlie's aid at any time. In my view, we should assign Seth to be Miss Avril's bodyguard so that she has some protection wherever she goes. Dimsky was truly an extremely intelligent robot. He knew that Xia Fei's greatest concern was actually Avril, which was why he had made this suggestion. Xia Fei shook his head, coolly saying, I must handle Avril's safety personally. The living room fell silent. Sophie and these other robots did not understand love, but from Xia Fei's words, they could sense some indescribable sensation, which was both extremely sincere and extremely attractive. Avril was stunned, and her eyes gradually grew bright. She leaned her head on Xia Fei's shoulder as she rejoiced in her great fortune. Though Xia Fei held deep affection for Avril, he still had a habit of leaving his personal matters for last. As for using the blood swallow gem, he first had to talk it over with Phantom. The Law Emperor threshold was far too important to Xia Fei, and he needed to be careful about it. Avril was already used to this. Men were busy with many important matters. Moreover, if Xia Fei was the sort of man who got twitchy the moment he saw a woman, Avril would not have started liking him in the first place. I'm going to Sophie's for a bit. Wait for me, Xia Fei said to Avril as he walked out of the living room. Avril firmly nodded. I understand. Let me make you some fried paste noodles, paired with your favorite cucumber slices and tomatoes. Xia Fei smiled and rubbed her head. That would be great. This stomach of mine is really disappointing. I've eaten all sorts of exotic delicacies, but I can never forget the taste of fried paste noodles. As he followed Sophie to her room, Sophie appeared to be in deep thought. She pursed her lips and said, I'm truly envious of you and Avril. Why was it that, when Father coded our logic processes, he gave us intelligence but not the capacity to love? Xia Fei chuckled. Love isn't that simple. At times, it is like a dependency, a chemical reaction. Perhaps Radix didn't code you with the ability to love because he couldn't. Sophie was startled. Is love really that complicated? It is, Xia Fei simply answered. He did not really want to talk about love with Sophie, for he was also clueless about this question. What have you and Phantom been up to? Why didn't he come to see me? Xia Fei changed the subject. Sophie giggled. This is a riddle that you should solve by yourself. As they talked, the two of them arrived at Sophie's room. The alloy doors automatically opened, and Sophie made an inviting gesture. Xia Fei strode in and shouted, Phantom, where the heck are you? Robots did not need to rest, so Sophie's room appeared more like a laboratory. It was a mess, machines and instruments everywhere, along with piles of material. Xia Fei looked around. It seemed like there was no sign of Phantom in this large room. Suddenly, Xia Fei noticed a thin robot less than 1 meter tall in a corner, thickly exuding Phantom's aura. Xia Fei curiously walked over while the smiling Sophie watched from the entrance. Carefully examining the robot, Xia Fei sternly said, I really didn't think that you'd manage to pull off a fusion of machine and soul. Phantom, why aren't you saying anything? Think. Xia Fei knocked on Phantom's head a few times. The robot appeared very aggrieved, but it did not say a word. Sophie walked up behind Xia Fei and said with a smile, based on some damaged files from my databanks, I was able to develop some basic fusion technology with Phantom, but this technology isn't perfect. Phantom's consciousness has entered the machine, but he can't speak or move. It's a very simple fusion. This technology still needs some time to be perfected. When that time comes, Phantom will once more have a body, a tough body of metal. Xia Fei nodded. Phantom was his good friend and teacher. Phantom would be an enormous aid to Xia Fei if he had a body of his own. Rather than just talking about a lot of things, Phantom could actually do them in Xia Fei's place. Taking Phantom's greatest field of expertise, pharmacology, as an example, with the body, Phantom could use his free time to mix medicines for Xia Fei, saving Xia Fei the effort of doing it himself. He would essentially be Xia Fei's personal apothecary. Phantom had extraordinary abilities when it came to pharmacology, and there would naturally be no problem when it came to the medicines he mixed. Xia Fei could use the time he saved on cultivation. As the saying went, everyone had their specialty. The greatest frustration Xia Fei had with advancing simultaneously in so many fields was a lack of time. The robot was exquisitely crafted, but it simply stood there with an ugly look on its face. Xia Fei suddenly realized a very serious problem. He grimly asked, "Phantom isn't just going to stand here like this forever, is he?" Chapter 698, Never hitting the body, only hitting the face. Phantom isn't just going to stand here like this forever, is he? Xia Fei grimly asked. This was truly a very serious problem. If Phantom's failure to fuse to a machine caused him to lose the ability to move and speak, not only would Xia Fei not gain an assistant, he would even lose a very important companion. Sophie shook her head. In 7 more minutes, Phantom will leave this state. This is another problem. The fusion time can only last for 3 hours, and there's no means of extending it. Xia Fei nodded. Sophie had always wondered if her creator, Radix, could be an immortal soul fused with a machine, so Sophie had dedicated herself to experiments concerning the fusion of machine and soul. She had made a little progress in these experiments, but she was still some distance away from practical application. 7 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. The robot suddenly went limp, and Sophie opened up its chest and took out the red Moor stone. She then handed it to Xia Fei. The familiar figure of Phantom instantly appeared in his mind. That was suffocating. The sensation of fusing with a machine is very strange, as if something is constantly squeezing me. I don't understand machines, so you get in there and find out what went wrong. During the fusion, I couldn't even speak. That simply won't do. Xia Fei had underestimated Phantom's desire to get a new body. As soon as he came out, he asked Xia Fei to help him solve this problem. In truth, Phantom's urgency was understandable. As a wandering soul attached to Xia Fei, he could not do anything except talk to Xia Fei. Over the long term, this situation would eventually become insufferable. Now that he finally had a chance to get a new body, even if it was a mechanical one, it was still a body. Phantom could not help but be tempted. Upon realizing this, Xia Fei decided to help Phantom as much as he could, since this would be of help to himself as well. After all, if Phantom had a body, Xia Fei would have a walking and talking assistant, which only stood to benefit him. Fine, let me take a look at the design first, Xia Fei sternly said. Once Xia Fei got to work, he finally only emerged from Sophie's room after more than 10 hours later. When he arrived at Avril's room, Xia Fei suddenly remembered that there had been another reason he had gone to find Phantom, to find out how he could use the Blood Swallow gem to cross the Law Emperor threshold. I can't believe I forgot about that, Xia Fei shook his head and muttered to himself. Forget it. Seeing how busy Phantom and Sophie were, that fellow probably wouldn't have the time to help me research the gem. It's probably best for me to research it myself. Avril and Pod had been waiting for Xia Fei all this time. They served him bowls of fried paste noodles and plates of cucumber slices and tomatoes, and Xia Fei swept through them like a storm, only stopping after devouring 6 servings. Avril watched with her hands propping up her chin and a smile on her lips. She found watching Xia Fei eat a source of pleasure. Some wise person had once said that to capture a man's heart, one had to capture his stomach. Avril had gotten a lot better at cooking over the years, and that rather unruly young girl was gradually becoming an excellent wife material. Xia Fei and Avril always had things to talk about. In the dimly lit bedroom, Avril lay on top of Xia Fei's chest, a contented look on her face and her body covered in fragrant sweat. You're so strong, Avril said, her face red as she bashfully whispered. The thought of that fierce storm she had just been through made her dizzy from excitement. Xia Fei frowned. You're not going to bring up me taking a concubine again, are you? It's not enough that I hurt you, but I have to hurt other girls as well? Forget about it. Avril hastily placed 2 slender fingers on Xia Fei's mouth, not allowing him to continue to speak. Who said that you hurt me? You have no idea how many people actually envy me. Let's use Nicole as an example. That girl has been enchanted by you ages ago. If you don't accept her, she probably won't forgive you for the rest of her life, Avril said with a smile, a cunning tone to her voice. When she was alone with Xia Fei, that willful and temperamental young girl would sometimes come back to Avril's body. This was also one of the reasons Xia Fei liked Avril. This girl was always able to match herself to his appetite. Was there any man who liked his wife to be an aloof virgin in bed? While she was normally very generous and relaxed, she was still quite amorous in bed, leaving Xia Fei enchanted. If she won't forgive, then she won't forgive me. There are plenty of people in this universe who hate me. If I worry about all of them, won't I have to spend my entire life on edge? Let's not talk about this anymore. A person should know to be content with their situation, and I'm plenty content with you at my side. All girls like such warm and gentle words. Feeling incredibly blessed, Avril tightly hugged Xia Fei. Right, how's your progress on that law I gave you? Xia Fei asked. The law of life would decide whether or not he could live long and grow old with Avril, and Xia Fei was very concerned about it. I've broken to the first level, Avril softly said. Xia Fei hugged Avril and excitedly said, wonderful. Before I go, I'll give you a big reward. He could not help but give Avril a big kiss on the lips. You're leaving again? Avril tilted her head and asked. Tomorrow, Xia Fei replied. Hyacinth's operation was about to begin, and because of the limits of the radar system, Xia Fei had to remain in the lower realm so he could get quick updates on how the operation was progressing. Thus, he had to return to the exiled grounds and find a place where no one was around. There, he would try to advance to the next level while awaiting reports from Hyacinth. He also had to prepare for a possible counterattack. A warm and rough hand reached into the blanket and took off Avril's silk underclothes. Their naked bodies came together, the sounds of heavy breathing and groaning coming from the bedroom. Remember, take good care of your things after you use them, Avril squinted, her face blushing as she softly spoke. The exiled grounds was very large, and there were many uninhabited areas. Xia Fei found a remote canyon and prepared to cross the Law Emperor threshold. The canyon was quiet and contained numerous caves. Xia Fei chose a cave that was concealed by shrubs. Walking in, he placed down a cold light lamp and then installed numerous seals around the entrance. He then laid out a blanket and sat down. Not bad. The space is large enough and the rock is tough, there's also good ventilation. It's an excellent space for attempting a breakthrough, Oro said as he observed the surroundings. The Law Emperor threshold is extremely important to any warrior. Whether or not you can ascend to the apex in one go will depend entirely on this one attempt. It would be best if you are done handling all your affairs so you could have a clear mind, devoid of stray thoughts, to focus entirely on advancing. Xia Fei thought it over. If there was one thing he was worried about, it would be how Hyacinth's group was doing, how their preparations were progressing, and how confident they were. After all, Hyacinth was from the exiled grounds. When infiltrating the lower realm, one needed to be cautious, and there would be numerous challenges. Taking out the black bat radar, Xia Fei called Hyacinth. A screen popped up, and an old man appeared in front of Xia Fei. Putting aside his entirely white hair and beard, his face was covered in innumerable wrinkles. This was merely another one of Hyacinth's disguises. For a professional infiltrator, what was most important was concealment at all times, never revealing one's true self no matter the place. Where are you now? Xia Fei asked. The Yu family, high-rise hotel. Hyacinth pointed behind him as he spoke. The room he was in was clearly arranged like a hotel room. The room was not large, but it had all the right furnishings. Xia Fei nodded. Yu Hua's appointment ceremony should be tomorrow. How are your preparations? Hyacinth smiled and nodded. The Yu family isn't considered a big clan in the circle, and it lives on a warship, so its defenses are vastly inferior to those of the White Horse constellation. Our men are already in position. We will proceed with the plan tonight. Xia Fei said, I have my faith in you. Yu Jin and Yu Peng aren't anything to worry about, but Yu Hua is different. He's a meticulous planner, so the slightest mistake can end up ruining the whole plan. You have to be careful. Hyacinth casually said, it's in our nature to adapt to the situation. We've already prepared several plans. At worst, we'll just sow chaos throughout the clan. Just like you said, when cutting the grass to get at the rabbits, whether or not there are rabbits, you have to first make the area a mess first. Xia Fei faintly smiled, his eyes somewhat dark and heavy. Xia Fei had a famous saying, anyone who makes me unhappy should not even think about being happy. Though the words were crude, the principle behind the world was not. Someone had stabbed him in the back and had gotten away with it, while Xia Fei had been forced to flee with Avril. Until this debt was settled, Xia Fei would find it difficult to sleep. Thus, Xia Fei had decided on this plan to cut the grass and kill the rabbit. He had bided his time until this crucial moment so that he could bring Yu Hua as much trouble as possible. Did the man not enjoy stabbing others in the back? Xia Fei did not plan to take a stab at him back, but drive the knife up his butthole, even. Xia Fei was truly a very patient person, waiting only until today to make his counterattack. It was not that a counterattack before this would not have been effective, it just would not have given Yu Hua the most trouble possible. This strategy verified another one of Xia Fei's sayings, do something to the absolute or do not do it at all. The thought of the beautiful expression on Yu Hua's face come tomorrow had Xia Fei smiling. With a faint smile, Xia Fei said, it's very simple to cut the grass, but the key is killing the rabbit. If my guess is correct, we're not just going to get the rabbit but also the bears and snakes. You must be careful. Remember, what's key isn't cutting the grass but remembering which is the rabbit. After giving Hyacinth a few more instructions, Xia Fei turned off the screen, lit a cigarette, and began to think. Oro curiously asked, what sort of key evidence do you have that you think you can turn the tables at once? Since you have evidence, why haven't you released it until now? Xia Fei chuckled. Your memory is really getting worse with your age. Have you forgotten that every suit of combat armor comes with a high-speed camera that helps a warrior recall the details of a battle and improve their techniques? Oro was startled, then he said, that's true. How could I have forgotten about that? Your edgeless recorded the entire thing. Once you reveal this evidence, who will dare to try and frame you? However, after that, Oro paused and then shook his head. You're truly a sinister fellow, hiding the evidence for so long and only releasing it when Yu Hua is about to succeed. It will certainly make for a good show this time. Just when he's about to get the patriarch position, you'll drag him down from heaven to hell at the very last second. That's too ruthless, too sinister. Anyone who becomes your enemy is truly an unfortunate soul. Yu Hua will probably hate you to the bones this time. Xia Fei craftily smiled as he harshly spoke. I'm a man, so I have to be a little ruthless to others. I'm never one to hit people on the body, for I specialize in hitting them in the face. Chapter 699, Breaking Through the Law Emperor Threshold. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Xia Fei ended his call with Hyacinth and then called Moon Song. Xia Fei found Moon Song to be somewhat frustrating to deal with. With her brash and flippant personality, she would often just ramble on and say things that caused Xia Fei to turn red in the face. She did not care at all, however. Unless it was for something in particular, Xia Fei would avoid contacting Moon Song too frequently, worried that she might say something crazy. Their friend group believed that Xia Fei was a troublesome fellow, but all of them acknowledged Moon Song as being more troublesome than Xia Fei. The Moon Song on the screen was not carefreely gnawing on cucumbers like in the past. On the contrary, she was very solemn, bent down and hiding under a parasol tree, occasionally looking around her. Are you doing well? Xia Fei asked in surprise. What do you think? Moon Song rolled her eyes at Xia Fei. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. He awkwardly asked, what are you doing? Who are you hiding from? Moon Song clenched her teeth and resentfully said, there's this annoying fellow in the clan who pesters me all day, and he came looking for me again this early in the morning. Awful. A girl lacking sleep is fatal. I'll get older much faster. Xia Fei smiled. Big sis Moon Song, this isn't your style. Back at Heaven Execution Training Camp, whenever some guy annoyed you, you would use your illusions and make him die from ejaculating too much. This fellow must be difficult to deal with if you're hiding like this. Moon Song was an illusion expert, and it was her specialty to torment a person without drawing a weapon. There was a young man who had chased after Moon Song back at the Heaven Execution Training Camp before realizing Moon Song's power. He had been trapped in an illusion, dreaming about a lustful night for 3 days and 3 nights, and when he woke up, he had lost over 10 kilos. He was so weak and feeble that he did not seem human, becoming the living proof of Moon Song's ruthlessness. Moon Song looked resentfully at Xia Fei. I don't care. Once you get back, help me get out of this. Alright, I'm done talking with you. Relax, nothing will go wrong with that thing you trusted me with. Pa. Moon Song ended the call. Xia Fei was speechless. Moon Song said that she wanted him to help escape another man? The thought caused a chill to run down Xia Fei's spine. After all, he had promised to unconditionally fulfill one of Moon Song's requests. It can't be to make me marry her, right? Xia Fei muttered. Calming himself, Xia Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. Oro sternly said, the most important thing right now is breaking through the threshold, the Law Emperor threshold. Everyone beneath the Law Emperor is an ant. In this universe where the strong are revered, the only correct path is to constantly strengthen oneself. The moment you become a Law Emperor, you will receive innumerable benefits. While you may be a level 9 Law Sovereign, only a step away from becoming a Law Emperor, the treatment you can receive is like the earth compared to Law Emperor's heaven. Law Emperors have legal immunity. If a Law Emperor gets into a fight with an ordinary Law Warrior and a Law Emperor kills the other party in anger, they will not face any severe repercussions. At most, they will have to pay some compensation money. After all, Law Emperors are the primary fighting force in the Law realm. With the two peak races at a stalemate, neither race wants to see their warriors being easily killed. Receiving preferential treatment is inevitable. Xia Fei nodded, indicating that he understood Oro's words. Of course, a Law Emperor like Seth was not protected by these privileges, for he was from the exiled grounds, meaning that he was someone who had been banished. The Law Enforcement Board would never protect the welfare of those banished. On the contrary, they would want nothing more than to kill everyone in the exiled grounds. The exiled grounds had gradually grown stronger over the years, and it was now a third force outside of the two peak races. While it still could not threaten the two peak races, it might be able to in the future. Thus, the two races had always wanted to exterminate the residents of the exiled grounds. Oro paused and then continued speaking. You're currently wanted by the Law Enforcement Board, suffering injustice, and the faction backing you Hua is very powerful, so there might have been people planted in the board. If they discover you, it's completely possible for them to kill you on the spot, not given the chance to argue your case. However, if you become a Law Emperor, you won't be so easily silenced. The Law Enforcement Board doesn't have the right to kill a Law Emperor casually. They can only bring you in for questioning, and they must publicize their investigation and its progress to the entire Law realm. Anyone who unjustly accuses a Law Enforcement Board must be ready to face the wrath of those higher up. Thus, reaching the Law Emperor tier would become a protective talisman for you and be an enormous help. Xia Fei took a deep breath and gravely said, I understand everything you've said. Tomorrow, Hyacinth will release the evidence in my possession to the entire Law realm. This is the signal for my all-out war against Yu Hua. At that time, the faction behind Yu Hua will undoubtedly emerge to cover for Yu Hua. Simultaneously, they will think of every way to eradicate me, this thorn on their flesh. If they can't protect Yu Hua, he'll probably expose them, so they can't cast him aside like a mere chess piece. Those other people who are serving the group will feel disheartened and won't serve the group with all their power. Oro laughed. Good analysis. Once your evidence is out there, those people in the background will have to protect Yu Hua whether they want to or not, for the moment you've chosen to strike is just too good. The storm stirred by the death of Yu Zhang and his grandson has yet to calm down, and the ceremony to appoint Yu Hua as patriarch is certain to attract attention from all sides. By throwing in a bomb at this juncture, you're certain to inflict large-scale damage. First is the Law Enforcement Board. To become patriarch, Yu Hua has likely received the approval of the Law Enforcement Board, but only if they did not suspect him would the Law Enforcement Board approve his succession. Those important characters must have spent a lot of manpower and energy ensuring that that's the case, and by ruining everything at the last moment, you'll essentially hit them in the face. Everyone who took part in this scheme is essentially being slapped in the face several times by you. Xia Fei shrugged and helplessly said, it's not like I want to offend the Law Enforcement Board, but in this instance, there's no other solution except to stir a bigger fuss over the matter. The people backing Yu Hua are very strong, able to cover the heavens with a single hand. They can suppress little fights and quarrels without creating any big waves, so I have to make a huge mess, so big that they won't be able to suppress it and have any hope of survival. Oro fell into a deep thought, and then he nodded and sighed. You're fighting with your back to the water, and your courage is commendable, but after this mess, many people will be too ashamed to show themselves in public. The more important the person, the more they will care about their dignity. It's completely possible for you to push these people too far, causing them to resort to any and all methods to try and get you, even if they come away badly wounded. In short, this bomb of yours is too strong and vicious, covering too large of a range. It's impossible to predict the final outcome. I can already smell a storm coming tomorrow, and I'm afraid that it's going to be a hurricane. With the blood swallow gem in hand, Xia Fei removed all stray thoughts from his mind and completely focused on advancing. Following Oro's instructions, Xia Fei had decided to use the most conservative method to break through, absorb the blood swallow gem's energy, use it to rush at the threshold constantly, break through the barriers, and ultimately take flight. The blood swallow gem's energy isn't too violent. Its power is mild and effective. You have to control the law pattern, the energy accumulated in your brain region, and the energy from the blood swallow gem all at the same time. This requires extraordinary control. As long as you can control everything, the breakthrough will happen soon, Oro once more reminded Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded, closed his eyes, and gripped the blood swallow gem in his left hand as he entered a meditative state. He was not in a rush to absorb the energy of the crystal. He first sketched out the familiar pattern in his mind over and over, and then he organized his seventh brain region, testing to see if he could mobilize the energy stored in his brain region. This energy came from Qin and Colin, two great law emperors. Through Xia Fei's refinement, this energy was much calmer now, but it still was not as docile as Xia Fei's energy. When he used it, it would still be somewhat unruly and wild. Wu! He let out a breath and began his breakthrough. As if he was pulling at a thread, Xia Fei slowly drew out energy from that rainbow ball in his seventh brain region. At the same time, the blood swallow gem in his left hand began to release energy. A dark red thread of energy swiftly entered his seventh brain region, merging with the energy Xia Fei had stored and then charging at the threshold like a mighty army. The blood swallow gem's energy was truly mystical. When the dark red energy merged with another energy, it would cause a startling change. The original energy could be compared to a clear stream devoid of fish, and when the blood swallow gem came, countless crafty mudfish would suddenly appear in the river. The waters of a river would lightly push up against a dam, but those mudfish would madly bite with their teeth and ram with their heads. They would push forward heedlessly and ceaselessly. Xia Fei was amazed. So this was the power of the blood swallow gem. The thresholds of cultivation were like food for the blood swallow gem. All the stones blocking the path of advancement were devoured. Oro smugly smiled. You get it now? This is the blood swallow gem. No threshold can stop it. The only difference is that the more difficult thresholds will take a bit longer for the blood swallow gem to break through. Xia Fei was still in the middle of breaking through the threshold, so he did not answer Oro. Actually, Oro randomly commenting like this was inappropriate. A warrior of slightly weaker resolve might easily be distracted and make a grave mistake. From what Xia Fei could tell, Oro was intentionally chatting with him while he was advancing. Was he intentionally adding to the difficulty? Fortunately, Xia Fei had a firm resolve and was unaffected by Oro's words. The path to breaking through the threshold was long and winding. After all, this was the Law Emperor threshold, more difficult than all the previous thresholds added together. Even with the blood swallow gem's help, Xia Fei could only steadily and slowly advance, each step made with great difficulty. As seconds went by, Xia Fei began to familiarize himself with the blood swallow gem's nature and the best way to merge it with the energy stored in his brain region. Everything was progressing positively, and at his current speed, he could break through the Law Emperor threshold in only 3 days. 3 days later, Xia Fei would stand at the apex of laws, looking down upon all other living beings. Chapter 700, A Storm is Coming. On the second day of Xia Fei's endeavor for the Law Emperor cultivation, an interesting show played out in the Yu family. It was no exaggeration to describe the clan of today as being seated with glorious and powerful friends all around. Not only the clans and families that the clan were familiar with who had sent representatives to attend the gathering, there were even people from the 9 great clans present. Among the humans in the Law realm, the 9 great clans' existence practically constituted all of the brilliance mankind offered. They were powerful and insufferably arrogant, their influence even extending into the god race. Of course, the Feng family, who was in charge of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, was also in existence that could not be underestimated. It was just that their numbers were few and tended to be low-key with how they handled matters, so they rarely caught anyone's eye. The inauguration ceremony of the new patriarch of the Yu family was taking place in their ancestral hall in the main city. They had 2 places of ancestral worship in the Law realm, one was Snake Isle, where no outsiders were allowed entry and where the clan's foundation was honed, the other was this ancestral hall where outsiders could observe the ceremonies. Back in the heyday of the Yu family, plenty of smaller families and clans were under their protection, following their orders and instructions as if those were imperial decrees. Every year, they would send men to pay their respects to the ancestors of the Yu family, bringing along generous gifts. There would also be other clans that would come to observe the ceremonies whenever they were held. All these were held within the main city's ancestral hall, while the true ceremony was held on Snake Isle, where outsiders would not be privy to. The white marble stone platform had been redecorated anew, and a large red silk banner hung that wrote 3 lines in a large font: Lorelm's Yu family's inauguration ceremony of newly appointed patriarch, Yu Hua. In the Lore realm, where a human's lifespan could often reach several hundred years, a new patriarch would be the one leading the family for several hundred years, which was why the inauguration ceremony of the patriarch would often be a fairly grand affair, also they could avoid being ridiculed by others. The Yu family had once been a prominent clan, which meant that their inauguration ceremony for the new patriarch could not be shabby at all. The ancestral hall was spacious, and there were several thousand guests standing upon the lawn. These were all people of status from the clan as well as reputable guests. The rest, meanwhile, could only watch from a big screen outside the ancestral hall, unable to personally participate in the said ceremony. The ceremony was something like a cocktail party, where the guests would all be standing around, with waiters that would come by with drinks from time to time. 2 rows of table by the sides of the hall were laden with scrumptious delicacy of every possible color combination. Yu Kikai was very excited as she mingled in the crowd. She was wearing an elegant purple gown, with plenty of pearls that hung around her tender white neck. Though she was dressed prettily, she was still just a young girl, and she looked a little mature decked out in clothes like this. Yu Kikai was talking to a youth beside her. "Look, Uncle Yu Hua sure is different. See the many distinguished guests attending? Even the 9 great clans sent representatives to observe the inauguration. It's been years since the Yu family has played host to such a scene. My granny said that it's even livelier than when the old patriarch was appointed. Having Uncle Yu Hua be the family patriarch is definitely the right choice. Our clan is bound to soar from here on." That youth was submissive to Yu Kikai, his gaze somewhat ambiguous. Upon hearing her praises, he quickly added, "Yet, who is our uncle? He was once a genius of our Yu family. Even Brother Xiaobei wasn't as outstanding as uncle back then. Yujin not competing for the seat as patriarch shows that he at least knows his limitations." Seniority in the Lore realm was a very complex matter. Often, people who were several generations above would still be called uncle or elder by their juniors, and this was all due to the longevity everyone enjoyed, looking like they were no more than a few years apart from one another. It would be very difficult to define the exact difference in seniority for most, so it had all been simplified into calling those who looked middle-aged as uncle and the older individuals as elders. Yu Hua enjoyed much prestige in the clan, but he was nowhere near being called an elder in terms of his looks, which was why the young man was also used to calling Yu Hua as an uncle. Humph! A cold harumph came from someone behind Yu Kikai. There sure are plenty of ungrateful and vicious people these days, already usurping the seat as family patriarch before the bones of the ex-patriarch are even laid to rest. Yu Kikai turned around and glared, only to find 2 young men in their 20s, one fat and another skinny, whom she did not recognize. "Who are you referring to?" Yu Kikai had never been the sort to back down, and that comment was clearly an insult provoking the Yu family, which she immediately unhappy about. Anyone will know to ask, just how did Elder Yu Zhang and Yu Guding die? How did Xia Fei get implicated out of nowhere? Has the Yu family even uncovered the truth behind these questions? Yu Kikai was of course very sad when she learned about her grandfather's death, but Yu Kikai pouted upon hearing Xia Fei's name mentioned, snapping viciously, "Patriarch must have been killed by Xia Fei and those other bad guys. There's no doubt about that. Ever since Xia Fei joined the Yu family, I've always known at a single glance that he was up to no good. You dared to malign my friend? I'll be sure to give you a good thrashing." That fatty flicked his 2 eyes onto Yu Kikai, looking like he had every intention of putting his words into action. His attitude was extremely arrogant, while that pleasant young man beside him pulled him back with a smile. "What are you getting angry with this brat for? Let's go over there and drink some wine." Yu Kikai knew that any guest who could enter the ancestral hall would possess extremely high statuses in the Lore realm, but she never would have expected for someone to act so belligerently and actually threaten to beat her up here in the ancestral hall, so she momentarily froze. Watching those 2 young men depart, Yu Kikai was so incensed that she kept stamping her feet, but she did not dare to chase after them and question them, either. All she could do was silently swallow her pride, her expression glacial from the affront. "Sister Qi, you can't afford to provoke those 2, the youth beside her whispered. "Why not? Are they very powerful?" Yu Kikai was dissatisfied. "Very. That fatty is the direct descendant of the cruel wolf clan, Wolf Shenyi, who's currently part of the law enforcement board. The skinny one is even more amazing. He's the young master of the Dragon Ascension's Feng family, Zanian Feng. When they first arrived just now, even elder Yu Peng, the one in charge of receiving the guests, had to be very respectful toward them. Yu Hua had not yet even attained the title as family patriarch, and he had already been wantonly rewarding others. Yu Jin and Yu Peng were credited for their great contributions, both having successfully joined the elder court, becoming elders of the clan. Even such an important task like welcoming the guests had been given to Yu Peng to handle, enough to show the trust he had for the two brothers. Yu Kekai was abruptly startled as her face stiffened. The Cruel Wolf clan and the Feng family. That's right. The Cruel Wolf clan didn't send anyone to attend our uncle's inauguration ceremony. Wolf Shenyi is attending this ceremony with the people of the Law Enforcement Board. Meanwhile, Zanian came in a private capacity, not invoking the name of Dragon Ascension. Yu Kekai did not seem to care about these minor details, as she was still recalling the words that Wolf Shenyi had said. Xia Fei is a friend to both Shenyi and Zanian. Yu Kekai pulled herself together as she muttered to herself. The Cruel Wolf clan was one of the 9 great clans, and the Feng family was even more exceptional, for they were the people in charge of the number 1 martial hall of the god race, Dragon Ascension. Xia Fei had only been here in the Lore Realm for such a short time, yet he had actually befriended those two. How could Yu Kekai not feel wistful about this? Taking 2 glasses of red wine from a waiter passing by, Zanian Feng handed one to Wolf Shenyi and he laughed. Jiga Wolf, you're too rash. We're not here representing just ourselves, others may think that our thoughts extend to our own families. Best if we keep our comments to ourselves whenever we're outside. Shenyi flared up his nostrils unhappily and shook his big head. Just looking at these people and I'm seething that I can't just beat them up. Their own patriarch died, yet they've shoved all the blame to Xia Fei. Brother Xia Fei is a good person, righteous and humorous, yet he's been viewed as someone who plotted and schemed with outsiders to assassinate his own patriarch. I'm here today just to see what good show they'll be putting on. Zanian smiled without saying anything more. Shenyi was always abrasive and hot-tempered. No one could stop the man from expressing himself freely. Fortunately, though he was a direct descendant, he still had 2 more elder brothers, so it would not be his turn to succeed as the patriarch for the clan, so it was even okay for him not to take up a post with the clan themselves. This was in contrast with Zanian's position, who was the clear successor for the Feng family and would one day inherit Dragon Ascension. The pressure he faced was much greater than Shenyi, which was why he was also a lot more cautious in how he conducted himself. Sometimes, I really envy you. Zanian sighed. Able to say whatever you want to say and do what you want. I can't do that, as I have to care about my family's reputation in everything I do. This time, my father had no idea that I would come to the Yu family. I truly hope that what's stated in the letter is true, and Xia Fei will be able to turn things around in one fell swoop, or else I'll most likely be taking a tongue lashing from father. Wolf Shenyi had a solemn expression. This letter you mentioned, is it really written by Xia Fei? It's highly possible, Zanian nodded. Xia Fei has no foundation in the Lore Realm, so the strongest aid he can get will be just you and me, but it's best if we quietly watch as the situation unfolds and act accordingly. If what's stated in the letter comes to pass, we can work together and create a ruckus. With the strength we have, though we won't be able to cause too big a stir, we can at least ensure that this matter will come to light. Besides, I've had my eye on Xia Fei, so having him owe us a favor or two won't be bad, either. Shenyi took exception to this sentiment as he said, I, Jiga Wolf, help people not for the sake of getting people to owe me but purely because I can't stand it. I'm not as hypocritical as you. Zanian could only chuckle bitterly. When it came to righteousness, he was definitely no match for Shenyi. After all, every member of the Feng family had quite a heavy responsibility to bear, and not being more mindful would likely see them get eaten alive in a matter of days in the man-eat-man lore realm. Shenyi lowered his head to glance at the time as he mumbled, the inauguration ceremony is about to begin. Why is that lassie, Mu Fuping, still not here yet? Zanian was shocked. Mu Fuping? What would she be here for? I called her here. Shenyi was very frank. When I got the letter, I figured that Xia Fei would really need our help, so I called Mu Fuping over, too. As the direct descendant of the withered Mu clan, she wields a sizable amount of influence, too. Since Xia Fei wants to make a big commotion out of this, we should do what we can to make as much noise as possible. Shenyi was someone who spoke loudly all the time, and his words caused onlookers around them to give him the side eye. Zanian hurriedly dragged him to a more secluded corner as he said in a suppressed voice, Jiga Wolf, why didn't you discuss this matter with me first? Xia Fei and Mu Fuping. Before Zanian could finish his words, Shen Yi burst into laughter. I know. Xia Fei is single, and Mu Fuping may not have had any relations with him, but that's what makes it perfect. I'll act as the matchmaker to help them become closer to each other. If I succeed, then I can even get invited to give a toast at the banquet. If Xia Fei truly marries that lassie from the Mu clan, no one in the circle will dare to look down on him anymore. Zanian was utterly speechless. He had no idea who Shen Yi had learned to play matchmaker from, but the former was more than aware about the matter between Xia Fei and Mu Fuping, knowing very well that Xia Fei was not in the least bit interested. While these two young men chatted, a loud commotion from afar caused Zanian to look up, which subsequently left him flabbergasted. He saw a group of youngsters, with the oldest barely 18 years old and the youngest 14, blatantly barge into the Yu family ancestral hall with much swagger. Brothers, I'm over here. Wolf Shenyi raised his hand and called. You. Why did you call this bunch of devils incarnates as well? Zanian Feng was annoyed, shaking his head as he grimaced.